A contract for love.
Summary: Blair Sherwin, a young woman who came from a wealthy family, wanted to make her own way in the world. So after college, she went to work at a cosmetic company and worked her way up the ladder. It became her passion and hoped to someday own her own company. That dream was about to happen when her boss decided to sell the company. The only problem was that he wanted to sell it to a family person. Since he himself was a devoted husband and father, he wanted it to remain a family business. Blair's only hope of buying him out was to get married. So she came up with a plan. She would pay someone to marry her, but would make it clear that it would only be for 1 year. She would pay him a large amount of money for his time. But who could she trust? Then she found the perfect person when she went through her old high school books. Austin Cook, a nerd, had followed her all through their high school years. Back then she could get him to do anything and figured she still could. Little did she know that he had changed and things were going to get a lot harder for her. Austin has his own plan when he meets Blair after years of never having heard from her. Will he agree to marry her so that she can acquire the company?
Chapter 1. Blair was putting on the finishing touches to her outfit for work when her friend Rachel called and asked her if she would be coming to work soon. Rachel was Mr. Ritter's private secretary, and she had some information to tell her about their boss. Mr. Ritter was a man in his late 60s. He was short with silver hair, being a real family man with a wife he adored and 2 sons who were both famous in their own right. One was a doctor, who was over in Africa helping a small village, taking care of the ill, and the other was an actor. Neither of the sons wanted any part of their father's business. He was always away traveling with his wife and visiting his sons, so he put Blair in charge. She started working for him right out of college and proved to him how quickly she could learn every aspect of the business. She loved every bit of her job. It turned out to be her passion. Her boss trusted her so much. She was pretty much in charge of running everything. On occasion, she would have to run some things by him. Reaching the building where she worked, she was greeted by the others as she passed them on the way to her office. She knew they were watching her. Some of them didn't like her. They thought she was a rich stuck-up snob. She knew what they called her behind her back: rich bitch, ice queen, and the woman with no heart. The only friend she had was Rachel, who had been her friend since high school. What everyone said about her rolled off her back. She was here to work and make a name for herself in the cosmetic world, hoping someday to have her own company. With a trust fund that she received from her grandmother and her own savings, she was close to making her dream come alive. There was a knock at the door and Rachel entered, carrying a coffee for her. Blair sat her down behind her desk, looking at Rachel, thinking how really beautiful she was. Tall, blonde, and had a figure that had men taking second looks. She had men eating out of her hands, but not when she was in school. Rachel was shy and kept her beauty hidden under loose clothing. Her hair was always in a ponytail and she wore glasses. Rachel was the opposite of her, who flaunted her beauty in school, had the boys drooling. Her high school days were full of dates, fun, and wild parties. Reaching for her coffee, she gives Rachel a warm smile. "Okay, so what is this important news you have to tell me?" She sat her down across from Blair, crossing her right leg over her left one. "Mr. Ritter is retiring and planning on selling the company. This is your chance to own your own company, just like you always dreamed of." Sitting straight up, she stared at her friend. "Are you serious?" "Yup. I just got a memo from him, and he wants to sell and move to Italy. Mr. Ritter really likes you, and I'm sure he'll give you the first crack at buying it. He knows how hard you've worked and how much you love this company. I haven't got all the details yet." Blair couldn't believe her luck. This was so much better than opening her own company from scratch and being his competitor. "This would be perfect, and you could work for me as my personal assistant." "With a pay raise, right?" Rachel asked, smiling. "Of course, a big one," she replied. Rachel got to her feet. "All right, I'd better get back to my desk. I'll let you know when I find out the details. Oh, before I forget, I got the invitation for our high school reunion. Did you get yours?" "I haven't checked my mail yet." "I'm sure you got one. So are you going to go?" "I don't think so. I'm too busy." "Come on, Blair, lighten up a little and have some fun. It'll be great seeing our old friends again, and see what they look like and what they're doing. How long has it been since you've been on a date? You can't work all the time. You need love and romance. You need to put that pussycat of yours to work where you'll grow cobwebs down there." "I don't have time for romance, and the men I meet, I wouldn't dream of going out with them. That I will think about going to the reunion. No promises though." When Rachel left, she Saturday back. She was sure Mr. Ritter would sell to her. She had the money, the experience, and the passion. All her hard work was finally going to pay off. As for men, she could have anyone she wanted. They were always after her, but she found them boring. There were times she missed the touch of a man or the feel of being kissed, but no one could get her juices flowing. 2 days later, she had lunch with Rachel and she could tell there was something on her mind. So do you want to talk about what's bothering you? She looked at Blair, hating the thought of breaking the news. I have more information on Mr. Ritter selling the company. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. What bad news? She asked, feeling her heart sink. Mr. Ritter will only sell to someone who is married. He wants his company to go to someone who is in a stable relationship and will eventually have a family. I'm so sorry, but he wants to keep it as a family business. I feel really bad for you. I know how much you wanted this. Blair Saturday back in her seat, using her index finger to twirl a strand of her hair around it. This news was devastating. She was so sure her boss would have sold her the company. This isn't fair. I could do so much. Bring this company further into the future. Just because I'm not married or have children shouldn't matter. Well, maybe when he comes back next month you could convince him to sell to you. Maybe offer more than he's asking. Blair waved the waiter over and ordered another bottle of wine. No, I know him. When he says he wants a family person to take over, he won't change his mind. Every man out there is only after money. They don't give a damn about family, but not Mr. Ritter. Just my luck. Then start up your own company. She looks at Rachel. But I want this company. Picking up her glass of wine, she smiles at Blair. Then, my dear, I guess you'll have to get married. And soon, she said, chuckling at the thought of her friend getting married just to own a company. But then she saw the look on Blair's face, knowing she was hatching a plan in her head. No, I don't know what you're thinking of doing, but don't. If being married is the only way, what would be the harm? For one thing, you aren't even dating anyone, and for another thing, it's just plain stupid to marry for this reason. It wouldn't have to be a real marriage. All I have to do is find someone willing to be my husband for a few months, and then we can get it annulled. I would make it worth his while financially, but who could I get to go along with it? Blair, this plan is never going to work. The more I think of it, the better it sounds. Let's go back to my place, open some more wine, and try to come up with the right candidate. Shaking her head, she gets up and follows Blair out. I'm only going to try and talk you out of this nonsense. When they got to Blair's penthouse, the doorman greeted her with a friendly smile and hello as he held the door open for the two ladies. She lived in one of the finest suites that had high-end security. It was on the top floor overlooking the city with a balcony. Everything inside was expensive, right down to the furniture and the pictures that hung on the wall. Her sofa was genuine white leather. She had a small bar over one side. The bathroom was 1 feet for a queen, with its double-sized tub and shower. The faucets were gold-plated. She had a cleaning lady come in 3 times a week. Open the wine while I change into something more comfortable, she said to Rachel as she headed to the bedroom, coming back out minutes later wearing sweats and a tank top, her hair pulled up into a ponytail. Sitting down, they went through a list of all the men they knew. Okay, so who do we know that would like to earn some easy money? She asked Rachel, taking a sip of her wine. What about Brad from accounting? No, I don't want anyone who works for the company. I need someone who has nothing to do with this or has any interest in the company. After finishing off her bottle of wine and opening another one, they were starting to get a bit tipsy. It was getting late. After going through the list of all the men they knew and getting hungry, Blair ordered a pizza. By the time it arrived, they were both wasted and giggling like a couple of schoolgirls. Paying the delivery man, she looks him up and down. Are you married? She asked him. No, miss. Would you like to marry me? Rachel pulled her back and smiled at the confused guy. Sorry, she's just kidding around. Goodbye now, she said, closing the door. What? He was kind of cute, Blair said, taking out a slice of pizza and started eating it. Yeah, cute for a teenager, she snapped. Blair jumped up from the sofa. I know, I'll get out our high school yearbook. Maybe we'll find someone in there. They Saturday flipping through the book, laughing and making fun of some of them. Each guy Rachel pointed to. Blair shook her head. What about this guy? She pointed, showing Blair a picture of a skinny guy wearing glasses. He had braces on his teeth and acne on his face. Remember him? He followed you all around, carried your books and did anything you wanted him to. That boy was so much in love with you. but you treated him like shit, so I guess he's out of the question. Looking at the picture, she smiled. Austin Cook. I hadn't given him a second thought since school. Oh, I could wrap him around my little finger. I know he liked me, but come on, look at him. He was such a nerd. I wonder what he's doing these days. You know what? I bet anything I can get him to go along with my deal. Rachel picked up the laptop. One way to find out. I'll just Google his name and see if I can find out about him. After a few minutes, she gasped out loud. Holy shit, you aren't going to believe this. Your Austin is a lawyer, a very successful and wealthy one at that. So, he's still a nerd, but is he single? Yes, he's single and lives right here in Los Angeles, but I don't think you'll have a chance of getting him to help you. Why is that? You better take a look at his picture. He looks nothing like he did in high school. Oh, let me have a look, she said, taking the laptop and looking at Austin's picture. This can't be the Austin we knew. This picture was of a guy that was smoking hot. His ache was cleared up. He didn't wear glasses and his body was so toned and muscular. Wow, he's gorgeous. So what? I'd bet you anything I can still wrap him around my finger and get him to help me. I wonder if he's going to the reunion. Only one way to find out, Blair. Email him. Smiling, she sat her day down and started typing. Hello, Austin. I'm not sure if you'll remember me. Blair Sherwin from high school. Our school's reunion is coming up and I'm hoping you will be there. Maybe we could catch up. Hope to see you there. Blair. Push and send. She closed her laptop. Chapter 2. Austin left the court after having won his case. He defended a man who was falsely accused of the beating and rape of a young woman. It was one of the hardest cases he'd had in some time and he was tired and needed a break. His assistant and friend, Harry McMillan, walked in, dropping his briefcase down on the desk. Austin, you won the case, so why don't you look happy? Pouring coffee from the machine, he hands one to Harry and sits down behind his desk. Leaning back in his chair, he rubs his eyes. That girl. I can't help feeling sorry for her. There's no doubt she was raped. I really hope the man that did it gets caught. So do I. But she had no right to say it was him when it wasn't. But she was so sure it was him even though he wore a ski mask and blindfolded her. Austin, they were having an affair. Why would he rape her? I don't know, but I keep thinking I missed something. Maybe she was mad when he broke it off with her and wanted to punish him. Yes, she was attacked, but she really didn't have any way of knowing who did it, so she accused him. Look, you saved an innocent man from going to prison. You should be out celebrating. Let me take you out for a couple of drinks. Not tonight. I'm beat, he said. Pulling his laptop closer, he opened it and checked his messages. I'll be damned, he said when he saw one of the messages that caught his eye. What? Harry asked, his attention drawn to the laptop. Remember that girl from high school I told you about, Blair Sherwin? Yeah, I remember. The one that used you and broke your heart. What about her? She sent me an email, he answered, reading the message silently to himself. Wow, after all this time. So are you going to tell me what she wants, or is it private? She wants to know if I'm going to our school's reunion. Says she would like to see me and hopes I'll be there. I can't believe she reached out to me. I wonder what she wants. What makes you think she wants something? Whenever Blair says she wants to see me, it's because she wants something from me. It was the only time she ever paid attention to me. When I think back to how she had me panting and following her around, it makes me sick. I carried her books, tutored her, and even helped her cheat on exams. Oh, I was just a fool. When her friends were around, she would mock me, and still, she had this power over me. You were both kids back then. Surely she has changed. Women like Blair don't change. They just get worse. It broke my heart every time she dated one of the football players or the popular guys. I really hate her, and if there was a way I could make her pay for the way she treated me, I would. That girl destroyed my self-esteem, made me feel worthless. So when I graduated high school and went off to college, I started working out. I had eye surgery and became one of the best criminal defense lawyers in Los Angeles at the age of 27, hoping to someday come across her and make her sorry. So what are you going to do? I'm going to the reunion to find out what she's up to. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Maybe I'll take her into the janitor's closet and have sex with her, then leave her there feeling degraded. What if she doesn't want to have sex with you? Then I'll think of something else. Are you sure you want to do this? It isn't like you to deliberately hurt someone, especially a woman. Trust me, she deserves it. What are you doing now? he asked when Austin started typing on his computer. I'm Googling her name to find out what she's been up to. Here she is. She works for a company called New Women's Cosmetics owned by Mr. Ritter. I've never heard of it. Have you? He asked, looking at Harry. Are you kidding me? My wife buys their products. She says it's the best around. Very high-end stuff. And expensive. What does this Blair do there? He asked, looking over Austin's shoulder. Wow, is that her? He asks, pointing to the woman on the screen. Austin stares at her picture. She hadn't changed much since high school, except she was more beautiful. She had the face of an angel. Her long brown hair had some blonde highlights in it. It brought back memories as he looked at her picture, and not good ones. Yes, that's her. It appears she is Mr. Ritter's right-hand man, practically runs the company. Wait, is she the daughter of Marcus J. Sherwin, multi-billionaire and retired senator? That's right. She's his only child and he spoiled her rotten. Austin, I think you better stay away from her and forget about your revenge. If you harm his daughter, he will crush you like a bug. It's not worth losing everything you've worked so hard for. I'm no longer that poor orphan boy who had to live with his elderly grandmother when my parents were killed in a car accident. I'm wealthy, a well-respected lawyer, and I am not afraid of her father. I honestly can't understand why she is even working. She has a trust fund that could choke a horse. Well, if you do go and meet her, find out what she wants before you do something you'll regret. She might be wanting to apologize for the way she treated you. Maybe it has been bothering her and has regrets. I doubt it. Have a good weekend with the wife and kids. Say hi to them for me. Saturday night, Austin stood in front of his mirror in his Italian tailored suit, his dark hair carefully styled back. He was pleased with the way he looked. He wanted to show off to all those who stubbed him in high school, the ones who treated him like dirt or ignored him. But it was Blair who he wanted to see how much he had changed. He wanted her to want him, so that he could show her what it was like to be treated like she didn't matter. With any luck, he would have her in bed, screw her and leave her hurt and confused. Grabbing the keys to his black Porsche 911, he headed out the door. The closer he got to the school, the more his hands started to get sweaty. He hoped he could go through with his plan. What if she still had that power over him, where when he looked into her eyes he would melt and would do whatever she asked? Blair decided to wear a short black dress. It was strapless and very expensive. She didn't care if it was too fancy for a school reunion. It was important that Austin notice her, and in this dress, she knew he wouldn't be able to keep his eyes off her. Her hair and makeup done, she called for a cab to take her and Rachel to the school, hoping that she could persuade Austin to drive her home at the end of the night. The cab pulled up to Rachel's place and she got in next to Blair. Are you still going through with this ridiculous plan of yours? Yes, why wouldn't I? For one thing, it's just wrong, and another thing is he has probably changed and is not crazy about you anymore. What if he is already involved with someone? I checked. Nowhere did it say he was seeing anyone. Relax, Rachel. Nothing is going to go wrong, and I hadn't met a man yet I couldn't wrap around my finger. I'll have him eating out of my hand in no time. Now tonight let's have some fun. It'll be great seeing the old gang again. He might not even be here tonight. He never answered your email. Blair smiled. Oh, he'll be here, she said with confidence. As soon as they entered the auditorium and grabbed their name tags, people started coming up to them, mostly to Blair. But everyone was surprised to see the new Rachel. She had blossomed into a real beauty, and the guys were kicking themselves for not having paid attention to her during their high school years. One of the guys she dated back then, David Hiker, who was a football star, came over, handing her a drink. Wow, Blair, you haven't changed a bit. You look good. She took the drink he offered her, taking him in with her eyes. She wished she could have said the same thing about him, but he had gotten heavy, sporting a big old beer belly. David, hi, how have you been? She cringed at the thought of how they used to make out, letting him feel her up, but she never had sex with him. I'm good, married with 3 kids, all boys. That's wonderful. Will you excuse me? I see someone I need to talk to. Okay, maybe we can have a drink later, he said as she walked away, not answering him. Several of the guys she had dated came over, wanting to strike up a conversation with her. She was polite, answering questions and asking them what they had been up to. Her eyes kept going over to the entrance, watching for Austin. Having been here for over an hour, she was beginning to give up hope that he was going to show up. Finding Rachel surrounded by guys, she goes over, dragging her away. I don't think he's coming, so I might as well go home. Are you coming? Blair, it's still early. Let's wait a little longer. I'm really enjoying myself. And that boy I had a crush on in 10th grade. He's single and wants to have a dance with me when the music starts. So why don't you relax and have some fun for once? All you do lately is work. It's time to let loose and be the old Blair. I only have less than a month to find someone to marry me, and there's no one here I want. Austin was my best shot. What about Toby? She points to a guy that was standing alone at the bar. Toby, have you forgotten he's gay? Then he would be perfect. You wouldn't have to worry about sleeping with him. I bet if you paid him he'd do it. It's not like you plan on staying married. She looks at Toby. He was a nice guy. Maybe a little dull. I don't know. Maybe. I guess I could use him as a backup plan. If Austin doesn't show up, I'll go over and see what he's been up to over the years. My luck, he's probably married or involved with someone. It looks like he's here alone, Rachel said, as they looked over at him. Before Blair could take a step towards him, Rachel poked her in the side. I think Austin just walked in. She turned her head and saw him, and when he glanced in her direction, she felt the butterflies dancing in her stomach. She was captivated by his smoldering dark eyes that were piercing into hers as he made his way towards them. A shiver coursed down her spine when he got closer. He was much more handsome in person, with his chiseled cheekbones and those luscious lips of his. He was no longer the skinny guy from high school. Something told her that under his suit jacket laid muscles and a six-pack, she found she couldn't move, couldn't speak when he stopped and stood in front of her and Rachel. His eyes still staring into hers gave her goosebumps. Chapter 3. The moment he walked in, he felt all eyes on him, knowing that since he had changed so much they wouldn't recognize him. But he recognized many of them. But the only one he wanted to see was Blair. It didn't take him long to spot her. He'd know her anywhere. She looked more beautiful than he remembered, and when their eyes locked, he walked over to her. She was standing next to a blonde woman. Blair, it's good to see you again. Tearing his eyes away from her, he looks at the blonde, realizing who it was. Rachel, I didn't recognize you. Austin, she said, holding out her hand to shake his. You look great. I see you've been working out. He gives her a warm smile. He had always liked her. She was so shy and sweet. He could never understand how she and Blair became such good friends. I have to say, you look amazing. So pretty. But then you always were, inside and out. Rachel looked at Blair and decided to leave, letting the two get reacquainted. Thank you. But if you'll excuse me, I really must go see someone. It was really great seeing you again, and I'm so glad you could make it tonight. When she was gone, he turned his attention back to Blair. I got your message. I hadn't heard from you in years, so I was quite surprised to hear from you. You look great, but then you always did. She found herself flustered being this close to him. His scent was alluring, and he was drop-dead gorgeous. There was something different about him besides his looks, something hot and dangerous. Austin, I'm so happy you could make it. It's been way too long since we've seen each other. Would you care to get a drink, and maybe we could catch up on the old days? He watched as she swiped her tongue over her bottom lip. It was obvious. She was aroused by the way her chest was rising and falling. The pupils in her eyes got larger and her breathing was heavy. He knew at that moment he could have taken her somewhere and screwed her, but he was waiting for the right time. He was going to make her wait, make her pay for hurting him. I'm sorry. I see some old friends I'd like to talk to. Perhaps we'll talk later, he said, turning his back on her as he walked away. He could hear her sigh of disappointment and chuckled to himself. An hour later, as she stood talking to an old flame, and the music started, Austin went over and asked her if she cared to dance. At first, she thought of turning him down, since he had been ignoring her for the past hour, but she really wanted to get close to him, to get him alone so that they could talk. She was now nervous about asking him to help her by agreeing to be her husband, though a temporary one. She was not expecting him to be so bold as to place his hand so low on her back, close to her bum. The heat from his hand went right through the material of her dress. The warmth of his breath fanned across her neck when he leaned his head down. You smell so good, he said, pulling her in closer against him. I can't believe you're still single. She cleared her throat. Her heart was racing. I hadn't found the right man. What about you? How is it you're here alone? Well, when you emailed me, I was thinking you were wanting to have me all to yourself. To be honest, I was hoping to get you alone at some point. Let's take a walk somewhere quiet where we can talk without all this noise, he said. Taking her hand, they walked out into the hallway. Once out in the hallway, they walked down the corridor and looked at all of the pictures. She was in many of them. As a cheerleader, and in several other clubs. You are so popular, head cheerleader, prom queen and dating the star football player. You haven't changed, but he did. Just think, if you had married him you would have been bored to death. He's married now with kids. I know, I talked to him and his wife. He moved further down the hallway. So how has her life been? Really good. I work for New Women's Cosmetics. I love my boss. He's the best. He actually has me practically running the company. Are you sleeping with him? She turns to him in anger. No. Why would you say something like that? It was just a question. Mr. Ritter is a decent married man with a family and wife he adores. Not all women have to sleep with their boss to get ahead in business. And I'm one of them. She went to walk away in anger, but was stopped when he took hold of her arm and put her up against the wall. His hands rested on either side of her on the wall. Forgive me. I didn't mean to imply that you use sex to get what you want. He looked down at her lips. She wore a light shade of pink. He was curious as to what her lips would taste like if he were to kiss them. I bet you get hit on a lot. Not as much as you might think, she said, her hands resting on his chest. A warm, tingling feeling filled her belly and moved down to her core, which started to throb. She wanted him, wanted to know what it would be like to have him make love to her. Would you like to go into the janitor's closet? He brushed his lips slightly across hers before whispering in her ear. Lead the way. Damn, what was he thinking? This was too easy. He wanted her to beg for it, and with just one word from her, he was once again following her as he did in high school. But she had never asked him into the closet before, and he couldn't help it that his snake was overruling his brain. Taking his hand, they walked further down the hallway, turning a corner until they found what they were looking for. Just as she was about to turn the knob, they heard giggles coming from inside the janitor's room. Looks like someone beat us to it, she said, smiling at him. It's just as well. I really didn't want to do it in a small, dirty room. Do it. Did you think we were going to Phuket? Why else would you ask me to go in here with you? Just to make out a little. I'm not the kind of girl that does it in a closet, she said, feeling a little angry that he would think that. He laughed as he walked away. Her follow went behind him. I'm not a teenager anymore who makes out. I'm a grown man who Phukets. It's a good thing the room is occupied. Saves us both that embarrassment. She followed him back into the hall and watched as he walked away, leaving her standing there all alone. Men kept asking her to dance, and as she was in their arms, she saw Austin dancing with several of the women. They were flocking to him, flirting and each one trying to get his full attention. Every now and then she would catch him looking her way. It was getting near the end of the night when he came over to her. I see you still have all the guys drooling over you. I also see that the women here are all hot for you. Do you get this much attention everywhere you go? Careful, Blair. You're starting to sound a little jealous. I'm not jealous. I'm just glad to see you getting the attention from the very girls who ignored you in school. Now that you're a wealthy lawyer, they are dying to get their hands on you and become Mrs. Cook. What about you? Would you like to become Mrs. Cook? She swallowed the lump in her throat. If only he knew, she thought. She let out a sigh of relief when Rachel walked over, saving her from answering him. Blair, would you be able to find a ride home? I'm going over to Warden's place for a drink. We're really hitting it off. She looks at Austin before answering. Yes, you go ahead and have fun. I'll take a cab home. There's no need to call for one. I can drop you off at your place, he said, his eyes staring into hers. Are you sure you don't mind? I wouldn't want to take you out of your way. It'll be my pleasure. He looks at his watch. It's getting late, so if you're ready to go, I'd like to leave now. Sure, just let me use the ladies' room first, then we can be on our way, she said. Taking Rachel's arm, dragged her along. Blair, what's wrong? You seem a little nervous. I thought this was what you wanted, was for him to take you home? I do, but he's different. I was talking to someone, and they told me Austin is one hell of a ruthless lawyer. He is different. He's not the shy and naive boy he was back in high school. This plan of yours might backfire and you'll end up getting hurt. I have to take that chance. But you're right, he is different. I won't be able to just talk him into it, so I'm going to have to seduce him. If sleeping with him is what I have to do, then I will. He had always wanted me. Now is his chance. I think you're making a big mistake, she said, reaching into her purse and taking out a condom and handing it to Blair. I know you're on the pill, but take this. You can never be too careful. Smiling, she takes it. Thanks, but I'm sure he has his own. I'd better not keep him waiting. I'll call you tomorrow and let you know what happens. Blair, wait. You don't have to do this. Just start up your own company. She gave Rachel a hug. Thanks for worrying about me, but I'll be all right. 4 years men have been using women, so why can't we use them? I'll talk to you tomorrow. Austin was waiting for her by the door. He smiled when he saw her walking toward him. My car is right outside. Putting his hand on the small of her back, they left the building. Her eyes went wide when she saw his car. Wow, a Porsche 911. Is this your car? I've always wanted to ride in one of these. Yes, it's mine, and now's your chance, he said, opening the door for her. Once she was seated, he went around to his side and got in. You must have just gotten it. It has that new car smell. Yes, a few days ago. I have a red Chevrolet Corvette. It's nice too, but this, man, it's amazing. When they got to her building, he insisted on walking her to her door, which she had planned on him doing. Taking her key from her purse, she held it in her hand and turned to look at him. Would you like to come in for a drink before you leave? I'd like that, he answered. Taking the key from her hand, he unlocks the door. Handing it back to her, he stepped aside, allowing her to go in first. His eyes looked over the place. It was elegant, classy, and too damn clean, he thought to himself. He figured she had a cleaning lady come in daily to keep it this spotless. It was not his cup of tea though. Too much glass and expensive furnishings. He preferred the more lived-in feeling, a place where you could come home after a long day and put your feet up on the table. Here he suspected she would freak if one did that. It was just too neat and clean for his taste. Chapter 4. She placed her purse and keys down on a small table by the door and then turns to him. Would you mind if I slip into something more comfortable? She asked, slipping off her heels. No, go right ahead. Turning her back to him, she looks over her shoulder. Could you pull down the zipper for me? It's hard for me to reach. A smile crossed his face. He knew what she was up to, and it always amazed him how women could do it up themselves, but when a man was around they needed help. He took his time as he slowly pulled it down, his eyes on her skin, his neck getting hard, and he could tell she was wearing a thong. She had a great bum, and he could picture himself kissing and licking it. There you go, he said, moving away. She turned slowly to look at him, her hands holding the top of her dress up so that it wouldn't fall down. Thank you. Pour us something to drink from the bar. She points over to a glass-covered cabinet. I'll just be a minute. She could feel his eyes on her as she walked away. Since she was drinking gin and tonic at the reunion, that was what he poured for her, and scotch for himself. He takes them over to the sofa and sits down. He looked up when she came back wearing a short robe, and he would bet his last dollar she was naked under it. Sitting down next to him on the sofa, she picks up her drink, takes a sip, and makes a face. Wow, this is a bit strong. I thought you liked strong things. I do, but not my drinks. So tell me, what have you been up to since I last saw you? Is there no one special in your life? No, I don't have a lot of time for relationships. I was married once, for a very short time. My work as a lawyer keeps me busy. Let's see, after I graduated high school, I went to college and studied law. I'm a defense lawyer. Have you ever gotten someone off who was guilty? Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, but really, there must have been some who got away with their crime. Can you honestly say you haven't represented someone who you suspected of not being innocent? Even the best lawyer at times has a hard time knowing for sure if their client is innocent or guilty. What about you? Is there no one special in your life? I'm like you. There's been no one special. I'm also too busy to date. My work keeps me very busy. Even when I'm not at the office, I bring my work home with me. She puts her drink down and leans in closer to him. Why don't you relax and take off this tie? She said, her hand going to his neck, undoes his tie and undoes a couple of the buttons on his shirt. Now isn't that better? He watches her face while she started undressing him, wondering how far she would go. A small part of him was disappointed when she stopped. God, she smelled so good. He could almost feel the heat radiating from her fingers when they touched him, sending a tremor coursing through his body. What do you want from me, Blair? Who said I wanted something? I know you, and the only time you've ever paid attention to me was when you wanted something from me. Oh, Austin, that was years ago. I've changed since then. Maybe I find you attractive and just want to spend some time with you. She moves to straddle him and slowly opens her robe, revealing her nakedness to him. You can't tell me you don't feel the sparks between us. Shit, he swore when she revealed herself to him. His hands automatically went inside her robe and around her waist as he stared at her breasts. They were perfect, round and firm, her nipples erect, beckoning to him. He licked his lips. His heart began racing and his snake got hard. He wanted to push her off, but the animal in him came out. His one hand left her waist and took hold of her breast. Lowering his head, his mouth wrapped around it, sucking on the nipple, his tongue tickling the tip. Feeling it get harder, and he heard her moan. Removing his mouth from her, he grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her closer. His mouth came down hard on hers, his kiss causing her to gasp inside his mouth. Coming up for air, he flipped her over and onto the sofa. Removing his jacket and shirt as fast as he could, he laid on top of her. His lips went to her neck as he let his hand move over her body. His snake was throbbing, pressing against her. Right now he didn't care what she was after. It was obvious she wanted sex and hell. So did he. He could feel her hands moving over his back. So soft, so sensual. Her body was squirming under him, her moans getting louder. When he reached between her legs and felt how wet she was, he stroked her clit before pushing two fingers inside her. He moved his mouth to her, his kiss hard and forceful, and soon he felt her juices squirting over his fingers when she came, her orgasm rocking her body. Getting up, he pulls down his pants and briefs, kicking them away after taking a condom from his pocket and rolling it over his throbbing erection. He looks down at her, her face flushed, her eyes glazed over when she looked back at him. He needed more room to work. He needed a bed, so pulling her up barked at her to wrap her legs around him. "Where is your bedroom?" he asked, his breathing coming out ragged. She points to a hallway and starts kissing his neck as he carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. Getting on top of her, stripped of her robe, she opened her legs, giving him access to enter her. She gasped when she felt how big he was as he filled her, and he started thrusting slowly at first. She looked into his eyes when he lifted his head to look at her. There was such intensity and lust in his eyes as he started moving faster and harder. She clenched her muscles around his cock, hearing him moan as he lowered his head to kiss her, running her one hand through his hair, pulling him in closer. Her other hand moved over his back. Feeling how toned his back was made her tremble with desire. He had always dreamed of making love to her back in high school, but he was never good enough for her. Now here he was, and it felt really good. So worth the wait. His snake felt so hot as it was buried deep inside her warmth. Her hands sent shivers throughout his body as she moved over him. Her hand pulling on his hair only excited him more. He wanted to punish her by making her wait before she came. Just when he knew she was about to have an orgasm, he stopped before moving again, torturing her longer. "Austin, please," she begged. "Please what?" he asked through breathy pants. "Fuck me already," she cried out, pushing her hips up, trying to get his snake to go in further. "I can't wait any longer." If it weren't for him being so close himself, he would have made her wait longer. He started pounding into her, fast and hard, his heart racing and sweat dripping down from his forehead. He grunted loudly as he gave two hard thrusts into her, making them both come. He heard her scream his name when she came at the same time as he did. He waited until his heart rate slowed down before rolling off her and onto his back. That was the best sex he ever had. It was all he thought it would be with her. "That was amazing," she said, turning her head to look at him. He looks back. "Yes, it sure was," he said. Getting out of bed, he removes the condom and dropping it into the wastebasket by the side of the bed. "It's late. I've got to go." Lifting herself up and resting on her elbows stops him from leaving the room. "You don't have to leave. You could spend the night." "No thanks. The SX was great, but it was a one-time deal. There's no reason for me to stay the night." He walks out, went to the living room to get his clothes and started putting them on when she showed up wearing her robe. "So all you wanted was to fuck me?" He looked at her with scorn. "Me? It was you who wanted to fuck, so I gave you what you wanted and I admit it was great. Thank you." "That's so cold," she snapped. "What did you expect? Can we at least sit down and talk? If it wasn't just SX you asked me here for, then what?" "You're right. I did have a reason for getting in touch with you. It's a long story. Let me make us some coffee and I'll tell you." "After you." He motioned with his hand and followed her into the kitchen, and he sat her down while she started the coffee. He was curious as to what she wanted from him. His eyes moved over the back of her down to her legs. He got hot just looking at her, knowing he just had sex with her. She brought over their drinks. She also set out some muffins and sat her down across from him. "So I'm waiting for you to explain. Mr. Reader has decided to sell his company. He wants to retire and I want to buy it." "Okay, so you want a lawyer, but I'm a defense lawyer." "No, I don't need a lawyer. I already have one. What do you want with me? We've known each other for a long time and I trust you. I found out through the grapevine that he'll only sell to someone who is in a committed relationship, someone who has the same values as he has when it comes to family. Are you asking me to be your boyfriend? Is this why you seduced me into having sex with you? I must say you're wasting your time with me. I have no intentions of being with you. This was the only time I'll be with you. I'm not asking you to be my boyfriend. That's not what I want. Then what? He asked, looking at her with furrowed brows as he drank his coffee. Mr. Reader will only sell to someone who is married. I need a husband. It's the only way he'll sell to me. You're a beautiful and SI woman. I'm sure there are plenty of men out there that would give their left nut to be married to you. So why not go to them? There's no one I trust not to take advantage of the situation. They would want more than I'm willing to give. I don't want a husband in the normal sense, just someone temporarily to help me to get the company. So you want me to find someone for you? Is that what this is all about? He started to get a weird feeling, and hoped she wasn't thinking that he would help her out by marrying her. He wasn't thrilled either about being a part of finding a man for her. I don't need you to find someone for me. I already have picked someone out. Ew, he asked, his muscles tensed up. You, she said point blank. I want to marry you. He had just taken a swallow of his drink, and when she said she wanted to marry him, he almost choked on the liquid as it made its way down his throat. Chapter 5. Picking up a napkin, he wipes his mouth and stares at her, thinking she must have lost her mind. You want me to marry you? Are you crazy? It wouldn't be a real marriage, and we only have to stay married for a few months. Once I buy the company, we only have to be together long enough until Mr. Reader is satisfied that he sold his company to the right person. Later we can say it didn't work out. We wouldn't be hurting anyone. You would be acquiring the business under false pretenses. You would not only be committing fraud, but it's also morally wrong. I knew the moment you contacted me that you wanted something. You haven't changed at all. You're the same spoiled rich brat that uses people to get what you want. Well, you can count me out. I won't be a part of the scheme of yours. Find someone else, he said. Getting up, he heads out of the kitchen and towards the door. Before he could make it to the door, she got there first and stood in his way, leaning against the door. Austin, please hear me out. There's no one else I can trust. Only you. I need your help. She puts her arms around his neck, pressing her body against his. So this is why you had sex with me, to seduce me into going along with your plan. No, I didn't sleep with you for that reason. I did it because I was attracted to you. I don't regret sleeping with you. It was great and we have chemistry between us. If you'll help me, I will make it worth your while. By using your body. No thanks, he said, removing her arms from around his neck. No, I meant I would pay you $200,000. $200,000, he scoffed. That's peanuts to me. You'll have to do better than that, sweetheart. Undoing her robe, she lets it drop to the floor. You will be able to have this whenever you want. I know you enjoyed making love to me, being married. Even for a short time you can have me. You did enjoy it, right? He moved closer to her, his one arm going around her waist, drawing her naked body close to him, his free hand cupping the side of her face. Damn, you are so SI and it's tempting. But if I want sex from you, I could have it without marrying you. He brushed his lips softly against hers before letting her go. Bending down, he picks up the robe and hands it to her. See you around, Dal. Will you at least think about it? She asked as she put the robe back on. She swore loudly when he just laughed and walked out, shutting the door behind him. Well, she wasn't about to give up. One way or another she would get him to agree and was willing to do whatever it took. The next day, being Sunday, she was going over some paperwork when Rachel showed up, bringing lattes and bagels. So how did it go with Austin? Did you get him to agree to marry you? Not yet, but he will, she answered, sitting down to eat what Rachel brought. He has changed a lot since school. It might take more work to convince him. You slept with him, didn't you? Her face turned a light shade of red, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Yes, but not to get him to agree to my plan. It just happened. It was amazing. The best sex I've ever had. His body, oh man, it's so toned and muscular. He really knows what he's doing and how to please a woman. Rachel smiled. She'd never seen Blair this way, all glowing and dreamy-eyed. So tell me, has he got a mini sizzler or a big sausage? Blair blushed. There's nothing mini about him. She thought back to when they made love. And seeing him, she wondered if she would be able to feed all of him inside her. He filled her to the core. Some people say it's not how big it is but how they work it. Those who say that obviously never been with a man that was as well endowed as Austin was. Just thinking of all he did to her, and how it felt having him inside her, she felt her panties getting wet. Maybe you should have waited before sleeping with him. Make him work harder to get you into bed. Aren't you the one who said I should use it before I lose it? Yes, but holy cow, Blair. He already fucked you, so why would he give you what you want? I really don't see him going along with a marriage, knowing it's not going to last. He doesn't need the money, so what else is in it for him? There has to be something he wants. Everyone has a price. Let's go shopping. I need something SI to wear for the next time I see him. Monday morning. Austin Saturday behind his desk going over some files on his next case, but his mind kept going back to Blair and the great SX they had. All through school he had wanted to be with her, wanted to know what it would be like to kiss her. It was even better than he imagined, and to have SX was the icing on the cake. She was perfect, her body was flawless, her hair a beautiful chestnut brown, and those big brown eyes of hers had him melting in them. But he knew that though she was high on the outside, she was shallow and rotten on the inside. He looked up when he heard Harry's voice. "Hey boss, how's it going?" he asked, sitting in the chair across from Austin. "It's all right. Did you get that information I asked for on the Sillers case?" "Yup, right here," he said, placing the folder in front of Austin. "So how was the reunion?" A smile crossed his face when he thought of Blair naked under him. "It went much better than I expected. Very satisfying. So I take it you talked to Miss Sherwin?" "Oh, that I did." "Did you find out what she wanted, or was it just to catch up?" "I was right about her. She did want something from me, and you aren't going to believe what it was." He drummed his fingers on his desk and looked at Harry. He could tell the man was dying to know what it was. "After she seduced me into sleeping with her, she told me she wanted me to marry her." Harry's eyes just about popped out of his eye sockets when he stared at Austin. "What? Are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding you. In order to buy the company that she works for, she has to be a married woman. Apparently, the marriage will not be a real one in the traditional sense, but one that will end in a few months. She even offered me money to do it. That girl has not changed one little bit, still using people to get what she wants." "Are you going to do it?" "Hell no, but at least I got to bang her, and man was it ever good." "Is she as pretty as her picture?" "Even more so. I bet she has great tits." "Tits? Seriously, Harry, we're not in school anymore, and yes, she has amazing breasts, but I won't be seeing her again. It was a one-time thing." "You've been saying how you would like to get back at her for treating you like a dog all those years ago. This could be your chance. Tell her you'll marry her. Fuck her as often as you can. And when the time comes, you can refuse to go through with the wedding." Austin Saturday back in his Italian leather chair, scratching his chin as a plan came to mind. "She was the best lay I've ever had, and I wouldn't mind banging her a while longer. But I have a better idea." Harry saw that glint in Austin's eyes, and knew he was hatching an evil plan. It actually sent a shiver down his spine. Over the years of working for him and becoming good friends, he had seen firsthand how cruel he could be when someone crossed him. "What's on your mind?" "I'm going to agree to marry her, but when the time comes that she wants a divorce, I won't give her one unless she agrees to my terms." "What kind of terms?" "I'm not sure yet, but I want you to do some checking for me. Find out who all has shares in that company. I want their names and how many shares they own. Also, check into Blair's past. Find out who she had dated and what she's been up to for the last few years. See if you can find any dirt on her." "I'll get right on it," he said. Standing up, he looks at Austin. "Are you sure you know what you're doing? And did she hurt you that bad that you want to destroy her?" "Just do as I asked," he said, not answering Harry's question. He then picked up his phone and texted Blair. "Blair, I've given some thought to our conversation the other night. I would like to get together for dinner tonight to discuss it. If you're still interested, meet me at La Rouse around 7. Austin." Blair and Rachel were busy making the final arrangements for the photo shoot for their new brand of lipstick when she heard her phone pinging. Looking down at the name that appeared, she raised her eyebrow and looked across the table at Rachel. "It's from Austin," she said as she read the message. "Really? What does he say?" "He wants to meet me for dinner tonight to discuss what we talked about." She smiled, thinking she had won. "This was a lot easier than I thought it would be. I'm glad now we went shopping. I can wear the new dress I bought. Austin won't know what hit him when he sees me in it." Rachel made a grunting sound, shaking her head. Yeah, a little too easy. I have a bad feeling about this. I wonder if he's up to something. Maybe you should forget about him and find someone else. It's Austin I want. Oh Blair, don't let good snake impair your judgment. I can handle Austin and enjoy great SX too. She started texting him back. Austin, so happy to hear from you. I will be looking forward to seeing you later. There, it's done, she said when she put the phone down. I hope you know what you're doing. Trust me, I do. Now we better get over to the studio. I want to make sure the shoot goes as planned. I just know that new lipstick is going to be a big hit. Women will be fighting in line to get at it. At the studio, and her being a perfectionist, she wasn't happy with the outfit the model was wearing, so demanded that she change. She knew everyone was rolling their eyes and calling her a bitch behind her back, but she didn't care. All that mattered to her was that everything was perfect. Finally, after a dousing changes and shots, she was pleased with the outcome. Can you finish up here? I want to get my hair and nails done for my date tonight. Sure Blair, you go on and do what you have to. I'll see you at work tomorrow, and good luck with Austin. Just do me a favor. What? She asked, sensing where this was going. Be careful around Austin. You said yourself he's different. I don't want to see you end up getting hurt. Rachel, you are my best friend. Hell, you're my only friend, and it's sweet how you worry about me. But you know me, I can take care of myself. You can stop this nonsense, Blair. Don't go through with it. Giving Rachel a hug, she smiled at her. I'll be fine. You'll see, she said before leaving. Chapter 6. She wanted everything to be perfect for tonight. She had highlights put in her hair and her nails done. At first, she debated on wearing another black dress, since the one she wore to the reunion was also black. But this one was so low-cut, showing off her breasts, she knew he wouldn't be able to resist looking at them. He was obviously a breast man, since he paid so much attention to them the night they slept together. She felt a tingle go through her, moving down to between her legs. Remembering the way he licked and sucked on them and the way his hand caressed them, she felt the pool of moisture filling her pussycat. Austin Saturday at the table he reserved, waiting for Blair, who was already 10 minutes late. He checked his watch again, getting annoyed. It was just like her to be late. She was never considerate of other people. Then he saw her. She had on this dress that had a plunging neckline, revealing her perfect breasts. The dress was short, showing off her long, slender legs, and she had on stilettos which made her legs appear more shapely. He never understood how women could walk in them without breaking their necks. She looked like she walked out of a fashion magazine, and he found her beauty a tad bit overwhelming. He gets up to pull her chair out for her. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long, she said as she sat her down, flashing him one of her S-size smiles. It's all right, I've ordered champagne. Would you like a glass now? Yes, please. He poured them both a glass, and watched her when she brought it to her lips and took a drink, leaving a smudge of red lipstick on the rim of the glass. How is it? He asked her. It's a little flat, she said, and waved the waiter over. He lowered his eyebrows and stared at her. Blair, there is nothing wrong with the champagne. I find it's flat, and this is a very expensive bottle, so you should expect the best. When the waiter came over, and she demanded a new bottle, Austin was pissed at the rude way she was talking to the elderly man. He waited till the man had left before letting his feelings known to her. You had no right to talk to that man the way you did. You were extremely rude. When you pay for the best, you should get it. Never mind about that. You said you wanted to talk. Have you decided to become my temporary husband? We can discuss that later. Let's just have a nice meal and get to know each other a little better. I want to know more about you, what you've been doing, what you do for fun, and about the men in your life. Before she could say anything, the waiter came back over with the champagne and had her taste it. She smiled up at him and nodded. Yes, this is much better. Thank you. The man then poured her a glass and one for Austin before leaving, and another waiter came over to take their order. This one was a younger man. Austin sat back and watched the waiter as he took their order. The young man couldn't take his eyes off of her breasts. That will be all, he said when the man lingered. He shakes his head at her. I think your breasts were distracting him. She gives him a sinful smile as she ran her fingertips down the top of her dress, close to her skin. Are they distracting you too? It is hard not to notice them since your outfit is very revealing. He wiped the edge of his mouth with his finger, hoping he wasn't drooling. Now, tell me about yourself. They talked until the food arrived. She even had him talking about himself. She even got him talking a little about his marriage, a marriage that only lasted 6 months. She tried to get him to tell her why it didn't last, but he refused to discuss it with her, saying it was a long time ago. Once again, Austin got annoyed with Blair when she complained that her food was cold and demanded that they take it back and bring her another one. When the waiter left with her plate, he leaned over the table, glaring angrily at her. "Are you always a bitch to servers when you go somewhere? Stop being so spoiled and enjoy the food. If I don't like something, I will speak up. The food here is excellent, so behave or I'll get up and leave you here alone. Have I made myself clear?" "Fine," she said, crossing her arms across her chest, making her breasts more noticeable. When her food arrived, she just picked at hers. No one had dared to talk to her like this before. She would have mouthed back but didn't want to risk him leaving, still hoping he would agree to marry her. When the meal was finished and the plates were taken away, she sat her day back, the glass of champagne in her hand. "Okay, we ate. We talked, now I want to know what you decided about my proposal." "Not here. Let's go somewhere more private," he said, his eyes going momentarily to her chest. "We could go back to my place," she answered back. "Did you bring your car?" he asked, not knowing if she even drove. He could picture her as one who was always chauffeured around. "I took a cab here, in case I drank too much. I guess you'll have to drive me home." Paying the bill and giving the waiters a hefty tip, he placed his hand on the small of her back as they left the restaurant. His car was brought around to the front, and he waited until she was seated before going around to the driver's side. When they reached her place and were inside, she went over to the bar and poured them a shot of bourbon. "So are you going to keep me in suspense or tell me your decision?" Taking the glass she handed him, he set it back down, took hers and did the same thing. He didn't want to talk right now. What he wanted was to get her into bed. He pulled her closer to him, his one hand going over her chest. He slipped it inside her dress, cupping her breast, his thumb rubbing her nipple, and he felt it getting hard. "I think I need a little incentive, something to help convince me." He lowered his mouth onto hers. His kiss deepened, crushing her lips, but he heard her moan and her arms going around his neck. He wasn't sure what had happened. He didn't plan on having sex with her, but then, he already had a taste of her and wanted more. All he was going to do was talk to her, letting her know what his terms were going to be, but being alone with her, the way she looked in that dress with her breasts almost popping out. He lost all control. Lips still locked, he moved his hands behind her, pulling the zipper of her dress down. He then slid it down over her shoulders, letting it fall to the floor by her feet. Breaking apart, he stepped back, his eyes going to her breasts and seeing how the nipples were full and erect. While he debated on staying or going, she moved closer and took off his tie and unbuttoned his shirt, spreading it open to place her lips on his chest. When she swiped her tongue over his nipple, he let out a groan, grabbed a fistful of her hair, drew her head up so he could kiss her, his snake rock hard and throbbing. He picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom, where he laid her down on the bed. He removes his jacket and shirt, looking at her laying there in only her panties and heels. Pants off and tossed away, he straddles her, his lips on her breasts. He licks and sucked on them before moving down, leaving a trail of wet kisses along the way. He pulls her panties down slowly. Seeing she had gotten a Brazilian wax got him even more turned on. He removed her heels and, placing his hands on her knees, spread her legs apart, putting his mouth over her pussy cat. His tongue darted inside her. She was so wet, her body squirming as he pleasured her with his tongue and mouth. She came fast and hard, her screams loud. Moving up, he hovered over her, rubbing his snake over her pussy cat. "Austin, I want you inside me." His brain had turned to mush. All he could think about was how sweet she tasted, how good her skin felt under his lips. He reached over the edge of the bed, and picking up his pants, took out a condom. He placed the palms of his hands on the bed, looking down at her. When he slowly entered her, she looked even more beautiful with her facial expressions as he moved up and down, every now and then thrusting hard only to slow down. Her hands were above her head, hanging onto the bedpost as she raised her hips to meet his thrusts. He enjoyed listening to her whimpers and moans and hearing his name coming from her mouth. Grabbing a hold of her legs, he put them over his shoulders, his lips claiming hers as he started thrusting hard into her. He could feel her coming over his snake when her body shook and he was so close to calming himself. He liked the way it felt being inside her. She was so wet and hot, his snake throbbing. He couldn't hold back. He let out a deep throat grunt when he released, the ache in his balls disappearing when he gave one last hard thrust into her. Moving her legs down, he collapsed on top of her. He kissed her neck, loving the taste of her. She had always thought it was a myth when people said that they saw sparks of light behind their lids when they experienced the best orgasm. But now she knew it was true. Not only did she see it herself, she also felt as though her body was on fire, blood coursing through her veins. She put her arms around him, running her hands over his back. She felt all warm inside. No man had ever made her feel what she was feeling at this moment. When he rolled off her and onto his back, she snuggled up to him, putting her head on his chest. She didn't want this, whatever it was, to end. Austin, that was so good. He closed his eyes, putting his arm around her. Yes, it was amazing, even better than the first time. I think I need to take a shower. Care to join me? She looks up at him. She was happy that he didn't want to get dressed and leave, hoping he might even stay the night. I'd love to. They showered together, lathering each other with soap, and ended up having sex. He had the good sense to take a condom in with him, just in case they needed it. What was forbidden fruit to him in high school was now being handed to him on a silver platter, and he was going to enjoy it while it lasted. While she was drying her hair, he was getting dressed. When she came from the bathroom, she was hurt. Aren't you going to spend the night? No, I have some files to go over before court on Monday. He walked over to her, pulled her into him, and gives her a long kiss. See you later, he said, and walked out to the door to leave. Wait, I thought we were going to talk about my plan. He ran his hand through his hair, taking his hand off the door, turned to look at her. He had forgotten all about it, but now that she reminded him, he went and sat her down on the sofa. Chapter 7. He waited for her to sit down before he started talking. I've decided to do it, but before you get excited, I have some conditions first. Taking a strand of hair, she twirled it around her finger. Conditions? What conditions? She asked, suddenly feeling nervous. All right, here goes. Once married, we'll be living in my home, not here. You'll have your own bedroom, and we won't be having any more sex. We wouldn't want to complicate things by getting sexually involved. While we are still legally married, neither one of us will get involved with the opposite sex. We'll sign a prenup, and when the time is right, we'll divorce. Until then, you will behave like a loving wife around other people. You will have to go with me to parties and to other functions. I can live with those conditions, but why can't we live here? Because I don't really like it. It's all glass and doesn't have that county feeling. I own a beautiful home with lots of rooms. I have a home office, a gym, a pool out back. What am I supposed to do with this place? I don't care what you do with it. Sell it, or lease it out, or you can leave it empty until you're ready to move back in. It would make sense to keep it. Once we're divorced, I'll need a place to live. Okay, you win. I agree to your terms. There is one more thing, he said, sitting back with a smirk on his face. A shiver went down her spine when she saw the look on his face. What? She asked, her voice cracking. Something told her she wasn't going to like what he had to say. I want 30 shares in New Women's Cosmetics. She sat there with her mouth open. It took her a few minutes to grasp what he had said. 30 shares? Are you out of your freaking mind? There's no way I'm giving you that many shares. Have you any idea what even one share's worth? I'm not a fool, Blair. I've done my homework. There's no way, she said, her eyes flashing with anger as she crossed her arms. He stood up, looking down at her, his lips set in a firm line. If you're not willing to give me those shares, and you can find another sucker to go along with your plan. She glared at him. I'll give you 5 shares. Forget it, he said, and started walking towards the door. Wait, she shouted. I'll make it 10 shares. 20 and you have a deal, he said, waiting for her answer. She twisted her finger through her hair while she thought it over. All the other shareholders only had 1 to 5 shares. She had the most shares, and giving him 20 of her shares, she would still have 40 shares left. Giving him that many would be a big gamble, but in the end, it would be worth it. The company would be all hers, and she'd still own the majority amount of shares. All right, I'll give you 20, but only after we are legally married and when I own the company. Then we have a deal. I'll go ahead and arrange for someone to marry us and you can start packing. We'll get together later on in the week and go shopping for wedding bands. What about your parents? How are they going to feel about you getting married so quickly? My parents are on a trip around the world. By the time they get back, we'll already be divorced, so they'll never have to know about it. You don't think they'll find out about it from friends or the media? If they do, I'll handle it. Mr. Ritter will be back in 3 weeks. We need to marry right away. I will be telling him we dated in high school and recently met and fell in love all over again. Also, that we've been keeping our relationship a secret for a while now and we decided to elope. You will have to go along with my story when and if you meet him. I'll call you, he said as he walked out the door. She slammed the door behind him. The nerve of him to demand so much, and yet she had no choice but to agree. As for the no sex part, screw him. If she wanted it, she knew she could seduce him into it. He may be an arrogant jerk, but he was still a man with desires, and has already shown weakness when it came to having sex with her. Smiling to herself, she also knew he might resist at first, but she was looking forward to the challenge. The following Monday, she received a call from him, telling her to meet him at Ace Jewelry Store around noon. She was actually surprised that he picked that peculiar store. It was one of the most expensive places around. You even had to make an appointment to go in there, and word around was you sometimes had to wait up to a month before getting the appointment. Clearing her schedule, she drives to the store, parks her car, and sees Austin standing there in his suit, looking all hot and her heart started fluttering. Were you waiting long? She asked, not really caring if he had or not. No, you're right on time. They're waiting for us, he said, rapping on the glass door, and when a security guard unlocked the door, he let her walk in first. Mr. Cook, it is a pleasure having you as a customer, and good to see you again, Miss Sherwin. Mr. Ace said, shaking both of their hands. Now, how can I help you today? I want a pair of matching wedding bands. Oh, are you and Miss Sherwin getting married? Austin puts his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Yes, and we plan on marrying right away. Well, congratulations to the two of you. They were shown several of the top-selling bands, but Austin couldn't decide. Blair would have been happy with a cheap band from one of the small and less expensive stores. Then he saw the one he wanted. It had diamonds all the way around. The price of them had her in shock. She wondered why he would want to spend so much on bands when they planned on ending the marriage in under a year. We'll take these, he said, not bothering to ask her opinion. Now let's look at some engagement rings. Austin, can I speak to you alone for a second? She pulls him over to the far end of the counter so that Mr. Ace couldn't hear them. What are you doing? I don't need an engagement ring. It would be a waste of money, not to mention pointless. It wouldn't look right for you not to have one. My colleagues would think I'm cheap. We do have a reputation to uphold. Once the marriage ends, he will give back the rings. I may be able to sell them. He turned and walked away, going back over to the owner. Mr. Ace pulled out a tray of expensive and unique diamond engagement rings. These are a few of our newest ones that just arrived today. Each is one of a kind. Austin rubbed his chin as he looked each one over. She just stared at them. I like this one, he said, picking it up, checked it over. It was gorgeous, the way it looked like a flower with diamonds all around. He grabbed her left hand and slid it over her finger. He was thrilled that it was a perfect fit. Do you like this one? He asked her, smiling when he saw how her eyes lit up. It's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen, but it's $200,000, way too expensive. All he did was smile at her and hand the owner his card. When the rings have been sized, have them sent to my office. I want them as soon as possible. The engagement ring she'll wear now. When they got outside, she holds up her hand to admire the ring, which sparkled in the sunlight. It really is spectacular, but you shouldn't have gotten one so expensive. I believe in buying nothing but the best. We have time for lunch before we go back to work, but I must ask that you not give the waiters a hard time. Try to be polite this time. He took her to a place around the corner, pulling her chair out for her. He was pleased that she behaved. Eating the meal he ordered for them both. I've arranged for someone to marry us on Friday. It will take place at your apartment, and from there we'll take your belongings back to my place. So make sure to pack whatever you need. So soon? She asked, nervously. It was you that said it had to be done right away, before your boss returns from his vacation. He signaled for the waiter to bring the check over so he could pay. Yes, you're right. The sooner the better. Do we not need a witness? The man marrying us is bringing his wife. She can witness it. He saw the look of sadness on her face. Is there a problem? It's not every day a girl gets married. I was hoping to have my friend with me on that day. I know it's not a real marriage, and I don't expect anything romantic, but still, it would have been nice to have her there. If it means that much to you, then have her there. Thank you. It would mean a lot to me. Blair, you do know we won't be going on a honeymoon, right? She looks down at the table. It would have been nice to go away somewhere for the weekend. Maybe take in a play or go sightseeing. Look at me, Blair. When she did, he frowned at her. You must realize that since we are doing this for reasons other than love, it would be a joke to take a honeymoon. I'm a very busy man and have an important case coming up. I'll be working at home all weekend. She twisted her finger around a strand of her hair. You're right, of course. I'm busy too and need to catch up on some new ideas for the company. She was starting to regret her decision to marry, especially for the reason she was. As a young girl, she had dreamed of the day her Prince Charming would come and sweep her off her feet, but so far all she had ever kissed were frogs. It was too late now to back out, and there was the company that she wanted more than anything. I'll walk you to your car, he said, standing up as he waited for her. Thank you for lunch and for this amazing ring. Don't get too attached to it. I will be taking it from you when we end things. I do think it suits you. When they got to her car, he opens the door for her to getting behind the wheel. I will have the prenup and our contract finished by Wednesday for both of us to sign. I'll come by your place that night. You can look it over, and if you don't trust me, you can have your lawyer check it out. I don't want anyone knowing what we're doing, so I'll check it myself. I'm pretty smart when it comes to legal forms and so on. I'm also hoping I can trust you not to pull anything underhanded. All I want is the shares and to be free once the company is fully yours. I'll see you Wednesday. Turning the key, she waved goodbye and headed back to her office. She still had a lot of work to do before the end of the day. Chapter 8. Back at her office, she opens her laptop and gets to work, trying to get her mind off Austin. He was not easy to stop thinking about. Not only had he turned into a major hunk, but his whole demeanor had changed from a sweet and caring boy to a man with confidence. He had also become harder, ruthless, a man who was no longer a pushover. A knock at her door jarred her out of her thoughts, and she waved Rachel in. Hi, what's up? She asked, setting her laptop aside. The report on the new lipstick just came. It's a big hit. Women are flocking to the store to buy it by the hundreds. I think we should come up with more shades as soon as possible. What do you think? I'm way ahead of you. I've been coming up with a few new shades that I think will be a hit. I also want perfume to go with it. Maybe make a package with both the lipstick and perfume as a set. Hold on 1 minute. Rachel squeals and reaching over the desk grabs her hand. What the hell? This is some ring. Oh, yeah. Austin and I went shopping for wedding bands, and he bought me this ring. I thought this wasn't going to be a real wedding. I can understand needing the bands, but what's up with the diamond engagement ring? I know. I told him it was crazy. That I didn't need one, but he was worried about his reputation. He didn't want people to think he was cheap. He paid a small fortune for it, but did say he wanted it back later. You could keep it, you know. Once you're legally married, you are entitled to keep it if the marriage ends. I know, but he can have it back. This reminds me, what are you doing Friday night? I don't have anything planned. Why? We're getting married at my place and I would love to have you there with me. For moral support, it will just be the three of us and whoever is going to marry us. Yes, I'll be there. Are you guys going anywhere for a honeymoon? No, he has a case to work on and I'm also busy. Besides, what's the point of a honeymoon when the marriage is fake? I should tell you he threw in some conditions into our arrangement. One is there won't be any more sex between us. No sex. Well, I wonder how long that will last. I mean, look at the man. He's so damn hot, I don't see you being able to keep your hands off him. That shouldn't be a problem, since he has informed me I'll have my own bedroom. She smiled and looked at Rachel. If he thinks separate bedrooms is going to stop me from having him, if I want him, he's crazy. A girl has needs and I've already had a taste of what he can offer. So if he thinks I'm going to go months without sex, he has another thing coming. Well, it's not a very romantic way of getting married. In your apartment. But even so, there's no reason why you can't look nice that day. We'll go shopping and get you something special to wear. By the time we're done with him, he'll be forgetting all about this no sex crap. After work, the two of them went shopping, found a cute little white dress, then went and had something to eat. Would it be alright if I brought a date to your wedding? A date? I didn't know you were seeing anyone. I met him at a bar a while ago and we've been seeing each other. His name is Rodney Kelly and I think you'll like him. Blair Saturday back in her seat. She knew Austin wouldn't be happy about having another person there. He had wanted to just get it over with no fuss, but whether he liked it or not, they were going to have a bit of a celebration. After all, she wasn't going to let him call all the shots. Yes, bring him. It'll be fun. Wednesday night, Austin showed up around 7 bringing with him the papers to be signed and some Chinese takeout. I thought we could eat dinner while you go over the papers. He looks her up and down. She was wearing shorts and a halter top, one that showed off her flat stomach. A stirring of heated desire rose from the pit of his gut, but he felt the urge to take her right there. Great. I'm starving and I love Chinese food. Let's take it into the kitchen and I'll get us some plates and you can open up a bottle of wine. Taking the food from him, she walks ahead of him, knowing he was checking her out. She deliberately wore what she did to see if he could resist her. So far he was showing restraint, but she also noticed him sweating. He followed behind her into the kitchen. Her sweet little bum was swaying from side to side. The top she wore barely covered her breasts, and he had a feeling she was deliberately trying to get him worked up. And damn, it was working. His palms were sweaty. His snake started letting him know that if he didn't stop looking at her, it would be making an appearance out of his pants soon. So sitting down, he averted his eyes from her. When she bent over to pick up the towel, he knew she dropped on purpose. I'm sure you will find everything in here as we discussed. You will keep what is yours and I'll keep what is mine. We will act like a loving couple around others, but in private. We won't have to put on a show. We can be ourselves. She sat her down across from him and started loading her plate up. Are you sure you want SX off the table? I mean, it will be months before you're free and can be with another woman. Can you really wait that long? I've waited longer. Blair, let me make something clear. If you have SX with anyone, I will tell Mr. Ritter the truth about our deal. I will not be made a fool of again by having my wife cheating on me. She stopped to look at him. Is that what happened to you? Did your ex cheat on you? His eyes grew dark. A shade of red crept up his neck. I won't discuss this with you. He picked up his glass of wine and took a drink. Setting it down, he started eating. Seeing she wasn't going to get any more from him, she picks up the papers and starts reading as she ate. It looks all right, just as we discussed. But if it's all right, I'll keep them overnight and go over it again if you don't mind. We are getting married on Friday, so I will have to have them filed by Thursday. I can drop them off at your office on the way to work tomorrow, she said, setting them down and pouring them another glass of wine. All right, that will work. I'll get to see where my hubby works, so tell me, is your secretary young and hot? Do I have to worry when you work late? She asked, giving him a side smile. Grace is my secretary. She is the best one I've ever had and I won't lose her, so don't try anything. You didn't answer my question. Is she hot? He smiled, showing off his perfect white teeth. She's smoking hot. A redhead. He thought he saw a hint of the green-eyed devil in her eyes when he said that about Grace. Picking up her plate, she goes over to the trash bin and scrapes the leftovers into it, setting the plate in the sink. Would you like to stay the night? He shakes his head at her. I told you no sex. Yes, when we're married, but we aren't married yet, so why not? She asked, jumping up on the counter and crossing her legs, swinging them. Wiping his mouth with the napkin, he picked up his plate and placed it in the sink along with hers. He stands in front of her. His hand goes on her leg and moves up. As tempting as that sounds, it's better we refrain from SX right away. He then takes her chin in his hand. Just remember, if you get the urge to fuck someone, don't, or I will do as I promised. I'll tell Mr. Ritter. I'll go now, but I'll see you tomorrow. I'll show myself out, he said, giving her a quick kiss on her lips. He walked away. The next day, she enters his office and walks up to the woman behind the desk. She was around 50, wore glasses, and was a little on the heavy side. She looked like one of those sweet grandmothers with a friendly smile and soft voice. Can I help you, miss? Yes, I believe Mr. Cook is expecting me. Oh yes, Miss Sherwin, he told me to send you right in. What's her name? She asks the woman. Grace Smith. Blair smiled as she walked past her into Austin's office. He looks up when Blair entered. She had on a white pair of leather pants, a white matching leather top with the zipper pulled down low, showing an amazing cleavage. He couldn't help thinking that no matter what she wore, she looked SI as hell. Even his snake agreed when he felt it twitching inside his pants. Would he really be able to refrain from SX with her once she was under his roof? Hi Austin, I met Grace. He smiled to himself. Morning Blair, I'm glad you're here early. So did you go over it and is everything to your satisfaction? Before she could answer, there was a knock on the door and Grace entered, carrying 2 cups of hot coffee and sat them down on the desk. Mr. Cook told me how you liked your coffee, miss. Can I get you anything else? No thank you, this is fine, she said, thanking Grace before she walked out. She's nice, I like her. Picking up the cup, she crossed her legs and leaned back in the chair. I went over the papers a couple of times and yes, it all appears above board. The shares you asked for will be handed over to you when New Women's Cosmetics is officially mine. I can't wait, he said, watching her, his eyes moving down to her chest. Do you not think your top is a bit low for the workplace? It's casual Thursday, she said, then laughed. I'm in the fashion business and there's nothing wrong with my outfit. Just because we are going to be married does not give you the right to criticize the way I dress. You don't own or control me. You're right, I don't. But would you please do it up just a little? Placing her long painted fingernails on the zipper, she slowly pulls it down lower. Seeing his face turn red, she let out a soft laugh. Chill, I'm just toying with you, she said, pulling it back up. I have to get to work. Is this more suitable? She asks, pointing to her top. Yes, much better, thanks. So I will see you Friday night. And be sure to have your stuff packed and ready to go. It'll be done, no worries. When she got to the door she stopped, turning to look at him. Austin, thanks again for doing this for me. I know you are putting your life on hold for several months. I really do appreciate it. He stood, adjusting his tie. The deal is going to benefit both of us, so there's no need to thank me. By Blair. See you on Friday? Chapter 9. Friday she put on the short white dress she and Rachel had picked out for her to get married in. It wasn't really the right one for a wedding, but seeing it was only going to be for them, she figured what the hell. She also wanted to torture Austin. Let him see what he could have. If only he wasn't being such a bum. Rachel came bouncing into the room, looking gorgeous in her satin red dress. Austin and the minister are here. The champagne is opened, so now all that's left to do is for you to get out there and get the show on the road. Seeing how forlorn her friend looked, she went over, taking her hand. What's wrong? Do you want to cancel the wedding? No, I'm just nervous. After all, how often do I get married? I'm having second thoughts about this dress. Maybe it's to reveal and to get married in. Blair, you look beautiful and shy as hell. Wasn't it the plan to wear something that will get Austin's blood rising? Yup, she said. Standing, she held out her hand for Rachel to take. Let's go. I need a drink before I get married. Austin was not happy to find that Rachel had brought a date. He was even more upset to see champagne and finger foods set out. This was supposed to be a quick ceremony, not a damn party. But he kept his thoughts to himself as he accepted the glass of champagne. All eyes went to the two women when they entered the living room. Austin looks his bride-to-be up and down. She was wearing those damn stilettos. Again, her dress, though beautiful, was short and revealing. His eyes locked with hers. She was baiting him, but he wasn't about to let her win. Picking up a glass, walked over to her, handing her the drink. Nice dress. Do you not own one that is longer and one that doesn't reveal so much of your chest? She looks at him with a smirk on her face. I have great legs and amazing breasts, so why shouldn't I show them off? She placed her free hand on his chest, loving how hard it felt beneath her hand. I know you like them, don't you? He couldn't stop looking at her breasts, remembering what they felt and tasted like. What man wouldn't like them? I just think you could cover up once in a while. It does send the wrong message to some men. They might take it as an invitation. I can handle myself, she said. Moving closer, she rubs up against him, feeling how hard his snake was. She snickered. I see you are liking it. Backing away, he looks around to see if anyone was watching. Stop pushing my buttons. Your sexual advances will not work on me. Now let's get this wedding going. I have lots of work to do when we get home. With everyone in place, the minister asked if Austin had the rings, which he pulled from his pocket. With the words having been said, vows were taken and the matching wedding bands were placed on their fingers. They were pronounced man and wife. You may kiss the bride, the minister said, a smile on his face. When he didn't make a move to kiss her, Rachel and Rodney chanted, kiss her, putting his hand behind her head. The other one around her waist drew her in close, his mouth going down on hers. His kiss was deep, rough, letting her know who was in charge. He finally released her when he felt himself getting aroused. A glass of champagne was placed in his hand, and he stood back and watched as the other two congratulated her, and then him. He stood with Rodney as the women talked, giggling and admiring the band that was now on Blair's finger. You're a lucky man, Austin. Your wife is one beautiful woman. Yeah, I'm lucky, all right, he said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. He looked at his watch and then spoke loud enough so the others could hear him. Blair, it's time to go home. Rachel laughed and shook her head. You can't go home yet. We're taking you both out for a celebration dinner. Rodney and I already booked a table at Laura's. You have all weekend to do whatever it is you want to do. He was annoyed, more with Blair since she knew he wanted to go home right after the ceremony. She planned this knowing it, and La Rouse of all places, the place where last time they were there she embarrassed him, with her rude and snotty attitude. He felt he had no choice, so he agreed. Along with Rodney's help, they carried Blair's suitcases to his car, putting them in the trunk, and what wouldn't fit in there were put in the back seat. Rachel and Rodney drove to the restaurant in their car. He and Blair followed in his. "I'm really pissed at you right now," he said, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "But hubby, we just got married, so how can you be mad at me so soon? Don't play games with me. I'm not in the mood. I'll play along with this once, but only for your friend's sake. But after we eat, we're going straight home. Got it?" "Yes. Boy, are you ever a grump. No more tricks or surprises," he snapped at her. Once they were seated at their table, the wine along with shots were brought right over. By the time their meal arrived, they had consumed another bottle of wine and more shots. Austin knew Blair was getting wasted. Not even the food was helping as she kept ordering more shots of tequila. He didn't touch any of it, just sipped on his wine. When the meal was finished, she ordered another bottle and again more shots. By this time she was drunk and loud. "You've had enough to drink. We're going home now," he said, taking the shot from her. "Oh, lighten up, Austin. I'm just having some fun before I settle down to married life. I hope you aren't always going to be this much of a drag." He looked around and saw that people were starting to stare at them. Tossing his napkin down, he gets up, takes out his wallet and drops money on the table. "You to stay and enjoy the night on me. I'm taking my drunken wife home," he said, grabbing her arm, pulled her up. "Austin, let go of me," she said, slurring her words. After apologizing to the others and the staff, he managed to get her out of the restaurant and into his car. "This is the second time you embarrassed me at La Rouse. I won't be surprised if they never let me back in." When she looked at him and cracked a smile, it made him furious. "You think this is funny, don't you?" "A little. You're so uptight. I think you need something to relax you," she said as she reached under her dress and pulled down her panties and threw them at him. "What do you think you're doing?" "Touch me," she said, moving her dress up to her hips, exposing herself to him. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. He was a man, and seeing the way she was offering herself to him got him hard. "I never take advantage of drunk women," he growled, trying not to look at her. "I'm your wife. It's all right," she said, taking his hand, placed it over her pussycat. She moaned when she felt his fingers stroking her. His heart was pounding in his chest, his snake throbbing when he felt how wet she was. It felt so good. Giving his head a shake, he focused on the road and quickly moved his hand away, expecting to hear her protest, but when he glanced over, he saw she had passed out. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he knew he had come close to giving in. Thank goodness she was asleep, he thought as he pulled her dress down. Back at his home, he had to carry her inside, taking her upstairs to the bedroom he had picked out for her. It was far enough from his room to avoid any temptation. He laid her down on the bed, thinking he'd just leave her dressed. Then he got to thinking that the right thing to do was to remove her dress. After all, it was a designer dress and probably cost a fortune. So he lifted her up and removed her dress, taking off her heels, and now she was completely naked, and he took a long look before covering her up with a blanket. He left the room and went down to the car to get her things. It took 3 trips to bring them all to her room. Setting them down, he looks over at her. She was still out like a light. He ran his hand through his hair, messing it up. He just knew she wasn't going to make things easy for him. She will try to seduce him into bed. He had to be strong, had to fight the urge for his plan to work. She had to pay. But shit, did she have to be so damn hot and SI? Right now, with her asleep, she looked like an angel. So sweet, but awake she was a nightmare, and he suspected that it was just the beginning. Waking, she pulled herself up into a sitting position, rubbing her eyes. It took her a few minutes to remember what had happened. She was now a married woman, married to Austin. What she couldn't remember was how she got in this bed or how she got naked. She looked around at her surroundings. It was a beautiful room, large, and there was a door that she figured led to a balcony. There were a sofa and chair in the room, a small TV. Getting out of bed, she walked naked to what she hoped was the bathroom. It was. Turning on the shower, she steps in, letting the warm water run over her. She hoped it would make her feel better. She wished now that she hadn't drunk so much. It so wasn't worth the pounding headache she was experiencing. Looking at her hand and seeing the rings, she felt a little sad. She was married, and her new husband is refusing to sleep with her. Stepping from the shower, she wrapped a towel around her. She had to go and get her toothbrush and other items. As she entered the bedroom, there was a knock at the door, and when it opened she saw Austin with a tray. He knocked once and entered, thinking she would still be in bed, asleep. His eyes swept over her wrapped in a towel. Droplets of water dripped down from her hair and between her breasts. He could picture himself licking the water from her. "I wasn't sure if you would be awake or not. I figured you'd be hungry, so I made up some toast, fruit, juice and coffee," he said, setting the tray down on the table. "How's your head?" "Pounding," she replied. "No wonder. What with the amount of alcohol you drank. I hope you like your room. I had some things added, a TV and a makeup table. If there's anything else you require, just let me know and I'll get it for you. What I would like is to sleep in the same room as my husband. We've been through this before, Blair. It's better this way. What is wrong with us sleeping together and having sex while we're married? It'll complicate things. It's better this way. I have work to do, so when you're finished eating, I'd appreciate you taking the dirty dishes down to the kitchen." "I don't know where that is. I don't know where anything is," she answered bitterly. "You find it. In the meantime, make yourself at home. Feel free to explore and I'll see you later. Oh, and just so you know, my office is off limit." Chapter 10. Picking up the cup of coffee, she carried it out onto the balcony. Still in her towel, she stood there looking out at the view, drinking her coffee. Going back inside, she ate the food and drank the orange juice. Feeling a little more human, she gets dressed after putting all her clothes away. Taking the tray, she heads downstairs, looking for the kitchen. Finding the kitchen, she washed up her plates and set them on the rack to dry. She then decided to check out the place. Since she would be living here for a few months, it wasn't a mansion but still a very large home, and he certainly had good taste. Going outside, she saw the in-ground pool and went over, sticking her toe in. It was heated, and with it being a nice day, she figured she would change into her bathing suit and go for a swim. Swimsuit on, she takes her tablet with her, and after a swim, she would do some work. Since Austin was going to be busy in his office all weekend, she would keep busy with her own work. He wasn't the only one who was busy. For over an hour she enjoyed swimming. It was nice having the pool to herself. When she had enough, she gets out and dries off. Stretching out on the lounge chair, she opens her tablet and starts working. She wasn't sure how long she was buried in her work. Maybe a couple of hours or so, when she saw a shadow looming over her, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand. She looks up to see Austin in swim trunks. "I thought you were going to be working in your office all weekend." "Just taking a break," he answered, his eyes taking all of her in. Without saying anything else, he dives into the pool. Lowering her head, she pretended to be working when actually she was watching him. He looked so hot, with his muscles rippling with every stroke he made while swimming. When he came out of the pool, she licked her bottom lip as she watched the water trickling down from his hair onto his chest. There was also a pool of wetness between her legs. He was getting her hot, her core throbbing. Getting up, she grabbed his towel and handed it to him, letting him get a good look at her and hoping he would make a move on her. "Thanks," he said, taking it from her. "It'll be dinner soon. What are you planning on making?" "You expect me to cook. You are the wife, right?" "What a s thing to say. Just because I'm your wife doesn't mean it's my job to cook and clean for you. Maybe you should make dinner for me. That is if you can cook. Don't you have a cook or a housekeeper?" "I have a woman that comes in Monday through Friday to clean. She cooks dinner, and if I'm not home, she leaves it in the oven for me to heat up. Weekends are up to me to cook and clean. I want to make one thing clear to you. She is not here to cater to you, so I expect you to treat her with respect. Don't make any demands on her or cause her any extra work. Pick up after yourself. Now be a good wife and make us something to eat," he said, giving her a light slap when he walked away. "Hey," she yelled at him, rubbing where he had slapped her. He went back inside to change and to take a cold shower. It was all he could do to hide the bulge that was growing inside his trunks. Seeing her in that bathing suit got him hot. It suited her, showing off her curves, her skin looking so soft. Damn, he had to stop thinking about her body and how it felt. It was a few hours later when he heard her knocking on his office door and she walked in. "Yes," he said, wondering what she wanted. "You wanted dinner, so I made it and it's ready," she said snarkily, and turning her back to him walked out. He really wasn't expecting that she would cook, so he had planned on ordering some takeout. Getting up and going into the kitchen, she was dishing out pork chops and potatoes, so he sat her down. "Well, eat," she snapped. "Don't expect me to cook all the time. You won't have to cook tomorrow night." "Why not?" We're going to a dinner party at an ex-client of mine, Ryan Platt. Is it normal for a lawyer to have dinner with someone he defended in court? Not normally, but it's his way of thanking me. He was an innocent man accused of assault and rape. He could have gone to prison for life, leaving a wife and 2 kids without a father. I told him we'd be there, so if you could wear something appropriate I would appreciate it. Seeing his kids will be there. Sure, whatever you want, she said, a wicked smile appearing on her face. He watched her as he ate, and seeing that smile on her face he wondered what she was thinking about. She did agree too easily, which wasn't like her. Thank you, he said, hoping she wasn't up to anything. When she went to bed that night, Austin was still working on the case he had for Monday, still not feeling good from the night before. She was tired and went right to sleep. Morning she made them breakfast without having to be asked. She left him alone to work before they went to Mr. Platt's home for dinner. She looks in the mirror after getting ready for tonight and smiled. Let's see how he likes this look. Austin waited downstairs for Blair. He wasn't worried about her taking too long. They still had plenty of time. He stood when he heard her coming. His eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open. Are you fucking kidding me? He asked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. She had her hair done up in a tight bun. Her dress was one that a woman wore years ago. It was plain and the hem reached her ankles. On her feet, he could see socks and black flat shoes that looked like boys' shoes. What? She asked, shrugging her shoulders. Isn't this how you want your wife to dress? All plain and dowdy. Tilting his head back, he closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he opened them and going over grabbed her arm, leading her upstairs. I can't believe you. How dare you try to embarrass me like this? You wanted me to dress respectable. That's what I was doing. I never asked you to dress like an 80-year-old woman, he answered, pushing her down onto the bed. He then goes to her closet and picks out a blue dress and some heels, tossing them on the bed beside her. Put these on, he snapped at her. No, she said with a defiant look on her face and crossed her arms. He runs his hand over his face before getting in her face. Your boss, Mr. Ritter, is going to want to meet me someday. How will it look if the first time he meets me I'm drunk and make a pass at his wife? Her eyes widen in fear. You wouldn't. Do you really want to test me? You bastard. You would, wouldn't you? Yup, he said, smirking, knowing he had one. Oh, all right. Give me 20 minutes. Good girl. I'll wait for you downstairs. He was pleased when she came downstairs wearing the dress he picked out. She had applied just a touch of makeup and he thought she looked beautiful. That is so much better, he said as he held out her jacket for her to put on. Mr. Platt's home, Austin. I'm so glad you could make it, Ryan said, shaking his hand at the door, and he turned towards Blair, taking her hand to shake. This must be your lovely wife, Blair, I believe. Nice to meet you, she said, shaking his hand. Come on in, the others are here. He steps aside for them to enter. He showed them into the family and offered them both a drink. I was surprised to find out that you were married, Austin. You never said anything when you were working on my case. We just got married a few days ago. After meeting everyone and having a couple of cocktails, they Saturday down to dinner. There were 3 other couples besides them. Ryan kept asking her questions about her business. He was impressed with how well she was doing at such a young age. Later, when Ryan spied Blair standing alone, he took her a glass of wine and handed it to her. Your husband is an excellent lawyer. If it wasn't for him, I'd be sitting in jail right now. Yes, he is. May I ask what your case was about? He didn't tell you? No, she replied. This young woman I was having an affair with was beaten and raped. She accused me. It wasn't me. The man that did it was wearing a ski mask. She never saw his face. So why would she say you did it? I love my wife, and felt bad about betraying her, so I broke it off. She didn't take it well. She said she would find a way to make me pay, so when she was raped she pointed the finger at me. The case went on for so long, but Austin showed there was no proof I did it. So you were innocent? She asked him, not sure if he was telling the truth. Yes, why would I have to force myself on her when she was willing and was having an affair with me? What about your wife? Did she believe you were innocent? My wife had doubts at first, but she soon realized I wouldn't do such a disgusting thing. She has forgiven me for the affair and we're working on our marriage. We have 2 kids together, twin girls. They are worth saving our marriage for. Starting to feel uncomfortable with the way he was moving closer, she looks over at Austin. Will you excuse me? I think my husband wants to see me, she said and went to walk away, but he stopped her by placing his hand on her arm. Your husband is a very lucky man, to have such a young and beautiful wife. Thank you, she said, moving her arm from his hold, walked over to Austin, tapping him on the shoulder, getting him to turn around. It's getting late. Can we go home now? He looks at his watch. Sure. Are you all right? Yes. I'm just tired and have a busy day tomorrow. I just got a text from Rachel saying that Mr. Ritter has come home early and has scheduled a board meeting. Apparently, he has some important news to tell us. I think he's going to announce selling the company. I thought I had another week or so to prepare. It's a good thing we got married when we did, he said, whispering in her ear so that no one else could hear him. After saying their goodbyes to everyone, they left. Getting in his car, they drove away. She was quiet on the way home, lost in her thoughts. Her dream of owning her own company was so close that she was sure her boss would sell it to her. What happens if he won't sell his company to you? He asked as he drove. Then we can get the marriage annulled and you will be free. I will start up my own company from scratch. I didn't want to have to do that. It will take so long, she said with a sigh. I hope you remember the clause in our contract that states if you don't get it, you will have to pay me the $200,000 you offered in the beginning, since I won't be getting the shares I asked for. I remember, she said, turning to glare at him. Chapter 11. Saying goodnight, she went right to her room. Tomorrow was going to be the biggest day of her life. It would determine her future. Too hyped up, she couldn't sleep, so getting up goes down to the kitchen for something to drink. Austin was there, sitting at the table with a glass of milk and some homemade chocolate chip cookies that his housekeeper made. He looks up at her. Can't sleep? No, I'm anxious about tomorrow. Can I have a couple of those? She asks, pointing to the plate of cookies. Help yourself, he said, pushing the plate away from him, towards her. Grabbing a glass from the cupboard, she poured herself a glass of milk. Thank you, she said, sitting down and picking one up. You know my boss is going to want to meet you, to make sure you're real. I know, he said, wiping his mouth as he stood up. Just let me know when in advance so that I can clear my schedule. Night. She watched him walk away. He was shirtless and even from the back he looked so hot, and she felt her core starting to throb. If only he would give in and let her into his bed. But she also knew that sooner or later she would be. She had just walked into her office when Rachel came running up behind her, scaring her and making her jump. Blair, Mr. Ritter is in his office and he wants to see you before the board meeting. Now, remember, don't let on that you know he's selling the company, or we will both be in deep shit. Don't worry, I won't. Okay, you better go. He's waiting. Mr. Ritter, you wanted to see me? Yes. Come in, Blair, and take a seat. Welcome back, sir. But we weren't expecting you for another week or so. The wife and I decided to cut the trip short, he said, sitting behind his desk. I wanted to see you before the meeting. I hear congratulations are in order. I must say it came as a big surprise to hear you got married. I didn't even know you were seeing anyone. I met an old boyfriend from high school a while ago and we started dating. We kept it a secret from everyone. We wanted to see if we still loved each other, and turned out we did. Meeting after all these years, we knew we were meant to spend the rest of our lives together. Who is the lucky man? Austin Cook. He's a lawyer. So should I start calling you Mrs. Cook? No, sir. I'm keeping my maiden name. Well, I'm very happy for you, but now we have to get to the meeting. I have a very important announcement to make. She Saturday through the meeting, stealing glances at Rachel. Everyone was in shock and also worried about their jobs. Mr. Ritter assured them that whoever bought the company would keep everyone on. When the meeting was over, she asked if she could have a private word with him, and followed him into his office. Mr. Ritter, you know how much I love this company and how hard I've worked. I would really like it if you would sell it to me. I will run it the way you have. Our values will stay the same and I won't disappoint you. Blair, you're a young woman and newly married. You should be spending your time with your husband. Running a company will take up so much of your time. You don't want to jeopardize your marriage. Mr. Ritter, when you started out your wife worked. You even had children and you made it work. I know I can too, and Austin is very supportive. It won't cause problems for us. It will only make us a stronger couple. I really want this. I've dreamed of owning my own company, and I have a passion for this job. He sat her back, rubbing his chin. I have no doubt that you'll do an excellent job. You do with passion and great ideas. that I know will make this company a bigger success than it already is. I will have to meet your husband before I make a decision. Yes, whenever you want, she said, her heart soaring as her face lit up. My wife and I are going to a play Friday night. Perhaps we could drop by on our way to it, say around 7. Perfect, thank you. After chatting for a while, she left to get some work done. She was excited and hoped that Austin would be all right with her boss and wife popping in. She was worried for nothing when she called and he told her that would be all right. He would even stop and pick up some wine, seeing that they were running low. They hardly saw each other all week. Both were busy with work and he had one of the biggest cases he ever had coming up. So all his time was devoted to preparing for it. But he promised he would be there for her on Friday. Friday night rolled around, and the readers were due any moment and Austin still wasn't home. She tried phoning him, but it went straight to his voicemail. If he didn't show up, it wouldn't look good and she would never forgive him. The doorbell rang and she jumped up, knowing the readers were here. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door, praying that Austin would show up soon. After greeting them, she shows them into the living room. Can I get you something to drink? She asked, looking at her watch. A glass of wine would be lovely, dear. Mrs. Reader answered. Where is your husband? I thought he was going to be here. Mr. Reader asked, accepting the drink from her. He's running a little late. He should be here shortly. It was at that moment they turned their heads when someone walked into the room. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw Austin walking in, carrying a bottle of wine and a bouquet of roses. I'm so sorry I'm late. There was an accident on the road that held up traffic, he said as he went over, kissing her. These are for you, darling, for being so understanding about all the late hours I've been putting in. She was taken away by his kiss and his show of affection in front of the others. Thank you. They're beautiful. Why don't you pour us all another drink, while I take these into the kitchen and put them in a vase? When she returned, he and Mr. Reader were laughing and talking as if they were old friends. Austin was charming the couple, which made her happy. Sitting down, he came and sat next to her, putting his arm around her shoulder. I must say your husband is quite charming. That is Mr. Reader. So tell me, Austin, when was it you realized you were in love with Blair? Mrs. Reader asked. She was a sucker for romance. Everyone's eyes were glued to Austin when he started speaking. It happened back in high school. I was 2 years ahead of Blair. It was the first day of school. I was standing by my locker when I saw her enter. Her hair was long. She wore a pair of jeans and a pink cotton blouse. Her locker was next to mine and I couldn't take my eyes off her. She was the most beautiful girl in the whole school. When she looked at me and said hi, I was hooked. I knew right then that I was in love and that someday she would be my wife. He looked at her, stroking her cheek with his thumb. We were inseparable from that day on. I carried her books, walked her home after school was out. I went to see her at cheerleading practice and went to all the games just to watch her. That's so sweet, Mrs. Reader said, melting. Sadly, we had to part ways when I graduated and went away to further my education. Leaving her was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I was so in love with her that being away left a hole in my heart. Finally, after having drifted apart and finding her again, I knew that this time I wasn't going to let her get away. He then leaned over, giving her a long kiss. Oh my, Mrs. Reader said, sniffling. That is so beautiful. I'm so happy you found each other again. All Blair could do was stare at him as he spoke. He sounded so sincere it tore at her heartstrings to hear how he felt about her. What was more amazing was that he remembered exactly what she was wearing on that first day of school. Mr. Reader stood up and looked at his watch. This has been nice and I'm glad we met, Mr. Cook. Please, call me Austin. Okay, Austin. We must leave now if we want to make the play. I'd really like to get to know you better. Darling, his wife said, turning to him. Why don't we invite them up to the resort to spend the weekend with us? With all the work these two have been doing, and not having a honeymoon, I think this would be a nice getaway for them. We could get to know each other better and they could have some alone time together. That's a great idea. He looks over at Austin and Blair. How about it? I will book you a room and we can meet you up there. Oh, I don't think we can. Austin is really busy right now, with his new case and all. He put his arm around her waist, drawing her in close to him. I can spare one weekend off to be with my new bride. We'll be there. Just let me know where. After Mr. Reader wrote down the information and handed it to Austin, he turned to Blair. We'll discuss the sale of my company next week. Then he and his wife left, leaving Blair dumbfounded. I think I'll head up to bed and finish reading my papers in bed. Are you hungry? I could eat up some leftovers, she said, smiling at him. No, I grabbed a bite at work. Good night. Austin. Yes, he said, turning back around to look at her. She walks up to him, standing so close she could smell his breath on her face. I didn't know you felt that way about me, back in school. How could you not have known I was in love with you? I did whatever you wanted. I even left flowers in your locker on your birthday. You were the one, but you never said anything to me. I thought they were from Jack. I even thanked him and kissed him. Why didn't he tell me they weren't from him? I don't know. But when I saw the flowers in your hands, and you were kissing him, it broke my heart. I loved you, but I wasn't good enough for you. You used me. I even heard you making fun of me with your girlfriends. You were such a spoiled, cruel brat that used everyone to get what you wanted. That was years ago. I was a kid. Yes, you were, but you haven't changed. You're still using me. Austin, I'm so sorry. If you feel this way about me, why did you agree to the deal? You could have said no and walked away. Is it because you're still in love with me? He rolled his eyes at her. Oh, please, get over yourself. I got over you a long time ago. I moved on. Yes, I know. You got married but divorced after only a few months. Why is that, Austin? Did it have anything to do with me? You really are a piece of work, thinking everything is about you. Well, get this straight, lady. I'm over you. Have been for years, he said. Snapping at her, he walked away and left the room. Chapter 12. Austin agreed to go to the resort with her for the weekend but made it clear that he would be bringing some work along with him. They took the 3-hour drive to where the lodge was located. It was where people went fishing, boating, and just to relax. There wasn't much talk on the way there, both feeling awkward about being alone in the room that Mr. Ritter had booked for them. He carried their bags in and followed her to the front desk, where she gave the clerk their names and got the key to the room. She was told the Ritters hadn't arrived yet. Once they got to the room and walked inside, he set the bags down. Walking into the other room, he comes back out, with a frown on his face. There's only one bed, he said in an angry tone. Well, did you really expect him to order us a room with 2 beds? We are newlyweds after all. Oh, wipe that frown off your face. We're grown-ups and can sleep together without having sex, she said, looking at him and then smiling. Or are you afraid that you won't be able to control yourself laying next to me? Trust me, I can control myself, but I'm not sure about you. She chewed on her bottom lip and smiled at him. We'll see. Look, the Ritters had a bottle of champagne sent to our room. Would you like a glass now or wait until later? Later, it's too early, he said, sitting down and removing his tie. There's a note from my boss. It says they will be here later, and to meet them at 7 in the dining room for dinner. We have a couple of hours to kill. What would you like to do? He picks up his briefcase and takes out his laptop. I told you I would be working, so I'll be busy until we go to dinner. You can do whatever you want. I guess I'll take a long bubble bath. Would you like to join me? Looking up at her, he smiled. No thanks. He knew this weekend was going to be a test of his willpower. Being alone with her in a large house was one thing, but alone in a room was something else altogether. He had a feeling she wasn't going to make it easy on him. An hour later, he looked up when she entered the room wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around her. She walked past him, heading to the bedroom, but stopped at the door, turning to look at him. Sorry, I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I left my clothes in here. She points to the bedroom. I'll just go get dressed for dinner. She knew walking past him half naked would get his attention. It worked. He couldn't take his eyes off her, so adding fuel to the fire, she loosens the towel, letting it fall to the floor before disappearing into the bedroom. Eyes widening, he reached up and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand when he saw the towel fall. His snake swelled when he saw her body, remembering what it felt like the 2 times they had made love. Getting up, he pours himself a glass of water, drinking it in one gulp. He was relieved when she came back 30 minutes later, wearing a black and white dress, apparently around her boss. She dressed more conservatively. You look lovely. I'm glad to see you do own something that covers up your breasts. Well, there is a time and place for everything. She looks at her watch and then back at him. We should go now. My boss will be waiting for us. Picking up her purse, she starts walking out, checking over her shoulder to see if he was coming. The Ritters were already there, seated at their table. She takes Austin's hand, and seeing his look of disapproval, she leaned in close. We have to make it look like we're in love. So stop being a big baby and hold my hand. Mr. Ritter stood up when they got to their table, holding out his hand to shake Austin's. "It's good to see you again." "Good to see you too, Mr. Ritter. Please, call me Henry. I've taken the liberty of ordering us some wine." Austin pulled her chair out and they ordered dinner. He was pleased that she didn't make a scene when the waiter brought over her food. She had asked for corn but got carrots instead, and she said nothing. It got him thinking that maybe the first time they ate together, she was telling the truth about her food when she had it sent back. After the meal was consumed and the plates taken away, Henry ordered a bottle of champagne. "I thought the occasion called for the best bottle." "What occasion?" Austin asked, accepting his glass. Henry looks at Blair. "I've talked this over with my wife, and we both agree you would be the perfect one to take over my company." "Congratulations, Blair. I'm selling you women's cosmetics to you." Overcome with happiness, she grabbed Austin's hand, squeezing it. "Mr. Ritter, thank you so much. I promise you won't regret it. I'll make you proud." "I know you will, dear. I'll have my lawyers fill out all the papers and have them sent to your lawyer. It will take a couple of months until everything is settled. Now no more talk of business. Tonight is for fun. They are having dancing in the other room. Let's head in there and enjoy the rest of the evening." Austin held her hand as they made their way onto the dance floor, where he took her into his arms. Her eyes looked into his. A tiny smirk appeared on the corner of her lip. "You should hold me closer. I'm your wife, not your sister. The Ritters are watching us. We need to let them see how much in love we are. Then we better put on a good show for them." She let out a gasp when he pulled her against him with force. He used his finger to lift her chin up. As they moved to the music, he placed his lips on hers. His lips were warm as he kissed her passionately for what seemed like a long time. She closed her eyes, letting the heat from his kiss and from his body warm her as it was pressed against her. A small moan escaped her lips as she was swept away, his kiss leaving her breathless and knees-weak. When he broke the kiss, he looked down at her, watching as she slowly opened her eyes. "So I think that should show him we're in love." She was saddened when he stopped. She wanted more. His kiss had lit the fire in her belly right down into her core. Even seeing the smug look on his face didn't stop her from wanting more from him. She rested her head on his shoulder, her arms going around his neck. She loved the feel of his arms around her waist when he held her close. After a couple more dances, they went and sat her down with the other two, taking a drink from their glass. "I was thinking we could take my boat out tomorrow if you are both interested," Henry said, looking at Austin and Blair. They looked at each other and nodded. "We'd love to," they both said at the same time. "Great. Then I and the mistress will meet you in the morning for breakfast before heading out. Now if you will excuse us, we'll turn in." "We might as well call it a night too," Austin said, standing to his feet. Once inside the room, she couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. "We did it," she said, flinging her arms around him. "Soon the company will belong to me. I've wanted this for so long, and I was starting to think it was never going to happen." He did hold her when she hugged him, but couldn't stop the words that came tumbling out of his mouth. "You have always gotten whatever you wanted. It doesn't matter to you who you have to use or hurt as long as you get what you want." She was hurt and wondered where this was coming from. "Why are you being so mean? You have me all wrong. I don't use people." "Yeah, right. You're using me to get what you want," he barked, removing his tie and undoing the buttons on his shirt. "I've had it with you putting me down. I'm not hurting anyone, and you're using me also to get those shares in the company." "I'm going to bed," she snapped, leaving the room. Coming from the bathroom wearing a short nightgown that was practically see-through, she got into bed next to Austin. She was still hurt by his words, but when he turned off the light and laid with this back to her, she started feeling the burning desire for him heat up in the depth of her core. Moving closer, she placed her hand on his back, loving the feel of his hard body. Putting her lips on his back, began kissing him. "Blair, what the hell are you doing?" he asked without turning around. "I'm making a pass at you," she said, pressing her body up against his, her arm going around him as she continued kissing his back. The feel of her warm lips on his skin felt good. He couldn't fight it. Turning around, he pushed her down, getting on top of her, and his mouth came down on hers. His snake grew hard, pushing against her as his hand moved down the side of her body till he got lower. Pushing her gown up, he put his hand between her legs and felt how wet her pussycat was, and he let out a groan, stroking her. His finger going inside her moist and slick folds moved faster. Hearing her scream when he brought her to a climax, removing his fingers, he quickly pulled off his briefs, guiding his shaft inside her. "Damn, you feel amazing. So hot," he moaned into her mouth as he moved faster. pounding harder and deeper. He could feel her fingernails raking up and down his back, sending waves of desire coursing through his body. Their breathing became heavier, the sounds of the bed creaking and their grunts and moans filled the tiny bedroom. She supped lightly on his neck, her legs going around his waist. She clung to him. He could feel the pressure building, and knew he was about to release into her. His body shook, letting out a couple more grunts, giving one, then another hard thrust into her before he came, bringing her with him. She ran her fingers through his hair as he laid like a dead weight on top of her. Never had she been brought to such a height of fulfillment. Her body trembled, eyes rolled into the back of her head as she screamed his name over and over. Austin, oh my gosh, that was amazing. Lifting his body up, he looks down at her. This shouldn't have happened, but damn, I can't say I regret it. 4 years I've wondered what it would be like to be with you, and baby it feels great. You win again. What do you mean I win? She asked, confused. You've been wanting to get me into bed again for the past few weeks and you succeeded. Like you said, why shouldn't we enjoy each other while we're married? I'm now willing to enjoy the fringe benefits of being married, for however long. Giving her a kiss on the lips, he rolled off and onto his back. She moved onto her side, her back to him. His words came off cold, and they hurt her feelings knowing he was now going to use her for sex. But was she not doing the same thing, so who was she to complain? Chapter 13. She woke first and decided to take a shower. She needed some time alone to think. His words spoken to her last night still hurt her. Was she really that wicked of a person? Had she and is she still using people to get what she wanted? Thinking about the past, over the last few years she had to admit it was partly true. This realization made her sad. She had always considered herself to be a good person. Yes, she had to be tough, had to stay strong, so that people would respect her and pay attention when she gave an order. But hell, her job depended on it. She had to make tough decisions in her line of work, and it worked. Her campaigns made money for the company. Yeah, people still called her names behind her back. Now even Austin was attacking her, making her out to be a monster. Lost in thought, she hadn't heard him sliding the glass door to the shower open and stepping in. She let out a startled gasp. What are you doing in here? Get out. He moved closer, backing her up against the wall, the palms of his hands resting on either side of her. You know why I'm here, he said. Taking her face in his hand, he pressed his body up against hers, his mouth claiming hers in a passionate kiss, breaking apart only to suck on her bottom lip. You've awakened the beast in me, the one that needs to be buried deep inside your sweet pussy cat. You are my wife for now, so you will feed the beast whenever he gets hungry. This way we both get what we want. Do you have a problem with that? His mouth was everywhere, his hands roaming over her, touching and caressing as they made their way between her legs. She felt his fingers moving over her clit till they slipped inside her, going deep and moving around, making her wetter than she already was. Answer me, he said as he slowed his fingers down, making her whine, begging him not to stop. No, I don't have a problem, she said, moaning as she dug her nails into his flesh. She was powerless to stop him. She found she wanted him even more now, loving this dominant side of him. It turned her on. She had always wanted a man to take charge, and now she found one who wasn't a wimp, one who could and would control her. He lifted her up. Put your legs around me and hold on. I'm going to fouquet you, he said, and when she did as she was told, he rammed himself inside her. Hearing her gasp, he pounded away, her back slamming against the wall as he showed her no mercy. His heart was racing like a jackrabbit that was being chased. Her juices flowed, running down his legs, being washed away with the water that flowed over their bodies. She had come so fast, her muscles clenching around his cock. He came just as fast and hard, giving one last thrust before resting his face against her neck. Pulling out, he set her down, kissing her neck. You taste so sweet, your skin so soft, and I can't get enough of your lips. I'm so going to enjoy having you as my wife. Later they dried off and got dressed. She wore white shorts, a red top and sandals. They then headed down to the dining room to meet the Ritters. After a nice breakfast, they all walked down to the dock, stopping by a cabin cruiser. Wow, nice boat, Henry, Austin said, walking closer to check it out. Thanks, it's my second love after my beautiful wife, he said, taking his wife's hand in his. Shall we go on board and take it out? Austin put his hands on Blair's waist and helped her onto the boat. His hands lingered on her as he looked into her eyes. Things had changed between them since being here. He felt the change in her, saw in her eyes how she looked at him differently. Letting go of her, they were given a tour of the boat. Down below there was a small kitchen, bathroom and a double bed. It had everything one would need for a few days on the water. Above was an area for sunbathing. The upper part was where the steering was done, with a nice seating area. The women took a seat while the men went above. Henry let Austin drive the boat out and they toured around. Lunchtime came and they ate the lunch that the lodge prepared for them. "So are you two planning on having children, Mrs.?" Ritter asked as she poured them all some wine. Blair almost choked on her drink and turned to Austin. He put his arm over her shoulder. "We want to wait a little while, maybe 2 years. We both think it would be a good idea to have some alone time and for her to focus on the company. And when the time is right, we will start a family. I'm hoping for at least 2 to 3 children. Isn't that right, sweetheart?" he asked, pulling her closer. She blinked. Her heart was fluttering. That's right." They spent the afternoon on the water. Then later the women went shopping and the guys played golf, getting together later for dinner. "The wife and I are going home after dinner," Henry said, wiping his mouth with the napkin. "We heard from our son and he's coming home for a few days. We might as well head back tonight too." Henry shakes his head. "No, son. You and Blair enjoy tonight. I've already paid for you for the whole weekend and there are no refunds. Consider it a sort of wedding gift from the wife and me." "He's right, Austin. We can stay and enjoy the rest of the weekend before going back to our busy schedules. Do it for me, please, darling," she said, leaning and kissed his cheek. She wanted one more night with him, not knowing if when they got back home, would he go back to being cold towards her. Though he did say that he would continue to enjoy her sexually, he had a way of changing his mind. Tonight she wanted to make sure he would keep on satisfying her. Walking into their room, he almost tripped over some packages. "What are these?" he asked. Picking them up, he set them on the table. "Just a few things I bought when Mrs. Ritter and I went shopping." "A few things? It looks like you bought out the whole damn store. Don't you have enough clothes already?" he asked, shaking his head and chuckling. "I never met a woman that owned as many clothes as you do." Taking the bag from him, she pulls out a see-through nightie. "I need to look good for my job, but I did buy something for you. I bought this one for you," she said, tossing it at him. Holding it up to him, he raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "I don't think it's my size." "It's not for you to wear but to see me in it," she said, taking it from him. "I'll go try it on and you can tell me what you think of it." When she left the room, he picked up the other bags and placed them on the table. He sneaked a peek and saw 4 pairs of high-heel shoes, jeans, tops and a suede jacket. He was beginning to wonder if it would all fit in his car when they returned home. Suddenly his jaw went slack. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead when he saw her entering the room. She stood there, posing for him in a black, low-cut nightie that revealed every inch of her body. Her nipples were hard and his snake instantly swelled, straining against his zipper. "So what do you think? Is it too revealing? Are you trying to seduce me?" She smiled wickedly as she ran her hand down her body. Going inside her panties, she closed her eyes and started rubbing herself in Monette. "Oh, it would feel so much better if you were doing this." He watched her. It was turning him on seeing the way she was pleasuring herself. He licked his bottom lip when she put her finger inside. Leaning against the door, her legs slightly bent, he wanted his mouth to be where her hand was. So he slowly removed his clothes and walked over to where she was, moaning with her eyes still closed. Getting down on his knees, he pulled down her panties, making her stop what she was doing. He placed his face between her legs, his lips going to her soft, feminine folds and using his tongue run it over her pussy cat, before burying it deep inside her. With his hands on her hips, he held her up when he felt she was about to buckle, flicking his tongue in and out. His teeth nipped on her nub and he heard her scream, knowing she was close to peaking. "Not yet," he growled and pulled her down onto the floor. He continued his assault on her pussy cat, as he reached under the nightie and put one hand on her breasts. "Come for me, baby, let loose." He felt her body tremble. Her legs stretched out and she screamed his name when she orgasmed. Wiping his mouth of her release, he ripped her top in half, completely destroying it. Getting on top, his mouth went to her lips and as he savagely attacked her mouth, he pushed her legs further apart and entered her hard and fast. His hips moved up and down, pushing hard into her, thrusting faster, knowing he was coming but wanted her to come with him. "Come with me," he ordered, biting lightly on her bottom lip. Seconds later he took her right there on the floor, both coming. Their orgasm hitting a new height. He pushed himself up on his hands to look down at her. "Do you have any idea how hot it was watching you pleasure yourself?" I have to admit I got jealous. I wanted to be the one making you moan and squirm. She moved her hands over his bare chest. I thought that would speed things up, but you ruined my nightgown. A very expensive one at that. I'll buy you another, he said. Giving her another long kiss, he gets up and helped her to her feet. Let's continue this in the bedroom. Once there, he flung her onto the bed and jumped on her like an animal pouncing on its prey. Later, as she laid her head on his chest, feeling all warm inside, she wanted to know more about him and his other marriage. Will you tell me about your first wife and why it didn't last? She felt his body going stiff. Her name was Betty. We met a long time ago and were married within 6 months. It just didn't work out. Maybe because we rushed into it before really getting to know each other. You mentioned once that she cheated on you. I never said that. Well, not in so many words, but you said I was to be faithful to you while we're married, and that you wouldn't go through the embarrassment of having another wife cheat on you. Pulling his arm out from under her, he rolled over onto his side, his back to her. I'm not discussing Betty or my marriage to her with you. Don't ever speak of it again. Now go to sleep, he said, moving further away from her. She laid down on her back, her head turned to look at his back. She wished she had kept quiet. He turned from loving and tender to someone hard and cold. It made her curious as to what had happened in that marriage to make him so bitter. Chapter 14. Waking up, she turns onto her side. His back was still to her, but she could tell he was awake by the sound of his breathing. Touching his back lightly with her fingers, she wanted to apologize for upsetting him last night. Austin, I'm sorry about bringing up your ex-wife. Tossing the covers off, he sat her up on the edge of the bed. It's all right. Forget about it, but don't bring it up again. Some things are private and need to stay in the past. He turned his head to look at her. Let's grab some breakfast and head home. So soon? I didn't get any work done this weekend as I planned. I need to go home and work on my case for tomorrow. He went to get up but stopped, looking at her. There's something we have to discuss. What? She asked, sitting up and pulling the cover over her chest. You're on a pill, right? Yes. You've been taking them regularly, right? Yes. Why are you bringing this up? We hadn't been using any other protection, and I want to make sure there's no chance of you getting pregnant. Oh, don't worry. I won't get pregnant, she said. Getting up and going into the bathroom, she closed the door. She had no intentions of having a baby, with him or anyone else for that matter. It was just the way he said it that pissed her off. It was like he was saying, she better not try and trap him by getting pregnant. After having a leisurely breakfast, they headed home, neither one speaking. He was glad to be home. There was nothing better than sleeping in his own bed. He carried their bags inside, dropping hers by the stairs. Glancing down at them and then up at him, she smiled. Will I be staying in your room from now on? Now why would you? Was it not you who said that I have awakened your beast, and that we shall be having sex as long as we're married to each other? It only makes sense that I sleep in your bed. If I want sex from you, I know where your room is, he said, picking up his own bag, started walking up the stairs. Hearing her curse behind him, tossing his bags on the bed, he checks his phone messages. He knew he could have let her into his room, but he wanted to keep her at bay. No way was he going to let her start calling the shots. She needed to know what it felt like to be ignored and treated like she didn't matter to him. When he came from his room, going down to his office, he saw her about to walk out the front door wearing clothes one wears for jogging. Taking the earbuds out of her ears, I'm going for a jog. Why don't you join me? I think you could use the exercise. It might help you to stop being a bum. He chuckled at her choice of words, knowing she was still pissed off at him. I told you I have work to do. Be careful out there. Angry with him for not letting her share his bed, she took off jogging, hoping it would take away some of her pent-up frustration. She couldn't figure out what his game was. 1 minute warm and the next cold, treating her like some bimbo he picked up off the street. It was usually her calling all the shots, and now they were turned on her. Well, he was going to be in for a surprise. She would do whatever it took to get him eating out of her hands. She did it in school and she can do it now. An hour into her jog, she noticed a gray van following her. Well, she thought it was following her, and she felt the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Playing it cool and pretending not to notice it, she circled around, jogging faster back to the house. She discreetly looked over her shoulder and noticed it was still behind her. Speeding up, she practically ran back to the house, and once there opened the door and slammed it behind her. Her heart was racing and sweat poured down her face and body. Leaning against the door, she tried to catch her breath. This was how Austin found her. He was coming from his office to go into the kitchen for some coffee when he saw her leaning up against the door. She was breathing heavily and looked scared to death. So he hurried over, cupping her face in his hands. He saw the fear in her eyes. "My God, Blair, what happened?" Her lips quivered when she spoke. "I was jogging and there was someone following me in a van. I got scared and came back here." Moving her away from the door, he dashed out onto the end of the driveway, looking in every direction but didn't see any van. He goes back in, shutting and locking the door behind him. "I didn't see anyone." "Perhaps you were mistaken. There are many homes on this street, and maybe it was someone on their way home. It was probably nothing." She shakes her head. "No, they were following me. I just know it." "All right, if it makes you feel better, I'll call the police and tell them. Maybe I can persuade them to have a cruiser drive by and keep an eye on the neighborhood." "Thank you. That would put my mind at ease. I'm going to take a shower and change. Do you want me to make dinner or will you order takeout?" "Let's order in tonight. You just relax and I'll take care of it," he said. Something told him she was telling the truth about being followed, but by who and why? He went to the kitchen, put on a pot of coffee and called for a pizza to be delivered. She came down just as the pizza arrived, and following Austin into the kitchen poured herself a cup of coffee. Sitting down across from him, she picked up a slice and started eating. "This is the best I've eaten, or maybe it's because I'm starving," she said, wolfing it down. "No, it's good. I've called a friend of mine who is on the police force, and he's going to have a car drive by every hour until morning. If they spot the van, he'll let me know. As you know, I do have the best security system installed here so you can sleep easily. No one is getting in or out." "Thank you, but I'd feel safer if I were allowed to sleep with you." He looked at her, smiling as he shook his head. "I admire your persistence, but you'll be just fine in your own room. I have to finish out some paperwork before bed, so if you'll tidy up, I'll get to it." "Why should I tidy up? Your housekeeper comes tomorrow. Let her do her job. She has enough to do, so please do as I ask." Thinking of leaving the mess, she gets up to leave. She wasn't anyone's maid, but on second thought she changed her mind. Folding the empty pizza box, disposed of it, then cleaned the coffee maker and washed the cups. Being tired, she decided to go to bed early. She too had a busy day at work in the morning. The next day, Helen, the housekeeper, was there with breakfast ready and coffee brewing. Austin and Blair walked out together when they were done eating. As she started walking towards her car, she calls out to him, "Are you not going to kiss your wife goodbye and wish me a good day?" He walks over to her, taking her chin in his hand. "Have a lovely day, sweetheart," he said, giving her a quick peck on the cheek. As she entered her office, Rachel showed up with her coffee, handing it to her. "So how was your weekend away with the hubby?" Blair smiled, taking the cup from her. "It was all right. We had fun." "Fun as in a lot of hot sex?" Rachel asked, sitting down and waiting for all the details. "Come on, spill it. You did sleep with him, right?" "All right, you're right. We are having sex and I tell you it's amazing. But Austin is so different from that boy who used to follow me around in high school. He can be so cold and cruel at times, and sometimes so loving and tender. I feel like he's playing me, that he is up to something. What could he possibly want? You be giving him all those shares, worth a hell of a lot of money, in exchange for a few months of his life." "I know, Rachel, but something isn't right. Sometimes I get the feeling that he hates me, and other times, like when he makes love to me, it feels like he means it. I'm being silly. To him it's just sex. What really bothers me is he won't let me sleep in his room, but he still says we will be having sex. I don't get it. What does he want from me?" "I'd be careful if I were you, Blair. Don't fall in love with him. Enough about him. I have something for you. Here." She hands her a small box. "Happy birthday, Blair. I hope you like them." She opens the box to see a pair of white gold earrings. "Oh my God, they're beautiful. Thank you." Just then there was a knock at the door, and a man entered carrying a bouquet of red roses. "I have flowers for it, Blair Sherwin." "That's me," she answered, getting up and going over and tipping the guy. She took the flowers and grabbed the card that was with them. "It must be from my mom and dad." "Oh, they're from Austin. I can't believe he remembered," she said, her eyes tearing up. "So what does the card say?" Rachel asked as she got up and went over to her. "It says, 'Happy birthday. I'm working late, but go home and put something on, and meet me at La Rouse around 7. I have a table reserved for us, Austin.'" "Wow, that's so sweet, Blair. It sounds to me like maybe he might really be into you. I wonder if he's still in love with you. Why else would he bother with your birthday?" She was touched by the fact that after all this time he remembered and was taking her out to dinner. "I don't know. He is one confusing man, that's for sure. Anyway, it's time to get some work done." "All right, I'll leave you to it, and before I forget, congratulations on Mr. Ritter selling you the company." "How did you know?" she asked, surprised. "I'm still his secretary, and have first-hand information on his dealings. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone until he makes it official when he announces it to the staff," she said, giving Blair a big hug. Blair held the flowers, smelling them. She was touched that he had sent them and wanted to take her to dinner. Putting them down, she dove right into work, wanting to leave early to get ready for her date with Austin. Yes, she thought of it as a date. Later, when she was done work for the day, she grabbed the flowers and headed home, wanting to wear something as he requested. She felt like a teenager going on her first date as she got ready, picking out a short black dress with crystal beads on the top. The dress hugged her curves and showed off her legs. She wore the earrings Rachel had given her. Not wanting to take her car, she called for a cab. That way she would be able to come home in his car. Taking one more look in the mirror and liking what she saw, headed out. When she arrived at the restaurant, she was shown to their table, but no Austin. Sitting down, the waiter poured her a glass of champagne, handing her a note that he said was from Austin. Her heart felt heavy. Her hand shook when she opened it. She thought that maybe he was going to stand her up. Maybe it was his plan all along, to embarrass her. Her eyes went to the writing on the paper and started reading. Chapter 15. Holding the note, she read what was written. "Blair, I'm going to be a little late. The court went longer than I thought it would. Enjoy the champagne I've ordered, and I'll be there soon. Happy birthday." Reading this made her feel better, so she picked up her glass and took a sip, watching the door for Austin to enter. 20 minutes later, he still hadn't shown up and people were starting to stare. The place was getting busy, and she sat there at a table for two with candles lit. Very romantic. She was getting ready to leave when she spotted him walking in and heading toward her. He saw her sitting there, looking so hot and but also a look of disappointment was written all over her sweet face. Going over to her side of the table, he planted a kiss on her cheek before going to sit down across from her. "I'm so sorry I'm late, but it comes with the job. You look amazing in that dress." "Thank you," she said with some irritation in her voice. "I can tell you're upset. I don't blame you. No one likes to be kept waiting. At least I showed up," he said with a scowl on his face, remembering the times she had kept him waiting back in high school. "You're here now. That's all that matters. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. They're my favorite. Would you like to order our food now? I don't know about you, but I'm in the mood for lobster." "That sounds good to me too. Shall I order for the both of us?" "Yes, please," she said, feeling better now that he was here. "I was very surprised that you remembered my birthday. My own parents didn't bother to call or send a card. I would never forget." Seeing the hurt in her eyes when she mentioned her parents, he felt bad for her. Reaching over, he takes her one hand in his. "I'm sorry they hadn't called you, but the day isn't over yet. They may still call." A meal was served along with another bottle of champagne. They made light talk during the meal, telling each other about their day. He thought she would be bored with his work, but she seemed intrigued. This pleased him. Not many women want to talk or listen to stories on the law. When the plates were taken away, and she declined dessert, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. "I have a birthday gift for you," he said, handing her a small gift-wrapped box. She holds the gift, looking at him. "Aren't you going to open it?" he asked, looking into her eyes. She looked like she was shocked about receiving a gift, which was weird. She came from a wealthy family and was used to getting lots of expensive gifts. Her eyes lowered, looking at the gift, and slowly started to take the wrapping off. Setting it on the table, she then opened the lid, and when she saw what was inside, her eyes teared up. Taking the necklace from the box, stared at it. It had a dolphin on the end of the chain with a blue stone. She looked at Austin, but no words would come out. He saw the tears in her eyes, and when she just stared at him, no words coming out, he reached over to touch her cheek. "I remember how you had a thing for dolphins. That day we went on the field trip, when everyone wandered around, you spent the day by the dolphins, talking to them, and it was like they understood what you were saying to them. I stayed out of sight watching you, making sure you wouldn't fall into the water. I hope you like the necklace. I had it made special for you in the stone, which is your favorite color." She held it in her hands. "I love it. It's beautiful. I had no idea you were watching me. No one wanted to stay with me. Not even the boy I was dating at the time. He left me there. Yeah, Toby, I could never understand what you saw in the jock. All muscles, no brains. If you were my girlfriend back then I'd have never left you alone. None of those boys you went out with appreciated you. They just wanted to date the head cheerleader. I would get so mad when I heard them brag about how they flew KDU in the back seat of their car. Toby, in particular, was the worst one and I punched him in the mouth. A lot of good it did me. It only got me beaten up. What are you talking about? I never slept with anyone in high school. I didn't lose my virginity until my second year in college. He searched her face for any evidence that she was lying, but he didn't see any. You're telling me the truth, aren't you? Yes. Shit, those bastards. I heard them in the locker room comparing notes. I should have known they were a bunch of liars. The lies they spread around the school had his blood boiling. But that was then, and this was now. Can I put that on you? Please, she answered, handing him the necklace. Taking it from her hand, he gets up and goes behind her, pushing her hair over to the side. He placed it around her neck, doing it up before sitting back down. It suits you. Holding it in her fingers, she looks at it. This has got to be the best gift anyone has ever given me. Not even the Corvette my dad gave me last year can compare to this necklace. Thank you so much. My pleasure. I have a party to attend this coming Saturday. You will come with me, won't you? Of course I will. That was part of the deal, to accompany you to functions and vice versa. Is it casual or fancy? It's a black tie affair. Then I shall have to go shopping for something elegant to wear. She loved having an excuse to go shopping, even though her closet was full of clothes, or should she say his closet. It's getting late and we both have work tomorrow. Perhaps we should go home. With his hand on the small of her back, he walks with her outside and getting to his car, he opens the door for her. Before she got in, she took him by surprise when she put her arms around his neck, bringing his head closer to as she kissed him. It was warm and passionate. It sent a warm feeling through his body. Her lips tasted sweet from the champagne and her body was warm against his. That was for giving me the best birthday ever, she said. Letting go of him, she slid into the passenger seat. At home, before he went to his room, he asked if she wanted anything before they went to bed. And when she said no, they walked up the stairs together. Her room was first and she stopped, placing her hands on his chest. Would you like to come in? She asked, wanting to enjoy what he could do to her. Placing his hand over the top of hers, he smiled. Not tonight. I have an early morning and need to get some sleep. Good night, Blair, he said, leaning over, kissed her cheek before leaving. She was left standing there dumbfounded. She thought for sure they would be having sex tonight. It was what she wanted and she thought for sure he wanted it too. She didn't like this game of his, playing hard to get. Well, she wasn't about to give up yet. She wanted him and by God, she was going to have him. Waiting a few minutes, she goes to his room and knocked and waited for him to answer, and when he opened the door, he was standing there shirtless. Did you want something? He asked nonchalantly. Yes. Could you pull down the zipper on my dress for me? It seems to be stuck. Turn around, he ordered, and when she did, he pulled it down very slowly, his fingers brushing lightly against her skin. There, all done. You can go back to your room now unless there's something else you want. He knew damn well what she wanted. The same thing he did, but he wanted her to work for it. There is something else you could do for me, or should I say to me, she said. Letting go of the top of her dress, she let it fall to the floor, standing there in only her panties and the necklace he had given her. His eyes moved down her body and back up again, and the bulge inside his pants grew more noticeable. His left hand shot out, grabbing the back of her head, pulling her closer as his right hand went on her breast and his mouth came down hard on hers. He tweaked her nipple, making her moan as his tongue forced its way inside her mouth. His kiss rough, demanding as it deepened. Their hearts were beating rapidly. The desire was lit, burning within them. He placed his hands under her bum and lifted her up, and she wrapped her legs around his waist. As he carried her over to his bed and laid her down, he swiftly dealt with his shoes, pants and briefs and got on the bed, pushing her legs apart and putting his mouth over her pussycat after pulling her panties down. He licked and sucked on her clit, pushing his tongue further up her, making her squirm as she cried out his name. When she came, he moved up, his lips going to hers, feeling her hands gripping his hair as she kissed him back. She was like a crazed animal in the way she attacked his mouth with passion. Then he felt her hand moving down, taking him in her hand and placing him inside her. Someone's hungry, he said, smiling as she started grinding up against him. Make love to me, Give it to me hard and fast. His snake was hard, blood pumping. He wanted to give her what she was begging for, but he wanted to make her wait, wanted to hear her beg for it. He moved slowly up and down inside her, loving the way his snake felt so warm wrapped in the warmth of her pussy cat. She did everything she could think of to get him to hurry, pushing up towards him, trying to bury his snake deeper inside her. She ran her hands over his back and nipped on his ear, and still he was taking his time. Frustrated, she smacked his bum hard and cursed him out. Will you fucking hurry up? I'm so close to coming that you keep stopping. Please, Austin, stop teasing me. He chuckled when she slapped him, knowing she was getting pissed off. But then when she clenched her muscles tightly around his snake, he couldn't control himself any longer. His hand fondling her breast, his mouth sucking on her neck, he started thrusting faster. Then resting his hands on the bed, he moved harder and faster. Little sparks of light flashed through his brain when he felt her coming along with him. The sound of their flesh slapping together rang loudly inside the bedroom. Grunting and moaning, they both trembled, collapsing after having the most intense orgasm ever. Rolling off and onto his back, he pulled her close, putting his arm around her as she rested her head on his chest. Happy birthday, Blair, he said, kissing the top of her head. Damn, he liked having her lay on his chest. It felt like she belonged there. She circled his nipple with her fingertips. Oh yes, this was indeed a very happy birthday. I had the best time ever. I wish we could stay like this forever. Don't you? She asked, looking up at him. Staying in bed will not pay the bills or pay for all those expensive clothes and shoes that you're so fond of. We also have important jobs that we need to take care of. But yeah, it would be nice. She laid her head back down on his chest. Can I sleep in here with you? Just for tonight, seeing it's my birthday. All right. One night can't hurt, but just for tonight since it's her birthday. They closed their eyes and went right to sleep. Chapter 16. Austin woke up first, checking the time. He knew they had time before they both had to get to work. He brushed her hair away from her face. Moving the blanket, he climbed on top of her. His mouth going on her neck, he started licking, nipping on her skin, and then he felt her moving and her hands running through his hair, down his neck to his back. Waking up and making love to her was the best feeling in the world and got him to rethinking about their sleeping arrangement. Maybe it wouldn't be such a terrible thing if she were to share his bed while they were married and living together. Now this is a wonderful way to start off the day, she said, moving the hairs that had fallen over his forehead away with her hand. He kissed her. His heart pumping and blood flowing made him feel all warm inside. It sure is. Makes a man feel alive. I was thinking, you win. Maybe you should move in here with me. Are you sure about that? Won't I be invading your personal space? You've already invaded it, so why not in my bed too? He gave her a tender kiss before jumping off her and out of bed. Grabbing her hand, pulled her up. Let's take a shower. At Blair's office, after the staff meeting, Rachel followed Blair into her office. So how was your dinner with Austin last night? And where did you get that beautiful necklace? She asked, touching it to get a better look. Austin gave it to me for my birthday. He said he had it made for me. She let out a dreamy sigh. He remembered how much I loved dolphins, and we talked about the school trip. And did you know he stayed behind watching over me? I didn't even know he was there. That's sweet, but also a little creepy. Why did he stay hidden? I think he didn't want to get into a fight with Toby if he came back and saw us together. I think it was sweet how he kept an eye over me, making sure I was safe. That's more than that jerk Toby did, taking off without asking if I'd be okay. I'm getting the feeling that you are starting to care about Austin. Are you falling in love with him? What? No, I'm not falling in love with Austin. I just think he's really sweet at times, but sometimes he can be a real bum. She leans back in her chair, closing her eyes and holding the dolphin between her fingers. Oh, and what a great bum he has. So firm. Rachel let out a laugh and headed towards the door. Girl, you aren't fooling me. You've got it bad for Austin. Just be careful. You really don't know him very well, except for maybe his snake. Blair opened her eyes, smiling at her friend. She picked up a piece of paper and crumpled it up and threw it at her, missing her but hitting the door. Oh, get out of here, you silly girl, she said, laughing. At Austin's office, walking into his office, he sets his briefcase down and picks up his phone and asks Harry to come in and bring the reports on Sinclair's case. Going over to his coffee machine, pours himself a coffee, a smile on his face when he thought of this morning with Blair. That look on your face, I'd say you got laid this morning, Harry said as he walked further into the room. A gentleman never kisses and tells, he answered. taking the reports from Harry. "So how did your wife's birthday dinner go? Did she like the gift you got her?" He sat her down. She was a little pissed that I kept her waiting, but she loved the gift. "The night went well. We had a great meal and good conversation. I don't blame your wife for being that. You did deliberately keep her waiting. All part of my revenge, and stop calling her my wife. I did feel sorry for her, though, when she told me her parents hadn't called to wish her happy birthday. What kind of parents doesn't bother to wish their own child a happy birthday? Enough about her. Did you find out who all owns shares in her company?" "Yes, I tracked them all down." "What do you want me to do now?" "Start talking to them. Find out how much they want for them. I want every one of those shares, and I don't care what it cost me. It will take time, but shouldn't you wait until she actually owns the company outright?" "No, I want to own them as soon as possible. That way, when the time comes, they'll all be in my possession." "Have you dug up any dirt on her?" "Nope, she appears to be squeaky clean." "No one is without secrets. There must have been something she has done that she doesn't want anyone finding out about. Keep digging." "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" "She needs to be taught a lesson, to know what it's like to be kept waiting and treated like dirt the way she made me feel. If you have a problem with what I'm doing, I can find someone else to help me." "No, I'll do it." "Good," he said. "Now let's go over Sinclair's case." They worked until lunchtime, when they heard a knock at the door and Blair entered, carrying a bag with some takeout. "Blair, meet my assistant, Harry McMillan." "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, shaking her hand. After greeting him, she looks over at Austin. "I thought we could have lunch together. I brought some sandwiches and salad." "I'm sorry you went to all that trouble, but I've already made other plans. Perhaps another time." He noticed her smile disappearing and she looked upset. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have called first, but that's all right. I understand. I'll just take this back to my office and share it with Rachel. I guess I'll see you later at home for dinner." "I thought I'd give Helen a break from cooking and do it myself." "That's a lovely idea, but I'm afraid I won't be home till late. I have a dinner meeting with one of my clients." "Oh, all right, another time. I'll see you later then." She turns to Harry. "It was nice meeting you. I guess we'll see each other again at the party." When she left, he turned to Austin. "Why did you lie to her? You had no plans for lunch or a dinner meeting with a client." He couldn't help feeling a little bad for Blair. He thought his friend and boss was carrying things too far. "Blair thinks I will drop everything for her. This way she'll know not to take me for granted. I want to show her that she can't always get her way. Now, shall we go somewhere for lunch? My treat." Leaving Austin's office, she was pissed off. So walking over to the trash bin, she threw away the lunch. Since she had cleared her schedule for 2 hours, she decided to go shopping for a dress for the party. Shopping always had a way of calming her down. Walking into one of the finest and most expensive dress shops, she tried on several different. She wanted something that would wow him. The saleswoman handed her a long silver dress. She put it on and admired how it looked on her. Looking at the price tag and seeing it was $3,000, a smirk appeared on her face. Since he insisted she go to this party with him, she figured he might as well be the one to pay for the dress. Telling the clerk to charge it to her husband, gave her the dress to send it to. This ought to teach him a lesson. For ditching her at lunch in the aloof way he treated her in front of Harry and making her look like some lovesick wife. It was late and she was reading over some reports when Austin finally got home and came to bed. "Sorry I'm so late. I had lots of work to catch up on," he said, undressing and getting into bed next to her. "How was the rest of your day?" "Busy, but I did manage to go shopping for a dress for the party. I called Rachel to come over and we went jogging together. Other than that, I didn't do anything else. I was kind of hoping you'd be home sooner. Can you not do a lot of your work here, in your office downstairs? It gets kind of lonely here by myself." "You're not going to become one of those clingy wives, are you?" Slamming her laptop closed, she placed it on the table, rolling onto her side, facing away from him. "Sometimes you can be an insensitive jerk." She was getting tired of his mood swings. 1 minute warm and sweet, the next cold and rude. "Look, you knew the score when we got married. I'm a very busy man with a high-pressure job that takes up a lot of my time. I don't have time to play the loving and doting husband. Don't forget this isn't a real marriage and will end eventually. I know, and I don't expect you to be with me all the time. I just don't see the harm in spending some time together. After all, we are having sex, though not tonight." "What makes you think we're not having sex tonight?" "Because I'm not in the mood. so take your hand off my bum. Come on, sweetheart, you know you want me, he said, his hand going under her nightgown and between her legs. When she kept them squeezed together, he managed to get between them, feeling her body relax when he started rubbing her pussy cat. I knew you couldn't resist me. You love the beast too much, and I bet you want to feel it inside you. Tell me, do you want it? He asked, slipping a finger inside her and started stroking her clit, making her wet. I hate you, she said, closing her eyes and moaning. Say it, he ordered, pushing further inside her. Yes, I want it, she said, squirming against his hand. Pulling out of her, he laid down on his back, his hands going behind his head. Nah, I'm not in the mood anymore. She opens her eyes and was shocked beyond belief. Excuse me, you're not in the mood? I tell you no sex tonight, and you take that as a go-ahead, to get me all hot and bothered and then stop saying you're not in the mood. What kind of game do you think you're playing with me? I'm not playing any game, I'm just not in the mood now, so go to sleep. Then I guess I'll have to get you in the mood, she said, sitting up, pulls her gown over her head, tossing it to the side of the bed. She then straddled him, placed her lips on his chest, starts licking his nipples. She then drags her tongue down his chest, stomach, and reaching his snake takes a hold of it. Feeling it get hard, she takes it in her mouth, running her tongue over the tip before taking him all in. She felt his hands on the back of her head as his moans got louder. Removing his snake, smiles up at him. Looks to me like you're in the mood now. His snake felt rock hard. It ached, needing some release. Putting his hands on her arms, flipped her over onto her back. You little witch, you win this one, he said as he spread her legs and entered her hard, making her gasp. He rode her hard. His mouth claimed hers with a force that made her body tremble and her moans louder. He hadn't planned on making love to her. He wanted her to suffer, leaving her wet and horny, but when she put him in her mouth, and the way she was working it, he lost control. His own need for satisfaction took over, as he brought them both to pure ecstasy. Chapter 17. The night of the party, Austin waited downstairs for her dressed in his tux, his tie not done up yet. As he went through the pile of bills that had arrived that day, he came across one from a dress shop that he had heard of. His eyes went wide when he saw that he was being charged for a dress that he hadn't bought. He couldn't believe the nerve of Blair, charging a $3,000 dress to him. No way was he going to let her get away with it. She would be paying him back. He was still fuming over the bill, and hadn't heard her enter the room until she spoke. You look so dashing and handsome in your tux. He turned to give her hell, but when he saw her in that dress, his anger vanished, replaced with a sense of amazement and pride. She was drop-dead gorgeous. The dress hugged her curves, her hair hung down, flowing over her shoulders and down her back. She wore the necklace he bought her along with a pair of dangling earrings. She seemed to glide towards him in her high heels. You look so beautiful. You take my breath away with your beauty. Thank you, she said. Reaching up, she does up his tie. I'm looking forward to tonight and meeting the people you work with and some of your friends. I don't recall saying you could buy a dress and charging it to me. Her hands still touching his chest, she bats her eyes at him. I knew you'd want me to dress to impress your friends and business associates, so I figured it was only fair that you pay for it. You have to admit that this dress is going to make a good impression. He knew he couldn't argue with her. She was right. But did you have to pay this much for one dress? He asked, holding up the bill. You get what you pay for, sweetheart, she said, running her fingertip over his bottom lip. Then she picked up her purse. Shall we go? We don't want to be late. He watched as she walked away. He could see the outline of her figure through the dress. Her bum looked great and he started getting a little turned on. Grabbing his keys, they left the house and got into his car. When they reached their destination, he stopped the car, handed his keys over to the parking attendant and went around to open her door, taking her hand. The function was being held at the famous Empire Hotel. She draped her arm over his as they entered the hall. Eyes turned to look at them when they walked in. He was pleased. They did make a beautiful couple together. A glass of champagne was handed to them and they walked around. He introduced her to some of his colleagues. She also met Harry's wife, Fran, a lovely lady to who Blair took an instant liking to. The two women wandered off, leaving their husbands to talk with some of the other men. Blair looks so beautiful. You really are a lucky man, Austin, Harry said, clinking glasses with him. Our wives are hitting it off. I honestly don't know why you say she's a stuck-up spoiled brat. She seems really nice and down to earth. He looks over at Blair. She was talking to a group of people, and she seemed so at ease with people she had never met before. Don't let her sweet smile fool you, Harry. Right now she is putting on a nice front for these people. I don't know, she seems genuine to me. After mingling for a while, he went over to where she was talking to a couple. Sliding his hand around her waist, he greeted the couple. I see you met my wife. Oh yes, and she's absolutely adorable. Yes, she sure is. I hope you don't mind me stealing my wife away for a dance, he said, taking her hand led her onto the dance floor. His arms snaked around her waist, pulling her close as he held her hand. This is a lovely party. I'm so glad we came, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. He closed his eyes for a second, taking in the scent of her hair. You really do look beautiful in this dress. It fits your body like a glove. He liked the way she felt, her body so slender and taut. There wasn't an ounce of fat on her anywhere. After the second dance, he knew he had to put some space between them. He didn't want to appear vulnerable around her, or she would have the upper hand over him. So separating from her, he excused himself, saying he had to talk to someone. Over the next couple of hours, he ignored her, making sure he was busy talking to someone when she saw him. He did keep an eye on her, and she seemed to be doing all right as she mingled, talking to several different people. She really was a pro at parties, showing grace and class. He was quite impressed with her. He met up with Harry and they talked. Both wives were off talking to other people. Austin, why are you ignoring Blair? I think she's a little hurt that you aren't paying her any attention. Just letting her know what it's like to be ignored, he replied. You know, I had a chance to talk to her, and I must say that she is nothing like you described. I think you are stuck in the past when it comes to her. I believe she has changed. You're wrong, she hasn't. I suggest you pay her some attention. Other men are starting to follow her around and I think they're hitting on her. Excuse me, Austin. You may want to be away from Blair, but I want to be with my wife. He was not happy with Harry for talking to him this way. Who was he to tell him how to treat Blair? He checked his watch. It has been over 2 hours since he talked with her, so he decided to go look for her. He spotted her from across the room. She was dancing with a young man, a handsome one at that. His hands were around her waist and he held her to close. They were looking at each other and laughing, and then the guy leaned in and whispers in her ear, making her laugh. Not liking how well they were getting along, he walks over, tapping the guy on the shoulder. Mind if I cut in? Not waiting for him to answer, he pulls her from his grip. Yeah, you better walk away, pal, he said to the man's back. Was that really called for? She asked, clearly annoyed at him. You two were getting a little too countsy. Are you jealous, Austin? Hardly. I just don't want my associates seeing my wife flirt with another man. Flirting? I wasn't flirting, I was having some fun. You've been ignoring me most of the night, and it was nice having a man pay some attention to me. If anyone is doing some flirting, it's you. I saw you talking to the women here, all smiles and charming to them. Oh, just forget it. I'm not going to argue with you, she said, pulling away from his hold, walked away, heading over to Harry and his wife. Austin followed her, standing next to Harry. Sweetheart, will you go get us another drink? Blair said, handing him her empty glass. She was still pissed at him. He had kept his distance from her most of the night, and now he wouldn't leave her side. When he was taking too long coming back, she excused herself and went looking for him. She could almost smell the smoke coming from her ears when she saw him talking to a brunette who had her hands on his chest. That old green-eyed monster made its way out as she stormed over to them, butting in front of them, making the woman having to drop her hands from him. Darling, who is this woman? She asked, getting her the once over. Blair, meet Betty. Her head shot up to look at him. Betty, as in your ex-wife? That's right, dear, and you must be the replacement wife, she said, giving Blair the snake eye as she looked her up and down. I really don't know what you see in her. Austin, sensing a cat fight about to break out, he put his arm around Blair's waist to hold her back from Betty. Okay, ladies, let's be civil. We're in a public place. When he looks at me, he sees all of my original parts, not fake boobs and Botox injections that you obviously have. I'd say he traded up. She grinned when Betty's nose flared and her eyes twitched, rolling her hands up to make a feast. Austin, it was great seeing you again, but I should get back to my date. I'll be in town for a few days. If you have time, maybe we can get together for coffee and catch up. I'm afraid my husband will be too busy for that. He tightened his grip on her waist. It was good seeing you to Betty. When Betty was gone, she removed his arm from her waist. Are you kidding me? Good to see her too. The woman cheated on you? Whatever did you see in that woman? I was being polite. That's what civilized people do. I kind of like this jealous side of you. You look shy when you're mad and possessive. It makes me hot and wanting to ravish you. Perhaps we could find a private place, and I'll toss a quickie into you. You're a pig, she said, giving him a shove and walking away, leaving him with a smirk on his face. She was still muttering under her breath when she walked into the ladies' room. She rolled her eyes when she saw that Betty was there. Not you again, she hissed, walking over to the mirror and taking out her lipstick. Eddie was about to leave but stopped. I feel sorry for Austin being married to you. You think you're all that with your expensive clothes, and hadn't come from a wealthy family, but deep down you're nothing but a cheap, spoiled brat who only cares about herself. You don't care who you hurt. She turned to face Betty. Me, I've never hurt anyone, but you. You cheated on Austin more than once. You're the one who doesn't care who they hurt, so don't you dare judge me. Betty moved closer to her. Yes, I cheated on Austin. I had my reasons for doing so. What possible reason could you have? You were newlyweds. Oh, he hasn't told you, has he? Told me what? Why I cheated on him. I suggest that if you want to know the answer, you go and ask him. Maybe he'll be honest with you. She turned and walked away, shouting over her shoulder. I still say he can do much better than you. When Austin finally found her, he grabbed her arm. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was having an interesting talk with Betty in the ladies' room. He ran his hand over his face. Oh God, did you two get into it again? I asked her why she cheated on you. His eyes went wide and he released her arm. What did she say? That I should ask you, so I'm asking. Why would she cheat on you? It was a long time ago, and I told you before I'm not discussing my marriage to her with you or anyone. Now let it go or we'll have a big problem. His words came out harsh, bringing tears to her eyes. I want to go home. He looked at his watch and saw it was getting late. All right, let's go, he said. Taking her arm, they left the party, not bothering to say goodbye to anyone. Chapter 18. The drive home was tense, neither one speaking. She was angry that he wouldn't open up to her. He was angry that she kept asking him questions he didn't want to answer. When they got home, she didn't wait for him to open her door. Getting out of the car, she walked ahead of him into the house. He followed her up the stairs and into their bedroom. He took off his jacket and tie and laid them over the chair, watching her as she tried undoing her dress from behind her back. She usually asked him to help, but this time she didn't. So he goes over to help. Moving her hands away, he starts undoing it. I don't want us to fight, especially over someone who doesn't matter to either one of us. She could feel his warm breath as it caressed her neck. She fought the urge to turn around and kiss him. Her hands held the front of the dress up when he had it undone. I'm just hurt that you are keeping a secret from me, one that you and that woman share. Not wanting to speak about it, he placed his lips on her neck, moving up to bite softly on her earlobe. His hand moved over her breasts, pushing the dress down so that he could fondle them without the material getting in the way. You smell and taste so good. All night I had to keep an eye on other men there, making sure they wouldn't hit on you. I don't think you know how much you turned all the men on wearing this dress. He heard her breathing heavily, so he pulled the dress down to her feet, got down on his knees, put his hand on her ankle, lifted her foot up to move the dress, and did the same with the other foot. Oh, Austin. She closed her eyes and moaned when he moved back up, his lips moving up her body, his hands cupping her breast as he sucked on her neck. She felt his snake pressing against her, moving her hand down to touch him and felt how hard it was. His lips were still on her neck. He moved her backward till the back of her legs touched the bed. Sitting her down on the bed, he got down on his knees and pulled down her panties, keeping her heels on. Putting his hand on her chest, pushed her down onto her back. Spreading her legs, he put his lips on her pussy cat, which was now wet, and pleasured her until her body shook when she came. Getting out of bed, he looks at her lying there, totally naked except for the heels she still had on, which for some reason turned him on. He removed the rest of his clothes and got on top of her, kissing her hard, wanting to feel his lips on hers as he entered her slowly. He ran his hand down her leg, pulling it up over his waist, doing the same to the other one. I love how you look naked wearing nothing but heels, he said in between kissing her. He pounded into her hard and fast, making her scream his name as her nails dug into his flesh, which turned him on. You're so fucking beautiful when you come, he said, cupping her face in his hand when she came again. He then started moving up and down again, going fast until he got his own release. Austin, she says, resting her head on his chest. Yes, he asked, stroking her head. I want to ask you a question, and I'd really appreciate it if you tell me the truth. Are you still in love with Betty? No, I'm not. If you want to know the whole truth, I was never in love with her. Then why did you marry her? She asked, looking up at him. I'm not really sure myself. We started dating, and after a few months, she started pressuring me about getting married. We got along, enjoyed a lot of the same things, and it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. It was a big mistake though. Didn't last long. He looks at her, stroking her cheek with his thumb. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Just know that she means nothing to me. She sensed there was more he wasn't telling her, but she decided to let it go for now. I won't bring her up again on one condition. Really? And what is the condition? Tomorrow's Sunday. Go jogging with me, and later we'll come back here and take a swim. I might even make us a special dinner. He laughed. All right. You drive a hard bargain, but I agree to your terms. I'll take the day off and spend it with you. Now let's go to sleep. You've worn me out. Waking up alone in bed, she changes into her jogging outfit and went looking for Austin. He wasn't in the kitchen, though there was a pot of coffee made. She pours herself a cup and goes to his office, figuring he wasn't there. What do you think you're doing? She said when she saw him at his desk working. Oh, hi. I just thought I would get some work done before you woke up, he said, looking guilty since he had promised her he would spend the day with her. I'm up now, so put that all away and go get ready to go jogging. With a small smile on his face, he folded the papers back into the folder and placed it inside the desk. Getting up, he goes over to her, taking her chin in his hand. We could just go back upstairs and fouquet all day. Nice try, babe. Now go and get ready, she said, removing his hand. Grumbling, he walked out, not really wanting to go jogging. He returned shortly and they headed out. After running for about 20 minutes, he motioned for her to follow him when he turned into the wooded area and followed a path that leads to the river. They stopped to catch their breath when they reached the river. She looks around, admiring the scenery. It's lovely here, so quiet and peaceful. It is. Sometimes I come here just to get away from everything. Sitting down, he holds out his hand for her to take, pulling her down to sit beside him. I don't think too many people know about this place. I've never seen anyone down here before. Maybe after dark, the kids might come here to make out. They Saturday for a while, sipping water from their bottles before going back to the main road. As they were headed back home, she stopped, grabbing his arm and pointing. Austin, that's the van that was following me the last time I went jogging. The one I told you about. He looked towards the old rusted van that was parked on the side of the road with its engine running. It was old and rusty with tinted windows. Stay here. I'm going to have a word with whoever is in there. She grabbed hold of his arm. Maybe you shouldn't. They could be dangerous. I'll be all right. Stay here. He started running towards the vehicle, but before he could get close, it took off, squealing its tires. Hey, stop. I want to talk to you, he yelled, but they drove away. Going back to Blair, he takes her arm. Let's get back to the house and I'll call the police. I couldn't even get the license plate number. It was covered in dirt. Back at the house, he called his friend at the police station, giving him the description of the van, and was told they would check into it. Grabbing a quick lunch, they showered and changed into their bathing suits. Swimming up to her, he trapped her between the wall of the pool in his arms. Have I told you how hot you look in the suit? No, you haven't. Well, you do, so hot that it makes my snake hard. His mouth came down on hers, his kiss turning passionate as he pressed his body against hers. His hand went down the front of her suit to cup her breast. Austin, not here. Why not? No one can see us and we're all alone. She closed her eyes and moaned. She became a quivering mass of pleasure when he captured one of her hands and put it inside his suit and placed it on the thickness of his snake. Pulling the bottoms to her bikini down, he pushed himself inside her. She was so wet and tight, he groaned out loud. I'm in heaven when I'm deep inside you, he said, his voice raspy, his breathing heavy. He started thrusting hard and fast, her back slamming into the wall of the pool. He could hear her screams. Her legs were wrapped tightly around his waist and they came together. Sparks of light shot behind their eyelids. They stayed in the pool until they were both tired of swimming, and laid on the lounge chairs to dry off and get some sun since it was a warm and sunny day. So you said you would make me a special dinner. Are you still planning on it, or would you like me to order some takeout? I promised you I'd cook and I will. Will you be upset with me if I do some work while you're making it? As long as you stop when dinner's ready. I thought later we could open a bottle of wine and watch a movie. I'll even let you pick it. she said, giving him a smile. Later she sent him to his office so that she could prepare dinner. As a rule, she wasn't one to cook, but she wanted to do something special for him. So finding a recipe for Parmesan risotto with roasted shrimp, she decided to make that, and for dessert, she made chocolate mousse. She put a lace tablecloth on the dining room table. Dimming the lights, she lit candles, making it romantic. Taking a bite, he moaned and looked at her. "This is so delicious. I honestly didn't think you could cook like this. It's perfect," he said, taking another bite. "I want to talk to you about going jogging. I think you should stop until we find out who was in that van and what they're up to. You know I like going for a jog every day. It keeps me in shape." "I know, but just to be safe, stop for now or go with someone." She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh. "All right, if you insist. Are you ready for dessert? I made a chocolate mousse. I hope it turned out. It's my first time making it." Getting up, she brings it over and puts one in front of him, waiting for him to taste it. "Oh my God, this is so good," he said, licking his lips and taking another bite. When the meal was done, he helped her clean up, and while she went to put something more comfortable on, he went to find a movie for them to watch. She came back wearing a silk nightgown and robe. He poured them some wine and they settled back to watch the movie. Her head was resting on the arm of the sofa. Her feet were over his lap. He didn't even realize he was rubbing her feet as he was so engrossed in the movie that she knew, and liking it, she kept quiet. Her feet were sore and it felt good. When the show was over, he looked over at Blair and saw that she was fast asleep. He ended up carrying her to bed. When he picked her up, she put her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Once he got her into bed and covered her up, he undressed and got in next to her. He lay on his side watching her, moving a strand of hair from her face. If someone had told him back in school that one day he would be in bed and married to Blair, he would have laughed, thinking it would never happen. If only things were different. If only she was in love with him and treated him better in high school, he might not have hatched a plan that could ruin her. Chapter 19. After a long Monday at work, Blair was tired. Her muscles ached and she wanted to go jogging, hoping Austin would go with her. But when she called him, he said he was working late and not to wait up. He was short with her and it pissed her off. Again, she felt he was playing games with her. So after eating the food that the housekeeper made, she changed and went jogging. Austin had told her not to go alone because of the van they had spotted. She did so anyway. She figured as long as she stayed on the main road, where there were houses everywhere, she would be safe. After an hour of running, she headed back home, and there, just as she opened the door, someone grabbed her from behind. Throwing her down onto the ground, he shut the door. She stared at him in horror. He wore dark clothes and a ski mask. She could smell the alcohol in his breath when he jumped on top of her. She kicked and screamed as he pawed at her, ripping her blouse open and tried undoing her jeans. When she fought back, hitting him, he slapped her a couple of times and said a few words before trying to force himself on her. Reaching out, she grabbed the leg of the small table by the door, pulling it at the vase on top, tipped over, falling onto the floor. Grabbing it, she smashed it over his head, and when he stumbled backwards, she kicked him. Getting up, she ran outside, screaming for help. A neighbor, hearing her, called the cops and went over to help her. She was bleeding and crying. The police searched the house and determined the masked man went out a side door, so she was taken inside for questioning. In the meantime, the helpful neighbor called Austin to let him know about the attack. Austin was eating a sandwich and signing some papers when he got the phone call saying Blair was attacked and was taken to the hospital. Dropping everything, he tore out of his office and drove like a madman to get to her. There he ran out of breath over to the reception desk. "I'm looking for my wife. She was just brought in." "Who is your wife?" asked the woman behind the desk. "Blair Cook. I mean Sherwin. She's in room 201. The police are with her." He walked into her room. She was sitting up on the bed, surrounded by police and the doctor. He was shocked to see the condition she was in. Her face was bruised and bloody, her top torn open with scratches on her chest. He pushed his way through the others to get to her. "Austin," she said, her tears flowing down her face. She felt his arms going around her, holding her tight as he stroked her hair. "What happened?" he asked, looking at the police. "What happened to my wife?" "Your wife was attacked inside your home," one of the officers spoke. "We brought her here to be checked out, but we need to ask her some questions about the attack." He took her face in his hands. "Are you up to this?" When she sniffed and nodded, he sat her down beside her, his arm around her. He sat her down, listening to what had happened, his rage boiling over with what the man did to her, and his heart went out to her for what she had gone through. I had just returned from jogging and opened the door when I felt someone grabbing me from behind and he threw me to the ground. He tore at my clothes. I tried fighting him, and when I did, he started hitting me. Then I felt his hand going down my pants and he stuck a finger inside me," she said. Looking at Austin, she started crying again. "Then what happened?" asked the young officers. "I was able to hit him over the head with a vase, and when he let go I kicked him. I got up and ran outside, screaming for help. I know he was hurt. I saw the blood on his mask." The young officers patted her hand. "You did real good. You're very brave. Did he say anything to you? Is there anything about him that you noticed? The sound of his voice, his smell, anything at all?" She buried her face in Austin's chest. "No," she cried out. "Wait. I remember he did say something. I know you want it. That's all he said before he tried to rape me." Feeling her tremble in his arms, he knew she had enough. So looking at the police, he told them he was taking her home. "If you can think of anything, call us. We want to catch this guy." The officers handed Austin his card. "The doctor already checked your wife. You can take her home now. I'll have a squad car patrol your neighborhood and keep an eye on things." When everyone was gone, he took off his jacket and placed it over her. Her left wrist was wrapped in a bandage from the sprain she received fighting the monster off. "I'm taking you home now, and I won't let anything else happen to you. I promise." He wanted to give her hell for going jogging alone, but he didn't have the heart. Putting his arm around her waist, he walked her out to his car, making sure to be careful of getting her into the car. He held her hand as he drove. Her head was turned, looking out the passenger window. "Aren't you going to give me a hard time about jogging alone?" He glanced over at her, his thumb caressing the top of her hand. "No. But until they find that prick, I will ask that you don't go out alone. I'm going to hire a private investigator to find the van and do some checking. I think he's the same guy that beat and raped a young woman not too long ago." "Why do you think it's the same guy?" she asked, looking at him. "The woman who was raped was by a guy with the same build you described. He wore a dark ski mask and said the same thing to her. I'm sorry you went through this, but you fought back, scaring him away." When he got her home and inside, he asked if he could get her something. "Would you like a drink or something to eat?" "No, I just want to go and take a hot bath to wash the feel of his hands off me, and then I'm going to bed," she said. Turning, she walked slowly up the stairs. Her body hurt with every step she took, and she felt like crying all over again. Never in her whole life had she ever been violated like this, and she knew it could have been worse. He could have gotten away with raping her. Laying in the tub, she tried to think of something, anything that could help to capture the creep that attacked her. She scrubbed herself all over, cleaning her private part over and over. It made her physically sick thinking of his finger inside her, and she wondered if she would ever be able to let a man touch her again. When the water had turned cold, that was when she decided to get out. Drying off, she put on her nightgown and looked in the mirror. Seeing the scratches on her chest, her black eye, and the bruises on her face, she couldn't help it when she broke down and cried. Covering her face with her hands, she felt Austin's gentle hands on her shoulders. Turning into him, his arms went around her, stroking her back. Then she felt herself being lifted up into his arms. She put her arms around his neck and let him carry her to the bedroom and laid her down. He then covered her with a blanket. He then got into bed. Pulling her into his arms, he held her. "How am I going to go to work looking like this?" she asked, pointing to her face. She then laid her head back down on his chest. It was very comforting having his arms around her in a protective way. "You're not going to work?" "What?" she asked, looking up at him. "I have to go to work. I've got so many things to get done. We have to promote our new line. I've called your friend Rachel and explained what happened. She's going to take care of things for you this week. You've been hurt and need time to heal." "You don't get it. I have to work to keep busy. If I'm alone, I'll just think about what happened, and I don't want to be alone." "You won't be alone." "What are you talking about?" "I've called Harry and told him to clear my schedule for the rest of the week. So you see, you won't be alone. I'll be here with you." "You would do that for me?" she asked. It touched her heart when he said that. Knowing how busy he was with work, he was acting like a husband in love and not one that married for a reason other than love. "You are my wife, after all, so it's my job to take care of you. No woman should be abused and attacked the way you were, and he will be caught. I'll make sure he is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." He pulled her in closer to him. He wanted to protect her from the evils of the world, even if it were only for the duration of their marriage. When she woke up, Austin was now in bed, and when the door to their bedroom opened, she thought it would be him, but it was the housekeeper, Helen, carrying a tray of food. This was a first. She had never done this before. "Morning, miss. Mr. Cook asked me to bring up your breakfast this morning," she said, setting the tray over her lap. "Thank you, Helen, this is very kind of you. Where is my husband? Has he gone to work?" She thought maybe he had changed his mind about taking time off work. "He's downstairs, making some calls. He told me what happened to you and I'm so sorry. How a man can do that to a woman is beyond me. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. I'm going to let you eat and get some rest. Just leave the tray and I'll come to get it later." Helen's kindness was touching. She had gotten the impression that the housekeeper didn't like her. It was like she was an inconvenience and causing her more work. But maybe she had the woman wrong. Maybe it was herself that came across as being a snob. She was done eating when Austin came up to check on her. "How are you feeling this morning?" he asked, removing the tray from her lap. "Stiff and sore, but I'll be all right." He touched her cheek lightly where the bruise was. "Well, just stay in bed and rest. I'll be downstairs in my office working. But if you need me, I'm here for you. Helen is going to make your favorite dinner tonight." "She is? That's so sweet of her. But I don't want her to go to any trouble for me. She wants to do it. When I told her what you went through, she was so upset. You see, her daughter went through the same thing years ago. Only she wasn't so lucky. The man who raped her also murdered her. So this is something that touches her heart." "Oh, I didn't know. How terrible," she said, covering her mouth as a tear slid down her cheek. "It happened many years ago and she has learned to live with it. Still hurts her to this day. Helen told me that I'd better be nice to you or she'll tan my hide. I really think she's warming up to you. I'm going to let you get some sleep now." "Austin, is there any chance he'll get caught?" He sat her back down, taking her hand in his. "Honestly, I don't know. If only there was someone who could identify him. Some kind of marking on his body that would make him stand out. But he will slip up one of these times and the police will get him. I just hope no other woman gets hurt. Sleep now," he said, leaning over to kiss her tenderly on the lips. Chapter 20. 2 days later, she was coming down the stairs when the doorbell rang. Stopping, she opened the door and her heart dropped into her stomach as her eyes went wide with shock. "Daddy, Mom," she said and moved back. "What are you doing here?" She was confused as to why they were here, but more so how did they know where to find her. The couple walked in, shutting the door behind them, and her father moved towards her. His eyes took in the state of her face and the bandage on her wrist. "We're just passing through town and wanted to see you. We were told you were here, resting from an attack." He cupped her face in his hands. His eyes teared up. "My poor baby. Who did this to you? I'll kill him." Austin heard the doorbell and went to see who it was. He saw a very elegant woman, with dark hair, and an older man with gray hair. He recognized them as her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sherwin. "What a pleasure to see you again." He went to shake her father's hand and got a punch in the mouth instead. Taking him by surprise, he landed on the ground. Seeing Austin walking toward them, jumped to the conclusion that he was the one who beat his daughter. "Get up, you bastard. I'll teach you to lay a hand on my baby." Blair hurried over to Austin, getting down on her knees and touching his lip that had a spot of blood on it. "Daddy, stop. It wasn't him that did this to me," she said, looking up at her father, who still had his hands balled up into fists. "Then who is he?" Austin and Blair got to their feet. "I'm her husband," he answered for her. "Husband?" both parents shouted, looking at each other. Looking at Blair, her father shakes his head, not believing what he was hearing. "Did I hear this man right? He's your husband?" "Yes, we're married," she said, chewing on her bottom lip. "Let's all go into the living room to talk. I'll have my housekeeper bring us some coffee." He motioned for them to follow him as he took hold of Blair's hand. He had Helen bring in the coffee and some biscuits. "Now will someone tell me what the hell is going on here?" "Marcus," her father barked. "My wife and I came to visit our daughter, and were told you were attacked and staying here. We weren't told you had gotten married." "I was waiting to tell you when you got back," she said, telling them a lie. "It happened kind of quickly." "Kind of quick? You marry a stranger and you couldn't have called or texted us. What the hell were you thinking, sweetheart? Don't you know how foolish and reckless this is?" Now, dear, let them explain," her mother said, placing a hand on her husband's arm to calm him down. "We aren't strangers, sir. Blair and I have known each other since high school." "Wait, I know you. Aren't you Austin Cook?" "Yes, sir, I am. Your daughter and I are very much in love. I had been in love with her ever since high school, and when we met at a school reunion, I knew I wasn't going to let her get away again. I know her getting married was a shock to you both, and I'm sure You would have wanted for her to have a big wedding, but we wanted a quiet one. Just us. Her mother got up and going over to Blair gave her a big hug. As long as you're happy, dear, that's all that matters. Thanks, Mom. So who attacked her? Marcus asked, also hugging his daughter. They all sat her down and Blair and Austin explained everything about the attacker and how she was able to fight him off and escape. Marcus, being a father, was not happy. She married Austin without talking to him first, but he figured what was done was done. Still, he was angry that she was attacked and almost raped under Austin's roof. You're her husband. It's up to you to keep her safe and you failed. He turned to Blair. Come with me and your mother on our trip. We can have this marriage annulled. I don't want it annulled. I'm happy with my life and my job. Speaking of my job, Mr. Ritter is selling his company and I'm buying it. Marcus raised an eyebrow, scratched his chin with his index finger. I never understood why you wanted to work when you have enough money to last you several lifetimes, but now you want to own your own company. Have you got any clue how much work that involves? The hours you'll have to put in. I like working and being an independent woman. It's always been my dream, and when Mr. Ritter said he was selling, I put in an offer. This is what I want more than anything. Please be happy for me. If you wanted a company, you could have come to me and I would have bought one for you. Thanks, Dad, but I didn't want your help. I wanted to do it on my own. Marcus looks over at Austin. How do you feel about your wife owning and running her own company? Are you not worried about the hours she'll have to work or the toll it will take on your marriage? I support Blair in whatever she wants to do. I'm sure our marriage will be all right. Besides, I'm busy with my own career, so it's good. She has something to do that she loves. What about when you have children? Do you plan on them being raised by nannies? The subject of children hasn't come up. We may not even have any, Austin said, starting to get irritated. You don't want kids? Her father asked, looking at her. I don't know. Maybe someday, she answered. Mrs. Sherwin gripped her husband's arm. Dear, leave them be. They just got married and have lots of time for such matters. Let's give her the birthday gift we got her. You remembered my birthday? She asked, thinking they had forgotten all about it. Of course we hadn't forgotten. We were in an area where there were no phones or internet, so we thought we'd just show up and give it to you in person. She reached into her purse and handed Blair the black velvet box. She gasped. Her eyes lit up when she saw the diamond earrings that sparkled brightly. They're amazing, but you shouldn't have. They're way too expensive. If there was one thing she knew, it was diamonds, and these ones were worth at least $100,000. Don't be silly. You're our little girl and you are worth it, her mother said, smiling from ear to ear. Marcus looked over at Austin. I do hope you have a safe where she can keep them. The old man's snarky tone did not go unnoticed by Austin. Yes, sir, I do. No wonder Blair was spoiled, he thought to himself. What with all the expensive gifts her parents were always giving her. Thanks, Mom. Dad, I love them. Can you stay for dinner? We could order some takeout and you could tell us all about your trip. We're so sorry, sweetheart, but we have a very early flight in the morning, and we need to get back to the hotel and get some sleep. When we get back, we'll tell you all about it, her mother said, getting up, wiping her tears away and hugging her. You didn't have to book into a hotel, Mom. You could have stayed here with us. There is plenty of room. While she and her mother talked, Marcus drew Austin over to the side. I hope they find the man who hurt my Blair. They're working on it, sir. That's good. Keep after them. He then stared into Austin's eyes. I want to warn you, son, that if you hurt my daughter in any way, I'll come after you and destroy you. That is my promise to you, he said, giving his cheek a slap. Austin rubbed his cheek where the old man had slapped him, as he watched the tearful goodbyes between the trio. Not that he was afraid of her father, but he sensed that the old man meant what he said. When they were gone, she sat her down, looking at the earrings. They really are so beautiful and I do love them, but I wish. She stopped talking, not wanting to say what was on her mind. What do you wish? He asked, sitting next to her. They're good parents, loving and always showering me with expensive gifts. I just wish that sometimes they would forget about the gifts and spend time with me. Even growing up, they were busy working or going on trips. I shouldn't complain. They never abused me and did always encourage me to do whatever I wanted to do. I was actually kind of lonely growing up. You were? He asked, surprised, but you seemed so happy. You had tons of friends. You were always laughing and going out. You had lots of dates, and never dated the same guy for long. Well, I was lonely, And I didn't go out as much as you think I did. Most guys were too afraid of asking me out. They always thought I was already with someone. As for not being with someone for long, that was because when I refused to have sex with them, they would drop me. But I heard them bragging about how they got into your pants. They lied to make themselves look like a stud. I didn't lose my virginity until college. I thought I already mentioned that to you. No, I don't think you did. Well, maybe. I can't remember. He Saturday back to think. Did he have her all wrong? Did you never tell your parents how you felt about not having them around? No, I was afraid they'd get mad, and I kind of thought that was how it was with every family. I know if I ever have kids, they aren't going to be lonely like I was, but then again, I don't plan on having kids. I'm sorry you grew up lonely but not wanting kids. I think you would make a good mother. You're probably the only one who thinks that. I'm going to take these cups into the kitchen, she said, getting up, picked up the dirty dishes. Oh, I could have gotten those, miss, Helen said when she saw Blair walk in. That's okay. I don't mind doing it. Are you all right, miss? Yes, just a little tired. I think I'll go lie down for a while. You don't have to bother starting dinner. Austin mentioned ordering Chinese tonight. Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. She went and laid down, feeling drained. As much as she loved her parents, it was always sad when they left her, and then them finding out she was married took too much out of her. They were never supposed to know, which was ridiculous. They were bound to at some point hear about it, either from a friend or the media. When Helen told Austin that Blair went to lay down, he decided to leave her alone to get some rest as she looked drained. He put her earrings in his safe when she asked him to, thinking he should give her the combination to it in case she wanted them when he wasn't around. He didn't have anything in there that he didn't want her to see, and what he did have in there would be of no good to her. He also felt he could trust her not to look at his stuff or take anything. When she came down 3 hours later, still looking tired, he ordered the Chinese food and then opened a bottle of wine. Chapter 21. Later they were getting ready to go to bed. She slid down her skirt and watched as he removed his shirt as she undid the buttons on her blouse. Just looking at his muscles rippling with each movement he made got her all hot and bothered. Going over, she stands in front of him. Placing her hands on his chest, she leaned in to kiss his chest. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes when she ran her tongue and lips over his chest. The mere touch of her mouth on his skin lit the fire within him. His snake hardened and a small moan came out from deep down in his throat. His hand fisted in her hair, and he lifted her face up so he could look into her eyes. Are you sure about this? Is it not too soon? I'm sure. Make love to me. He lifted her up, and she wrapped her legs around his waist as she pulled her shirt down over her shoulders, letting it drop to the floor. He laid her down, and getting onto the bed, he lowered his lips onto hers. His kiss deepened as his desire grew. He managed to undo her bra and remove it. Then his hand moved down her body to between her legs. He took his time as he rubbed his hand over her wet pussy cat, and before putting his finger inside her, he stopped to look at her. I'm going to put a finger inside you. Are you all right with that, or should I stop? Do it, she said, moaning as she pushed up on his hand. He slowly put his finger inside her, stroking as he sucked on her neck. Damn, you taste and feel so sweet. I've missed touching you and being inside you. He left soft little kisses down her breasts, stomach, and reaching for her panties pulled them down, taking them off so that she was completely naked. He then put his head between her legs. His lips blew a hot steamy breath over her sex, leaving her gasping. Then his tongue was on her, lapping at her, drawing her into his mouth and sucking at her sex. He heard her screams and felt her body quiver, her fingers entwining in his hair. Before stopping, he made sure she had multiple orgasms. Her chest was heaving, her breathing heavy, and sweat coated her body. Pleased at making her come several times, he climbed on top, putting himself inside her. What turned him on the most was the soft purr-like noises she would make whenever he kissed her neck. Wanting to see her face, he lifted himself up on his hands, watching her face as he pounded into her, going faster. But when he felt his snake pulsing, he knew he was close to coming, so closing his eyes he let go. Coming fast, he rested his body on top of hers, waiting for his breathing to go back to normal. Knowing he must be getting heavy, he rolled off and onto his side, taking her hand and holding it. Reaching her free hand down, she pulled up the blanket to cover them. Oh wow, that was amazing. You have to admit that being married to each other does have some great benefits for both of us. You're right. It'll be great while it lasts. I will miss the sex once we get divorced and go our separate ways, he said, lifting her hand to his lips, kissed it. You really do know how to please a man. Monday, standing in front of the mirror, she checked her face to see if the bruises were hidden under the makeup she applied. When Austin came from the bathroom, she went over to him. Look at my face. Can you see any bruises? It's barely noticeable, he said, touching her cheek. Are you sure you're ready to go back to work? You could take more time off. I can't hide forever. Besides, Mr. Ritter should have the paper for the sale of the company ready for me to sign, and I need to have my bank ready to deposit the funds into his account. If you want to come by my office later, we could have lunch then. I do have lots to do, but I will try and make it, he said, giving her a kiss. I have to go now, but be careful out there. I will, she answered, and they both walked out to their cars together. When Austin got to his office, Harry was waiting for him, his coffee already on his desk. How did things go while I was away? He asked, sitting down. It was quiet, Austin. So how is Blair? Much better now, thanks. I think the man that raped Miss Hill is the same man that attacked Blair. What makes you think that? I'm not sure. Maybe that with both women he wore a ski mask and said, I know you want it to both of them. Get me Miss Hill's address and phone number. What for? I'm going to go and talk with her. See if there's anything else she can tell me. Damn, Austin. Do you think she's going to talk to you after what happened in the courtroom during the trial? She's not happy with you. I keep thinking there's something more she can tell me about the man that raped her. Something that she might have forgotten that wasn't mentioned in court. I have this gut feeling he's the same man. All right, I'll get her address, but I think you're crazy. Later that morning, he arranged to meet Miss Hill in the coffee shop across from her home. Sitting down, he ordered coffee for both of them. What is it you want from me, Mr. Cook? Have you not already ruined my life by getting Ryan off on the charges? Again, Miss Hill, I'm sorry for what happened to you. It was the jury that decided he was innocent. There just wasn't enough proof. My wife was attacked, and I believe it was the same man that attacked you. Her eyes, dull and lifeless, looked into his. Did he rape her? He tried, but she was able to fight him off. He did beat her up as he did to you. I need to know if there's anything about that night and the man that you might now remember. Anything, like his scent, his voice, anything. She leaned over the table to stare into his eyes. I don't know who attacked your wife, but I know Ryan was the one who raped me. Mr. Cook, I had an affair with him for over a year. I know his scent, what his breath smells like, and I know what it feels like having him inside me. I'm telling you, it was Ryan. The words he spoke. I know you want it. He said it in a whisper. I suggest you get him to say those words when she's around. Maybe she'll recognize the voice. Tell me, did she get a look at the man's fingers? Ryan's middle fingernail on his right hand had a split up it and looks like it has. She gets up to leave, but he grabbed her hand. I'm sorry for what happened to you, and if Ryan was guilty, I'll find out and bring him to justice. She sat her day back down. Are you saying you believe me? After he was released and set free, I started getting this weird vibe about him, especially after he met my wife. It was the way he looked at her. Something was off. Tell me, Mr. Cook, did your wife's attacker use a weapon to scare her? Yes, she saw a pocket knife in his hand. Ryan owns one. It has a pearl handle. His father gave it to him before he passed away. Did she describe it? No, that wasn't mentioned. All she said was a pocket knife. Ask her. Now I must get to work. Miss Hill, I promise if Ryan is the one, you will get justice for what he did to you. I promise you that. It was him. Mr. Cook, goodbye. Austin checked his watch and saw it was close to lunchtime. He hurried out and drove to her office just as everyone was leaving for lunch. Sorry I'm late, he said, giving her a smile as he walked over to her. No, you're just in time. Do you want to go to the diner across the street or just order in? Let's go to the diner, he said, reaching to take her hand. Once there, he ordered for the both of them. Blair, I wanted to ask you about the night you were attacked. Must we talk about it? I just want to forget it ever happened. I really need to ask you some questions. Did you notice anything about his fingernails? Anything unusual about them? His fingernails? No, I was fighting to get him off me. I didn't have time to look at them. Why are you asking me this? Trust me, it's important. What about the knife? Can you tell me what the handle looked like? Austin, why are you interrogating me? You're treating me like I'm on a witness stand. Do you know who attacked me? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. Please, the knife. Did you notice if the handle was plain, or was there something special about it? Something that stands out? Rubbing her temple, she tried to think back to that night. She had a flashback to when he held up the knife close to her face, and she suddenly remembered something. She looks at him. Yes, it was a pearl. A handle was a pearl. I remember it now. Is that important? I mean, I'm sure lots of people have the same one. Maybe. His head was pounding. He was starting to believe it was Ryan, and there was only one way to find out for sure. She had hit him over the head with a vase and he bled. So he would have a cut on his forehead. Now he would have to go and see him in person. And if he did have a cut, then he would have him arrested. Austin, if you know who attacked me, then tell me who. I have a right to know. I'm not sure, but I think maybe it was Ryan Platt. The man you met at the party we went to. I'm going to go see him. The other woman he attacked said he owned a pearl-handled knife. Said he whispered the same thing to her as he did to you. It's all starting to add up, and if he has a cut, then I'll call the cops and he'll pay for what he did. Is he the one you defended in court? He looked at her, his eyes filled with regret, hating himself for defending a rapist, and vowed he'd find the truth. Yes, I'm afraid so. When we're done with lunch, I'll take you back to your office, and then I'll go see Mr. Platt. Austin, no. He could be dangerous and you might get hurt. You can't go alone. At least call your friend that's on the force and take him with you. He smiled at her, touched that she was worried about him. It's sweet that you care about my safety. Of course I care about you. You are my husband, she said, turning her head away. She didn't want him to see how much she cared, and him being a lawyer could see the truth if he looked into someone's eyes. When they were finished lunch, he walked her to her office, giving her a quick kiss. He went to see his buddy at the police station. First, they would go over to Ryan's house and talk to his wife. She would tell them if her husband was home the day of Blair's attack, and he wanted to find out if he owned a pearl pocket knife. Then they would go visit him at his place of work. He was sure if there were enough evidence, the cops would search his home and office. If they got lucky, they might even find the ski mask. Chapter 22. Walking into the police station, he was greeted by some of the officers, who knew him, and was taken into Scott's office. Hey Austin, what brings you here? He asked, looking up from his desk. He sat down across from his friend, a 30-year-old cop, who he defended a few years back, that was accused of taking bribes and dealing drugs. He had been set up and the real culprits found and put behind bars. He told Scott everything he suspected about Ryan and asked for his help, saying how he felt bad for helping to set a rapist free. The two stood side by side as Austin knocked on the Platt's door. When Mrs. Platt saw him, she smiled. Mr. Cook, what a pleasant surprise, but what are you doing here? Ryan's not home. Hello, Mrs. Platt, this is Officer Finn. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Oh, all right, come on in. She showed them into the living room and offered them some tea, which they declined. So what is this all about? We have reason to believe that your husband was the one who attacked and tried to rape Austin's wife a few days ago, and also for the beating and rape of Miss Hill. Where was he on the night in question? Scott asked. He noticed that her demeanor changed from friendly to angry. She looked at Austin with rage in her eyes. How can you think Ryan had anything to do with the attack on your wife? And as for Miss Hill, you were the one that proved he was innocent. I feel I was mistaken about your husband's innocence. We can clear this up if you will just answer some questions. Where was he on the night in question? I don't know. Here, I guess. The kids and I went to visit my parents for a few days. Does he own a pocket knife? One with an antique pearl handle? Yes, his father gave it to him. Why? Would you allow me to search the property, or do I need to get a search warrant? Scott asked, pulling out his phone. We have nothing to hide. Go ahead and search the place. You won't find anything, she snapped. Austin placed his hand on Scott's arm, stopping him from leaving. He had a hunch and thought there was an easier way to find out what they needed to know. Mrs. Platt, has Ryan received any injuries to his head lately? Well, he has a cut on his forehead and had to get stitches. He said he was doing some work on an old vehicle he was fixing up. Why? One more question. Does he own a van? One that he might not have registered or have plates for? Yes, he picked up an old van. One with tinted windows that he's fixing up. Both men looked at each other and jumped to their feet. Where is this van? Scott asked, knowing then they had their man. In the old shed out back. What's going on? Tell me, she cried out as she followed them outside and around back. There's a bloody padlock on it, he said, turning to her. Where is the key? I don't have it. My husband does. He keeps it locked so that the children don't go in. He's afraid of them getting hurt. Looking around, Austin spots an axe. Picking it up, tells the others to stand back as he started hacking on it, breaking it within minutes. Opening the door, the smell of stale air hit their nostrils, making their eyes water. "That's the van," Austin said, walking around it. "What are you talking about?" she cried out. "This is the van that has been following my wife. I saw it, and when I approached it, the driver took off. It has rust in all the same places. Look here. The license plates are all muddy and the numbers are also scraped off. No, this can't be. My husband would never hurt a fly. The cut on your husband's head was from my wife when she smashed a vase over it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Platt, but your husband is a rapist. Look what I found," Scott shouts out when he jumped out of the back of the van. In his hand were a bloody ski mask and a pair of black-laced panties. "I bet these are Miss Hill's panties, the one that the rapist took after leaving her for dead." Mrs. Platt fell to her knees. Covering her face with her hands, she broke out sobbing. "I can't believe he did this. How could he do such a thing? He's a father, for God's sake." "Mrs. Platt, is your husband at work?" Scott asked, touching her shoulder and helping her to her feet. "No, he's playing golf with his boss and some of the other employees." Scott turned to Austin. "You've been a big help, but go home. Let me and the other officers take care of the rest. That man had me believing he was innocent about Miss Hill, and then he attacked my wife. I'm going with you. I want to ask him why he did it. I want to look into his eyes." When they reached the golf course, it didn't take them long to find Ryan. He was just getting ready to putt when he heard his name being called. Swearing under his breath, he saw Austin and Scott and 2 other officers in uniform coming his way. Fear crept through him. He had a feeling of what it was about. He thought of running, but there was nowhere to go. He wasn't a fast enough runner to get away. "Mr. Platt, I'm arresting you for the assault and attempted rape of Blair Sherwin." Scott read him his rights as he cuffed his hands behind his back. "I don't suppose you'll be my lawyer, will you?" he asked, looking at Austin with a smirk on his face. "Why did you do it after everything I did for you?" he asked, getting in his face. "I believed you were innocent in the Hills case, but we found Miss Hill's panties in your van." "Why Blair?" "Why not? That first time I saw her, oh man, my snake got so hard I just knew I had to frucate that tight sweet pussycat of hers." Before Ryan could say anything else, Austin took a swing at him, his fist landing right in the mouth. He would have fallen to the ground if it weren't for the 2 officers holding him. "Take him away, boys," Scott told the officers. "Go home. It's over now. Mr. Platt will go down for both crimes. He won't be getting out until he's an old man." Placing his hand on Austin's shoulder, they walked to his vehicle. Scott drove back to the station where Austin's car was parked. He knew by the look on his face and how quiet he was being that his conscience was eating away at him. Thanking Scott for all of his help, he decided to go home instead of going to his office. There he told the housekeeper she could have the rest of the day off. Removing his tie and undoing some of the buttons on his shirt, he goes to his office, grabbing a bottle of scotch and a glass, went and Saturday down on the small sofa and poured himself a drink. He felt mentally and physically beat. He wasn't sure how long he Saturday there, when he heard the sound of Blair's heels on the floor, coming towards the office. "Austin," she said, moving into the room and over to him. "Where have you been? I've been calling you for hours. I was worried about you." When he didn't answer, she Saturday next to him. "What's wrong?" He didn't look at her, just stared straight ahead, taking a drink from his glass. "It was Ryan. He was the one that attacked you. We also found more evidence proving he beat and raped Miss Hill. I dropped the ball on that case and set a criminal free. God only knows how many other women he raped and got away with it." "Oh, Austin, it's not your fault." His head snapped sharply towards her. "I should have been able to tell he was guilty. What we put that woman through will haunt me forever. You can't beat yourself up over this. You didn't know. Mr. Platt was a good liar. He had everyone fooled. You're a good lawyer. Don't ever forget that, and don't let this stop you from helping the people who are innocent. You're a good man." He takes another long gulp of his drink, his eyes staying on her. "You're wrong. I'm not a good man." She takes the glass from his hand before he could take another drink. "I think you've had enough to drink. I'm going to check to see what Helen made us for dinner and then we'll eat." When she left the room, he checked the message on his phone. Harry had just secured another 2 shares to Blair's company. He deleted the message and throws the phone down. "A good man, my ass. If you only knew what I was planning, you wouldn't say that." He closed his eyes, falling asleep. Austin, wake up." It's time to eat. Opening his eyes, he found himself staring into her big brown ones. When she took his hand and pulled him up, he drew her in close, his arms going around her waist. He felt the need for some human contact, something to help him forget. So lowering his lips onto her mouth, he kissed her, slow and gentle at first, but then it turned more passionate, almost rough as he took dominance over her lips. Moving her over put her up against the wall. Removing his shirt, he cupped her face in his hands, his lips going back on hers. Feeling her tongue going inside his mouth, he moaned it, taking the material of her blouse in his hands and ripped it open. He placed his mouth over her breast as he pulled her top over her shoulders, taking it off of her. When she put her arms around his neck, purring like a kitten, he lifted her up and she put her legs around his waist. All thoughts of eating were forgotten as he unhooked her bra and lowered her down onto the sofa. There he removed the remainder of her clothes as well as his mouth devoured her lips, his hand caressing her breast. He let her take him in her hand and put him inside her. The way she was kissing him, the way she was pushing up into him drove him mad with desire. He saw the lust in her eyes when she opened them for a second. Her pussycat was hot, his snake throbbing and on fire. He couldn't take it, so it was too late. They were both about to come when he started pounding faster and harder, going deep as he brought them both to the greatest orgasm they had ever experienced. He kissed down her neck, over her shoulders. His heart was pounding, his body trembled as he laid on top of her. He knew he was just using her for sex, to forget how he failed by getting Ryan off so that he could hurt other women. She lay beneath him, her hands stroking his back. There was such sadness about him, a vulnerability. It didn't go unnoticed that this wasn't making love. It was just sex, something she felt he needed to feel a little better. It was rougher than usual but so intense, and she wasn't going to complain. He lifted his body up and looked down at her, his fingers caressing the side of her face. He thought maybe he should say something to her, maybe thank her, but even to him that sounded just plain stupid, not to mention cold. I could use something to eat now. She smiled up at him. Me too, but you have to get off me first. For the first time today, he smiled, letting out a chuckle. Yeah, that would probably help. Getting off her, he helped her up and they put their clothes back on. Instead of having wine with their dinner, she made coffee, thinking he could use it as he drank almost half a bottle of scotch. Chapter 23. Waking up, he looks over at Blair. Her back was to him and the covers were down around her waist. He couldn't get over how even her back was as he reached over to touch it, running his fingers down her back. His hand going under the cover, he gently caresses her ass, feeling her stirring. Oh, Austin, that feels good, she purred. He turned her over onto her back, putting one leg over her. He gets on top. How is it that you can look this beautiful first thing in the morning? She giggled. You're kidding, right? My hair is a mess. I'm not wearing any makeup and I need to brush my teeth. About yesterday, when I made love to you, I was feeling sorry for myself and used you to make myself feel better. I'm afraid I didn't give you the attention you deserved, only thought of myself. I would like to make it up to you now, he said, placing his lips on her neck, his hand moving down to between her legs and found she was already wet for him. Austin, it's all right. It was still great, she answered, letting out a moan when he began stroking inside her. The way he was touching her, the way his lips kissed her neck had her forgetting about work. At this rate, she would be late, but she didn't care. There no way was she going to stop him. For over an hour she enjoyed the way he made her feel. He left no part of her body untouched. He was so skillful in doing things to her with his hands and mouth that he hadn't done before. She was left sweaty and panting by the time he got his own release after giving her several orgasms. Hovering over her, he couldn't stop kissing her lips. To him they were the sweetest tasting thing he ever had the pleasure of putting his mouth on. You really are the most seductive woman I've ever known. If only things were different, he said sadly, giving her one last kiss before getting off her and out of bed. I'm afraid we're both going to be late for work. I'd suggest taking a shower together, but then we'd be even later. I'll shower in the other bathroom. You can use the one in here. They kissed passionately before getting into their separate cars and heading off to work. Walking towards her office, she greeted everyone with a smiling face. She was an hour late but didn't care. She felt great and just knew the day was going to get better. She had no idea how much better it was going to be. Rachel came into her office with her coffee in hand. Well, someone's late this morning, she said, handing Blair her coffee. What's different about you this morning? Nothing, Rachel. I just overslept, that's all. No, that's not it. You're glowing and you have this weird smile plastered all over your face. My guess is you got late before coming in. It must have been really good for you to be late, as this is the first time you've ever been late. She sat her day down, crossing her legs. All right, spill the beans. Blair sat her day back in her chair, holding her coffee. Austin is a tender and generous lover. Most men only think of their own pleasure, but he's so different. He makes sure I'm totally satisfied before he, let's say, enjoys himself. Wow, he sounds perfect. Maybe when you're done with him I'll give him a try, she said, winking at her. Blair glared at her. Stay away from him. She held up her hands and laughed. Hey, I was just kidding. I have no interest in Austin, especially since you are so deeply in love with him. She cleared her throat when she looked at Rachel. I'm not in love with him. Rachel stood, grabbing her mug. Oh babe, stop lying to yourself. You're so much in love with the man. It's written all over your face. That being said, I think you should tell him before it's too late. Chances are he feels the same way about you. No, he doesn't. He's just with me because we made a deal and we both decided we could enjoy sex while we're together, as we agreed to stay faithful to one another. Oh my God, Blair, you're so clueless. If he wasn't in love with you, do you think he would go through all the trouble of finding out who attacked you? Then he takes time off from his busy schedule to take care of you when you got hurt. I'm telling you, that man is in love with you and has been since high school. Tell him, Blair. Tell him you love him. When Rachel left, she sat her day down, playing with the necklace that Austin bought her between her fingers. Maybe her friend was right. It was time to stop pretending that she wasn't in love with him. But if she were to tell him, and it didn't feel the same way, it would crush her. She would wait and see if he tells her first, then she would tell him how she felt. Pushing all thoughts of Austin out of her head, she dove right into work. Just before lunchtime, she was called into Mr. Ritter's office. She sat her day down, looking across at his face that was beaming. You wanted to see me? She asked, wondering what was going on. Blair, I have the final papers for you to sign. He pushes the papers across the desk towards her. All you have to do now is to sign them, and in a week's time, the company will be all yours. She jumped to her feet. Her heart was filled with happiness, and it was all she could do not to jump up and down. Oh, Mr. Ritter, you had no idea how happy I am, and I promise I won't let you down. He got up and walked around the desk to go over to her. I know you won't. I've grown fond of you and have started to think of you as a daughter. Next week, when you are officially the owner, I'm hosting a party in your honor. The press will be there as well, all of your employees and your husband, of course. It's going to be a big day for you, he said, giving her a big hug. Now, young lady, you're still my employee, so get back to work. She wiped the tear from the corner of her eye. Yes, sir, I'm going, and thanks again, she said, walking out and smiling at Rachel, motioning for her to follow. What's going on? Rachel asked, shutting the door behind her. Blair couldn't contain her excitement a minute longer. Taking Rachel's hands, she started jumping up and down. This time next week, I will officially be the boss. I'll be moving into Mr. Ritter's office, and I want you to be my personal assistant. That's amazing. I didn't think it was going to happen so soon, but this is great. I will expect a big pay raise, as we discussed before. You got it. I'll really need your help. Letting Rachel go, she went over to the window and looked out. This is a dream come true. I can't wait to tell Austin. I think I'll call him now and tell him. I'm sure he'll be happy for me. After Rachel left, she dialed his number, but her call went straight to voicemail. I have some great news to tell you. Call me back, she said, hanging up. Back at Austin's office. Well, you sure are in a good mood this morning, after what happened with Ryan, Harry said after seeing his friend smiling from ear to ear. I was pretty upset yesterday, but Blair cheered me up last night and this morning, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. She was so understanding last night. Made me realize that it wasn't my fault. I do want to make it up to Miss Hill, get her case reopened, and see to it that Ryan pays for what he did to her. So get all the information together. Will do. So are you still going through with your plan as far as Blair is concerned? Yes, it's too late to stop now. It's never too late, Austin. Not if you love her. Who says I love her? Whatever, he answered. I'll get to work on Ryan's case now, he said, walking out, shaking his head at Austin. His phone rang and he looked to see who the caller was. It was Blair. Ignoring the call, laid his phone back down, waiting to hear what she had to say when it went to voicemail. Hi, Austin. It's me. I have some really great news that I want to tell you in person. I'll drop by in an hour to tell you. 45 minutes later, he gets up from his desk and heads out. He wanted to be gone before she got to his office. Stopping by Harry's desk told him to let Blair know he would be in the cafe around the corner. Though he had no intentions of being there, he was doing the same thing to her that she did to him all those years ago. Payback is a bitch, Blair, he says to himself. Blair walked into Austin's office building with a huge grin on her face. She couldn't wait to tell him the good news. Knocking on his office door, she walked right in. But no Austin. She sat her day down, thinking he'd be back soon. After only a few minutes, Harry entered. She smiled and stood up to face him. Hi, I came to see Austin. Is he around? No, he had to go out but did mention that he would be in the diner around the corner. You could probably catch him there. Oh, I guess he didn't get my message that I was coming. I guess I'll pop in there. Thanks, Harry, and say hi to Fran for me. Saying goodbye, she walks past him, looking at her watch. She had to get back to work soon. Entering the diner, she looked all around. There was no sign of him, so going outside, she takes her phone and dialed his number. Relieved that he answered it on the first ring. Austin, where have you been? I went to your office and Harry said you were here. Why didn't you wait for me or call and let me know you wouldn't be there? Sweetheart, sorry, but I was called out at the last minute. You know how busy I am, and I can't sit around here waiting for you. What is it you wanted to tell me? Hurt and disappointed, she lost all the joy she had felt earlier, not wanting to talk to him. I'll tell you later at home. Right now I have to get back to work. I've already wasted too much time running around after you. Goodbye, Austin, she said and hung up. She walked a few blocks back to her office. She could have taken a cab, but she needed to calm down and the fresh air would help. She was furious with him. He was being so considerate. It wouldn't have hurt him to take a second to call her, or text saying he had to leave. She goes back into her office. The fresh air did nothing to calm her down. She was just as pissed as before. In a fit of anger, she picks up her day planner and whips it across the room, cursing Austin as it hit the wall and fell to the floor. Sitting down, she stares at the work in front of her. She just couldn't seem to get motivated to work. It really hurt her the way he was treating her, especially after the night and morning they had shared together. He was so sweet and gentle. Now he was being a real jerk and it hurt like hell. Chapter 24. Still hurt, she barely spoke to him when she got home that night. He acted like he had done nothing wrong, which made her even madder. Getting into bed that night, she turned her back to him and felt his hand on her back. You haven't told me your big news, he said, trying to snuggle up to her. Her back still to him, she moved away from him. Not that you care, but Mr. Reader had me sign the final papers today. This time next week, I'll own the company. I was so excited and wanted to tell you in person, but you kept giving me the runaround. Grabbing her shoulder, he pushed her down onto her back. That's great. You did it. Got what you wanted. I'm sorry about today. I should have been there for you. I really am happy for you. Are you? She asked, not knowing whether to believe him or not. Yes. Again, I'm sorry, but things happen that are out of my control. He did feel some remorse for lying to her. He stroked her cheek with the back of his hand, before leaning down, kissed her softly on the lips. There's going to be a party next week, announcing me as the new owner. Everyone is going to be there, even the press, and it's really important that you be there. It's a week away, so will you be able to clear your schedule for that night? Yes, I'll make sure it's clear. When he went to kiss her, she took his face in her hands and stared into his eyes. Promise me, Austin, it's really important that I have my husband by my side. If not, the press will have a field day. It won't look good for me if you're not there. Blair, I gave you my word I'll be there. Now lay back and let me show you how sorry I am about today. He wasted no time removing her nightgown and going between her legs. His tongue slid over her wetness and inside her. Her hips arched up, welcoming his touch. She started squirming as his tongue played inside her, lapping up her juices as he used one hand to fondle her breasts. His other hand held onto her hip. Her fingers gripped the sheets, her breathing becoming heavy and her moans loud, when her body convulsed with the orgasm she experienced. The anger she felt towards him earlier was long gone when he moved his tongue up her body till he reached her mouth and entered her with one quick thrust. Holding her in his arms later, he smiled down at her. So am I forgiven? Still feeling good after their lovemaking, she just couldn't stay mad at him. Yes, you're forgiven this time, but don't disappoint me again. Next time you won't get off so easy. The next day at work, Blair received a dancing red long stem roses from Austin, again apologizing for yesterday. She couldn't help smiling. thinking how sweet he was and the way he made love to her in the shower. The next few days were perfect. He came home early every night, paying lots of attention to her. At night when she lay next to him, watching as he slept, she knew she was falling more in love with him. Over those few days, she told him how sorry she was for the way she treated him years ago. He assured her he was over it, but she had a nagging feeling. There was still a part of him that hadn't forgiven her. Before the party, she went shopping for a new dress, laughing when he complained that she already owned tons of dresses, ones she hadn't even worn yet. "I have to look good," she said, putting her arms around his neck, reaching up to kiss him. The night of the party, waking up, she climbs on top of him, kissing him awake. "Don't forget about the party tonight. It's important to me." "Don't worry, I'll be there," he said, kissing her as he rolled her over onto her back and got on top. "I think we have time for a little bit of fun before work." She was on cloud nine all day at work and couldn't wait until tonight at the party when it was announced. She was now the new owner of New Women's Cosmetics. With Austin beside her, it was going to be a night she'd never forget. Arriving home later, she didn't see him around, so picking up her phone called him. "Austin, where are you? We need to get ready for the party." "Sorry, I'm running late. Something came up, so you go ahead and I'll meet you there." Her heart dropped, disappointment hitting her hard. "You promised me. You said you cleared your schedule. I was counting on you to be with me from the beginning, not to show up late. Do you know how that's going to look with my own husband not being there?" "It couldn't be helped. I'll get there as soon as I can. I have to go, but I'll see you there. Bye." She hung up her phone, let out a sigh. She went to shower. Her hair and makeup were done. She put on the necklace Austin gave her and the earrings her parents gave her for her birthday. She then slipped into the dress and checked herself in the mirror. She really wanted Austin to see her in it, hoping he'd like it. It was time to leave, so she called for a cab, figuring she'd drive home with him at the end of the night. As soon as she walked into the hall, she was greeted by well-wishers, and someone handed her a glass of wine. She was shocked to see her old boyfriend was there, and he was headed toward her. "Blair, my God, you look amazing." "Patrick, I'm surprised to see you here. I haven't seen you in almost 2 years. Why are you here?" she asked, looking at him. She had to admit he looked good with his blonde hair, broad shoulders, and had the face of a model, but it was his dimples that had attracted her to him in the first place. "When I heard the good news, I had to come and tell you how proud I am of you. I always knew you'd make a name for yourself. Also, I've missed you. I never should have broken up with you," he said, touching her cheek. Removing his hand, she took a step back from him. "You didn't just break up with me. You cheated on me. I know, and I regret what I did and for hurting you, but it wasn't all my fault. You were always busy with work. You never had time for me. Don't you dare blame me," she snapped at him. "You knew how important my career was. If you had your way, I'd be at home barefoot and pregnant, while you followed your own career and screwed everything in sight. All that doesn't matter now. I've moved on and I'm married." He takes her hand in his and looked at her rings. "Yes, I heard you got married. So where's this husband of yours?" She cleared her throat and pulled her hand away. "He's a lawyer and some important work came up, so he's going to be late. But he'll be here." Austin is also the jealous type, so I suggest you keep your distance from me. A good husband would make every effort to be here with you on your special night. I wonder if maybe things aren't good between you two. My relationship with my husband is none of your business. Shouldn't you be with the bitch you cheated on me with? We broke up a few weeks ago. I came tonight to ask you to forgive me, and if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you." She laughed. "Oh God, you really are a piece of work. I have my husband to talk to, and you would be the last person I'd talk to." She looked past his shoulder and saw Rachel. "Excuse me, I need to go and talk to someone. I really think you should leave," she said, walking away from him. Going over to Rachel and the people she was standing with, they all congratulated her on her recent success. After talking for a bit, Rachel pulled her away from the crowd so she could talk to her in private. "Was that your ex, Patrick, I saw you talking to?" "Yes, that was him." "What the hell is he doing here, and where is Austin?" "Okay, first of all, something came up, and Austin is going to be a little late. He'll be here." As for Patrick, well, he said he wanted to congratulate me on getting my own company. He also said he missed me and was sorry for cheating on me. "Oh, I just bet he is. What a jerk. I'd stay away from him, Blair. He's probably here just to cause trouble." "I'm going to call Austin again and find out what's taking him so long," she said, Dialing his number, she got no response. Even his voicemail was shut off. I'm sure he'll be here soon. Maybe he's on his way now and that's why he's not answering. As time went by, there was no sign of Austin and the speeches were about to begin. The press was getting ready to set up their cameras. When it was time, Mr. Ritter came over to her, giving her a warm sigh. Blair, I haven't seen Austin. Isn't he coming? I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Something has come up that he just can't get out of, she said, checking the entrance once again. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. It really hurt that he wasn't there to share her big day, especially since he had given her his word. That's a shame. Well, I'm sure he's thinking of you. Are you ready to go in front of the TV and have the world know you are the new owner of New Women's Cosmetics? Pushing her sadness away put a smile on her face. Taking his hand when he held it out to her, she nods as she followed him onto the stage. After the announcement was made, the press started asking her questions. How does it feel to be one of the youngest women ever to become the owner of a huge and successful company? It feels amazing and I know I will make Mr. Ritter proud. I have big plans for the company. We'll be developing more products for our line, just as perfumes and other things that make us women feel good and beautiful. We hear you recently got married. Yes, a little over 2 months now. I married a wonderful man, Austin Cook, she said, forcing a smile on her face. We don't see your husband here tonight. Shouldn't he be here to celebrate your biggest achievement? She looks over at Rachel before answering. He wanted to be here, but in his line of work and with the cases he's coming up, he couldn't get away. That he is very supportive, and it is killing him that he couldn't be here with me tonight. He will still come, though it will be late when he gets here. Thank you all so much for being here, but let's enjoy the rest of the night. The reporters did manage to get a few more questions in before they stopped. Blair snuck away. Going outside, she stood on the balcony. Moments later, Rachel came out, standing beside her. She looks at Rachel, her eyes tearing up. He's not coming, is he? Oh, Blair, it doesn't look like it. I'm so sorry, she said, putting her arm around Blair's shoulder when she saw the tear trickling down her face. Austin is a real jerk. Don't let him spoil this night for you. Let's go inside and have some fun. We'll drink, dance, and forget about that heartless bastard. Though her heart was breaking, she wasn't going to let him bother her. Not tonight. This was her night and by God, she was going to have fun. You're right. Screw him. Let's drink some of that champagne and toast to my success. Now you're talking, Rachel said. Taking Blair's arm, they walked back inside. Chapter 25. Choking back her tears and putting on a brave face, she entered the hall with Rachel, grabbing them both a glass of wine. When the music started playing, Patrick came over and asked her for a dance. Handing her glass to Rachel, she figured why not. She was here to have some fun, and since Austin didn't have the decency to show up, he could go to hell. You look like you've been crying. Is it because your husband hasn't shown up? Look, I really don't want to talk to you about Austin. Patrick was the last person she would talk to about Austin. Then I'll not mention him again, he said, pulling her close as they moved to the music. He rested his head against hers. You look amazing in this dress. Then again, you always look good in anything you wear. After a couple of dances with Patrick, she excused herself and went to get another glass of wine. She looked at all the happy couples dancing and sadness crept through her, wishing Austin was here with her. People kept coming over to talk with her. Some of the employees who used to talk about her behind her back were now sucking up to her. Since they were good at their jobs, she let it slide. At least now they would show her more respect. Several more glasses of wine later, and the fact it was getting late, she decided to go home. Austin was still not answering her calls. Telling Rachel she was going to call a cab and go home, went outside to make the call. She was drunk and had trouble dialing the number when someone snatched the phone from her hand. Hey, what the hell? She snapped, then saw it was Patrick. I think you had way much to drink. Let me give you a ride home. Patrick, she said, looking at him through blurry vision. Are you stalking me? She asked. Covering her mouth, she giggled. Putting his arm around her waist, he walked her over to his car. Opened the door, he helped her in before going around to his side and getting in. Where do you want me to take you? If you need to sober up first, you could come back to mine. I'm a married woman. I can't go back to your place, but I also don't want to go home and face him. Take me to a bar. I want to drink and dance till the sun comes up. As much as I would like to, I really think you've had enough. Now tell me where you live. Pouting, she crossed her arms. Fine, she snapped, giving him the address. Pulling into the driveway and parking his car, he gets out, goes around to the passenger side, opened the door and helped her out. As she was staggering, he put his arm around her waist and walked her to the front door. "Thanks for bringing me home." With his arms still around her, he leans her up against the door. He looks at her. He had a strong urge to kiss her, to feel her lips once again, and when he put his lips on hers, she pushed him away. "Patrick, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm a married woman, and if Austin saw you, he'd kill you. I'm sorry, but you look so sad and lonely. Your husband isn't treating you right. I can tell. Let me kiss you. Let me show you how a man should treat a woman. It was good between us at one time. Until I fucked up. I just know it can be good again. Give me a second chance." "No, you better go now." "I'll go, but I'll be back. I was a fool to let you go, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get you back. I still love you." Her head was spinning. It felt nice knowing a man wanted her, even if it was from the lying, cheating Patrick who broke her heart, but she couldn't get Austin out of her mind. Even though he hurt her by not showing up and as angry as she was with him, she just couldn't let Patrick kiss her. "Goodbye. Thanks for the ride," she said. Opening the door, she shut it behind her. Kicking off her shoes, she dragged her bum up the stairs into the bedroom she shared with Austin. She knew he was home since she saw his car in the driveway. As soon as she walked into the room and saw him sitting up in bed with his laptop on his lap, her anger returned. It only made it worse when he looked up at her and smiled. "You look amazing in that dress. So damn hot," he said, closing the lid to his laptop. "Where the hell have you been?" she snapped, crossing her arms and staring at him. "What are you talking about? I've been right here." She moved closer, her eyes flashing with anger. "You've been here all this time. Why didn't you show up at my party, and why didn't you answer my calls?" "It was late when I got here and I was tired, so I decided to stay home." "What's the big deal?" he asked with a smirk on his face. "What's the big deal? You knew how important tonight was for me. I expected you to show up, and so did Mr. Ritter." It was so embarrassing, having to explain to the press why my own husband didn't show up. She couldn't stop the tears that started falling down her face. "You really hurt me, Austin. You gave me your word and you broke it. Seeing how drunk you are, I'd say you had a good time without me," he said, sarcastically. "Yes, thanks to Patrick," she said as she went to grab her nightgown. "Patrick, as in your ex?" he asked, pushing his laptop off his lap. "That's right. He didn't have to come, but he did it for me," she answered as she started gathering up a few things. "How did you get home?" he asked, getting mad at the thought it might have been her ex who brought her home, and he would soon know how right he was. "Patrick," she answered. "What are you doing?" he asked. Getting out of bed, he goes over to her. "I'm getting a few things for the morning. I'm moving back into the other bedroom. I won't share a bed with you for one more night. From now on, this marriage is just going to be a business arrangement, like you wanted in the beginning," she said, slurring her words. "You're overreacting. There's no need to sleep in another room." He didn't like seeing her cry. It tugged on his heartstrings. It was then he realized how much this party meant to her and how much he had hurt her. Maybe he had gone too far. It wouldn't have hurt him to have gone to the party. "Oh, there's a need, all right. I won't share a bed or my body with someone who doesn't respect me enough to do one little thing for me. Right now I hate you and can't stand to look at you." He goes over and tries to take her into his arms, but she pushed him away, and then she slapped him hard across the face. "Don't touch me. Don't ever touch me again." "Did you let Patrick touch you?" he asked, his eyes growing dark with anger. "We had a few drinks and danced together. He said he was sorry for hurting me and he wants me back. He says he still loves me." Hearing this made him jealous. The thought of another man wanting her drove him crazy. Grabbing her shoulders, he pulled her closer to him. "Is that right? Well, guess what, lady? You're my wife, for the time being. So stay away from him or I'll tell Mr. Ritter about how you tricked him into selling his company to you. I hope I'm making myself clear." "You wouldn't dare," she said, feeling fear. "Do you really want to test me? You're a bastard, a cruel bastard." Pushing him away, walked over to the door but stopped when he called out to her. "Now that you got what you want, I expect to get those shares to your company soon." It was like a demon had taken possession of him, making him lash out at her when what he really wanted to do was say he was sorry. With a single tear falling down her cheek, she looks at him with so much hurt in her eyes. "You'll get them. On Monday I'll start the paperwork. I'll still keep my agreement to stay faithful. Let's hope you can do the same." She walks out, slamming the door behind her. Going into the other bedroom, she undressed and put on her nightgown. Pulling the covers down, gets into bed. She lay there, feeling hurt and alone. The bed felt so cold and empty without Austin's warm body next to her. Saturday, when she woke up in the morning, her head was pounding, her throat dry. So getting up and throwing on a robe, went downstairs to the kitchen to get some water. She got there to find Austin making coffee. He was shirtless, so ignoring him, she goes over to the fridge and takes out a bottle of water. Seeing her, he could tell she was hungover. Reaching up and opening the cupboard, grabbed the bottle of aspirins. He takes two from the bottle and hands them to her. Here, take these, it will help. He wanted to take her into his arms, wanted to hold her and tell her how sorry he was, but he didn't. Thank you, she said in a snarky tone as she took them out of his hand, swallowing the pills and washing them down with some water. She then grabbed a mug and filled it with coffee. Can I make you something to eat? She looks at him with fury in her eyes for a second and then turned away. No, I'm going back to bed, she said, walking away with the mug and water in her hands. She stayed in bed for most of the day, not wanting to see or talk to him. She knew it was going to be hard being in the same house with him over the weekend. There was no way she would ever be able to forgive him. When her stomach growled, she knew she had to get something to eat. It was close to dinner time. Going down to the kitchen, she started cooking pork chops, potatoes and vegetables for both of them. As mad as she was with him, she couldn't find it in her to make food for herself and not for him. He walks into the kitchen, hands in his pockets. He leans against the counter. Can I help you with anything? You can set the table, she answered, not looking at him. They sat down to eat. It was awkward and tense between them. He wanted to say something but wasn't sure what. It was so obvious to him that she didn't want to talk to him. They were just about done eating when the doorbell rang. I'll get it, he said, wiping his mouth, got up and walked out. Moments later, he returned with a bouquet of flowers. Someone sent you flowers, he said, setting them in front of her. She takes the card that was with them. Opening it up, she quickly shoves it back into the envelope, not wanting Austin to see who they were from. Who are they from? He asked when he noticed how she tried to hide the card. None of your business, she snapped. I'm making it my business, he said, snatching the card from her. His face turned red and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Blair, thank you for a lovely evening. Love, Patrick. This man has a lot of nerve sending flowers to a married woman. What are you doing? She asked when he picked up the flowers. Getting rid of them, he answered, opening the sliding door, tossed them outside. He turns to look at her. What exactly did you do to make it a lovely evening for him? She gets up and starts clearing away the dishes. I didn't do anything, and stop acting like you're jealous. When we both know you have no feelings for me. You proved that yesterday when you let me down. They avoided each other for the rest of the week, and the flowers still laid on the ground outside. Chapter 26. Austin was glad to get back to work on Monday. It was hard being home with Blair. She wouldn't talk to him, or sit and watch TV. The only time he saw her was when they ate their meals together. He missed seeing her sigh, missed hearing her breathing next to him at night when she was asleep. He knew the next few months were going to be murder, and he didn't know what to do to make it up to her. But he had to try. So picking up his phone, he ordered 2 dancing red roses to be sent to her office. Harry peeked his head inside Austin's office door. You busy? He asked, showing off the 2 cups of coffee he was carrying. No, come in, he said, motioning for him to enter. Sitting down, he hands Austin his coffee. So I take it you didn't go to Blair's party? No, I didn't. How did she take it? You're still alive, so she didn't kill you. That's good, right? Austin sat her back. He ran his hand over his face. I think I made a huge mistake by not going. You should have seen the look on her face when she came home. I'll never get over the look of hurt in her eyes when she looked at me. I broke her heart and have to find a way to make it up to her. Why do you care? I thought you wanted her to feel what you did all those years ago. I guess it's because she's not that bad after all. Yes, she's still spoiled, a little selfish and very arrogant. But she is also strong-willed and does work hard. She has earned the right to own that company. You do understand, once you get all of the shares, plus the ones she's giving you, it will change things. You could force her out, destroy her as you planned on doing. I have no intentions of kicking her out. She can still run the company, so, in a sense, it will still be hers. I'll just own more of it than she will. You'll actually be her boss in a way. I doubt Blair will just sit back and take it. I won't tell her. Austin, she's bound to find out at some point. Why don't you forget about this revenge plan of yours? It's not too late to stop. Just keep the shares you have and let the girl keep her company. It's already too late. I need you to find a man for me. His name is Patrick Burnett. Find out what you can about him, where he works and what he's been up to. Why, who is he? He's Blair's ex-boyfriend, and he showed up at her party. The Fouquet had the nerve to drive her home and told her he wanted her back. He knows she's married, and yet he still had the nerve to hit on her. Harry stood up. I'll get on it after lunch. No, I want that information now. I'd do it myself, but I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I want it by the time I get back here. Half an hour later, when he returned to his office, Harry was there, holding out a piece of paper and handing it to him. The man is in town on business for a few days. He just broke up with his girlfriend, who by the way is filthy rich. Actually, she broke up with him when she found him cheating. The man is a player who goes after women with money. I think when he found out Blair was going to be the new owner of the cosmetics company, he decided to go after her. Since they were once an item, I guess, he figured she'd be an easy target. So what are you going to do now, Austin? I'm going to his hotel and warn him to stay away from my wife. It's funny hearing you call her your wife. Makes me think that you're still in love with her. So are you. Austin gets up. Going over to the window, he leans against the wall and looks out. I was so in love with her when we were in high school, but she never noticed me. For years I dreamed of finding her again and making her pay. Making her feel the hurt that I felt. I thought I hated her, but to be honest, I'm still in love with her. I need to get her to forgive me. Then maybe I'll have a shot of getting her to fall in love with me. What about all the shares to her company that you managed to get? I'll figure out something later. Right now I have to come up with a plan to get her away for a few days. Clear my schedule next week. I'm taking her on a trip. Grabbing his keys, he left his office and headed to Patrick's hotel. When he got to the hotel and asked for his room number, he was told that Patrick was in the dining room having lunch. He walked over to the table where two men were sitting and talking. He figured one of them might be Patrick. I'm looking for Patrick Burnett. The younger stood up. I'm Patrick. How can I help you? He asked, smiling. Austin didn't take the other man's hand when he held it out to him. What he did do was punch Patrick in the face, making him stumble back. You can stay away from my wife, Blair. Don't send her any more flowers or call her. Some husband you are. You couldn't even be bothered going to her party. Let me tell you this, Mr. Cook. If you don't start treating her right, you'll lose her, and I'll be there to pick up the pieces. Austin points a finger at him. I'm warning you. Stay away from her, he said. Turning, he walked away. He had the feeling that Patrick was going to be a problem. He would have to work quickly to get her to forgive him. Back at Blair's office, Rachel walked in carrying the roses that Austin had delivered to her. These just came for you, she said, placing them on Blair's desk. Aren't they beautiful? She looks at the flowers, takes the card off them, reads who they were from and throws the card down. They're from Austin. Throw them away. But Blair, you can't throw them away. They must have cost him a fortune. Well, I don't want them. You can keep them or give them away. Just get them out of my sight. If he thinks I'm going to forgive him with some flowers, he has another thing coming. You never did tell me what happened when you got home. She looks at Rachel. Her eyes watered up as she explained how she found him at home, and how he said he couldn't be bothered going. He gave me his word and he broke it. He didn't care how much he had hurt me by not showing up. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. To think I was going to tell him I was in love with him. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to live under the same roof as him for the next 3 or 4 months. I hate to tell you I told you so, but I did. I thought Patrick was a bastard, but Austin is a #1 jerk. I just knew you were going to get hurt. Let me take you out for a girls' night out. We'll go to a club, get wasted and dance the night away. We have to work tomorrow, and I don't feel like working with a hangover. Oh, don't be such a party pooper. It wouldn't be the first time we've come to work feeling like shit. Come on, Blair, what do you say? I'm sorry, not on a work night, but I would go on Friday night if you still want to go out. I'm still getting over this past weekend. All right, Friday it is then. I better get back to my desk. If you need anything, just buzz me, she said. Picking up the flowers, took them with her when she left Blair's office. She placed them on her desk and was admiring them when a shadow crossed over her desk. Looking up, she frowned when she saw who it was. Rachel. Hi, is Blair in? Patrick, you really shouldn't be here. But yes, she's here but is too busy to talk with you. Oh, come on, sweetheart, don't be like this. I just want a few words with her. To make sure she's all right after the other night, and then I'll leave. Just wait right there. I'll see if she's available," she said, picking up the phone. After talking to Blair, she turns to Patrick. "You can go right in, but she only has a few minutes to spare." She watched as he went into her office. She never liked Patrick and was sure he was up to no good. When Blair saw Patrick, she stood up, staring at his eye. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" she asked, going over to him. "Your husband is what happened to me. Austin, he did this to you. Why?" "He came to where I was having lunch and warned me to stay away from you. We got into an argument and he hit me. I really should go to the police and have him charged, but for you, I won't. I wouldn't want him to get madder and take it out on you." "What?" she asked, shocked. "Austin would never hit me if that's what you're saying." "He has a bad temper, and how do you know he'd never hit you?" "I'm worried about you, sweetheart. I still love you." Before she knew what was happening, he pulled her into his arms and his mouth came down on hers. She tried pushing him away, but he wouldn't let go as he moved her up against the desk. Putting her hands on his chest, pushed him away, wiping her mouth. "Get out," she screamed at him. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. There's still this connection between us. You still love me. I can feel it, and I know you do too. You're crazy if you think I still have feelings for you. It's true. I did once, but not anymore. You destroyed any feelings I had for you when you cheated on me, and it went on for months. If it was a one-night stand, I might have been able to get past it, but months, Patrick." She held up her head high and stared him right in the eye. "I'm married and I love my husband. I will never cheat on him." He moved closer to her, making her back up. "All right, I'm going, but I want you to know that when he breaks your heart, which he will end up doing, I'll be here for you." He touched her cheek with the palm of his hand. "All you have to do is call and I'll come running." She moved his hand away. "You better go," she said, moving away and putting some space between them. She sat her down when he left. He shocked her by the way he kissed her and wouldn't let go. She had flashbacks from when she was attacked, and it scared her. He may be a cheater, a liar, but he was not a rapist. "Are you all right, Blair? I heard you yelling." "I'm fine. What is wrong with me, Rachel? Why do I keep drawing these creeps to me? When he kissed me, I yelled at him to get out." "You let him kiss you?" "No, I didn't let him. He took me by surprise." "What did he want?" she asked, sitting down across from Blair. "Well, he came to tell me that Austin went to see him and apparently he punched him. He told Patrick to stay away from me. He says he still loves me and wants me to give him another chance. Before you say anything, I have no intentions of getting back with him. I'm so tired of all this shit. What you need is a holiday. You haven't had one since you started working here. Why don't you take a few days off? I'll look after things around here." "Oh, I don't know. There's so much to do, Blair. Everything is running smoothly, and there's nothing that important going on right now. Go on, take some time off." "I'll think about it. Now get to work or I'll fire you," she said, then smiled and winked at her. Chapter 27. She thought about what Rachel had said as she drove home. It would be nice to get away from everything for a few days. But how was she going to tell Austin, and would he even let her go? But then again, he didn't own her, so he wouldn't be able to stop her. Tonight over dinner she would tell him straight out that she was going on a mini vacation, and if he didn't like it he could go stuff himself. As she pulled into the driveway, she spotted his car in the driveway. He was home early, which was rare for him. Going inside, she headed straight to her bedroom to change before dinner. She was surprised to find him in the kitchen, heating up the meal that the housekeeper had made for them. It was usually her that had to set the table and heat up the meal. She also couldn't help the tingle that went through her body down to her core when she saw him in sweatpants and a white t-shirt that was snug on his upper body, showing off his amazing biceps. "Dinner's ready," he said when he saw her walk in. She sat her down, eyeing him suspiciously. He was being too nice. He set her plate down in front of her and poured her some milk, which she always had with her meals when they weren't having wine. "So how was your day?" he asked, biting into his veal. "Same as always, only I did have a visitor pop in." "Really? Ew. Patrick," she said, noticing how his body tensed up. "He showed me the black eye you gave him when you punched him. He'd also said you warned him to stay away from me. What right do you have telling anyone to stay away from me? You're my wife and I won't have another man sending you flowers or trying to take you away from me. He's only coming around now because you own New Women's Cosmetics and his ex-girlfriend broke up with him. He's looking for a new meal ticket and you're it." Or maybe he's still in love with me and regrets cheating on me. Once a cheater, always a cheater, he answered. You're not stupid, Blair. You know that him showing up after all this time, that he's up to something. So what did you two talk about? You mostly. He thinks you have a bad temper and that you might end up hurting me physically. I told him you would never lay a hand on me. I hope that's true. I would never hit a woman no matter what she did. He reached over, laying his hand on top of hers. Especially you. He wasn't disappointed when she pulled her hand away. He expected it after the way he had been treating her. There's something I need to discuss with you. I'm not asking for your permission or anything. I just want to be respectful to our so-called marriage, she said, making air quotation marks with her fingers. Okay, what is it? He asked, sitting back. I've been stressed out lately and I want to take a break. I want to go away somewhere for a few days to relax. It doesn't matter to me what you think about it. I'm going whether you like it or not. She expected him to get mad and tell her no, but he was calm, which made her wonder if he wanted to be rid of her. He couldn't believe his luck. He was going to say the same thing. Now all he had to do was convince her to go somewhere with him. That would be perfect. I have to go to Paris next week. We can go there. Wait 1 minute, she said, holding up her hands. I never said anything about going with you. I plan on going by myself. Resting his elbows on the table and putting his chin in the palm of his hand, looks at her. I was going to talk to you about this. A friend of mine and his wife live in Paris and have invited me to come to visit them. They have heard I got married and they want to meet you. How would it look if I went without my new bride? I'm asking you to please come with me. You really expect me to go with you after the way you treated me and hurting me by not bothering to show up for the most important night of my life? I am so sorry about that, but I'd like to make it up to you. I will show you around Paris. We will go to the theater and then there's the shopping. It will be my treat. Whatever you want I will pay for. I won't blame you if you say no, but I promise that you'll have a great time. It is not safe for a young woman to travel alone these days. We can leave Friday and stay until the following Sunday. Say you'll go with me. Well, I would love to go back to Paris. If I do agree to go with you, it doesn't mean that I forgive you or that we will be sleeping together. I meant it when I said, I never want you to touch me again. If that's what you want, I'll be a perfect gentleman. I was going out with Rachel Friday night, for a girls' night out, but I guess we can go out another time. So does this mean you'll go? Yes, I'll go, but only because I want to buy a whole new wardrobe which you will be paying for. As you said, it's your treat and you'll pay for everything. Knowing she had expensive taste, there was a bitter taste in his mouth, but he nodded, agreeing anyways. All right, he said, knowing he was going to regret it later. Okay, I'll make all the arrangements tomorrow. Now I'll clean up in here, so why don't you have a glass of wine and go into the other room and relax? Getting up, she went and took a glass from the cupboard and poured herself some wine, keeping her eyes on him as he started cleaning up, not really trusting him. She wondered if he had some kind of agenda up his sleeve. Going into the living room, she opens her laptop to do some work. After drying the dishes, he goes into the living room, sitting down in the chair across from her. You never said you liked the flowers I sent you. She looks up at him. I gave them to Rachel. Seeing the look of shock on his face, she got to her feet and was going to her room. Did you think that by sending me flowers I would forgive you and jump into your arms? I'm going to bed. Good night. Leaning his head back against the chair, he closed his eyes. He knew he was in for a rough few days and hoped that once they were away he could get her to come around. The next day, as soon as she got to work, she started making arrangements for her time away. She set up an appointment with the chemist about the fragrance of a new perfume. She wanted to go along with a new shade of lipstick. She also called her lawyer to have the shares put into Austin's name, and she wanted to have a meeting with her staff. Now the hard part was going to explain to her friend why she was going away with Austin for the week. Rachel walked into the office carrying papers for her to sign. Morning, Blair. You have some things to sign before the meeting. Sit down, Rachel. I have something to tell you. She waited until her friend was seated. I have decided on going away for a week, so I am putting you in charge. I'll be in Paris, but if you have any problems you can call or email me. Paris? That's great. I'm going with Austin, she said, waiting for the lecture to come. Wait a minute. You're going with that man, the one who made you look bad in front of everyone in the press. Oh, please tell me you haven't forgiven him and are sleeping with him. That man has done nothing but to hurt you. How can you be so foolish as to go away with him? If you're done ranting, I'll explain why I'm going. I love Paris, and since he is going away the same week, why not go? He's paying for everything, and even said he'd pay for me to get a whole new wardrobe. She smiled wickedly. Believe me, it's going to cost him big time. He's going to meet his friends, and since they know he just got married, he needs me there. For a parent's sake. Damn it, you're in love with Austin and he'll have you in his bed the minute you get there. I don't want to see you get hurt again. I'm not going to sleep with him. I did agree when we got married that I would go with him to parties and other functions. It was part of our agreement, and a trip to Paris plus a shopping trip. I'm not passing that up. Rachel threw her hands up in defeat. So when are you guys going? Friday. Oh great. I thought we were going out Friday for a girls' night out. Guess we aren't now, she said, feeling a little disappointed. Rachel, I'm sorry, but we'll go out when I get back. Okay. She smiles. All right. I guess we should go to the boardroom for the meeting, she said, getting up. Austin was busy getting things done so that he could clear his schedule for the following week. He just had one court case this week coming up on Wednesday and some paperwork to catch up. When Harry showed up with the file on Wednesday's court case, he caught a glimpse of a smile on Austin's face. Someone looks pleased with himself. Have you and Blair kissed and made up? Not exactly, he said, a smirk on his face. She's still mad at me and won't talk to me, but I did get her to agree to go to Paris with me. How the hell did you make that happen? Blair made it simple. She told me she needed a break and was going away for a few days. I told her I had to go to Paris and asked her to go with me. Told her she really had to, as we agreed on such things before getting married. At first, she wasn't liking the idea, but I told her my friends wanted to meet her and that I would pay for everything. I sweetened the deal by saying she could go shopping, buy some new clothes, and I'd pay for it. Shit, boss. She has expensive taste. This could cost you a lot of money. Listen, it's none of my business. But why go through all this? Why not just tell her you're in love with her? I need to show her that she can trust me first, get her to soften up, and then I'll tell her when the time is right. I also want to try and get her to fall in love with me, the real me, getting away to one of the most romantic places in the world. I will wine and dine her, show her a great time. It won't happen overnight, but by the time we come back home things will be different between us. There's the problem with the shares to her company. The ones she's giving you will be in your hands in a few days. What are you going to do then? I mean, with those shares you can take control of her company, Harry said, staring at him. I'm going to give them back to her. Even the ones she's giving me. It's her company and she worked hard for it. I won't take that away from her. So you really think you and Blair can live happily ever after? Yeah, I do. I just have to make sure that Patrick stays away from her. He looks up and smiled at Harry. I trust her, not him. Chapter 28, Paris. It was late when they arrived in Paris, so they went straight to the hotel. Blair was impressed, but he had booked them into one of the best hotels, the Le Royal Monceau. It had the most luxurious suites of a 5-star hotel. It came complete with a gallery, art concierge, concept store, and cinema. Downstairs had an illuminated cocktail bar and a courtyard garden. It was also closed to shopping malls and dance clubs. She planned on getting him to take her to them before going back home. This place is beautiful, she said as they went up to the clerk, where he booked them in and got their room key. I can't wait to see our room, she said, excitedly. When they were shown to their suite, she goes in first. She wanted to check every room, especially the bedroom. To her dismay, there was only one bedroom, with a king-size bed. She felt him behind her, so she turned to face him. There's only one bed. Is that a problem? He asked, knowing damn well she would be pissed. Yes, it's a problem, a big one. Why didn't you book a suite with 2 bedrooms? She asked, looking over at the bed. This is the honeymoon suite. They don't have 2 bedrooms. You could have booked us into a regular suite. I told you we aren't going to be having sex, and I meant it, so I guess you will be sleeping on the sofa. It's late. I'm getting ready for bed. Feel free to take as many pillows and blankets as you want. She turned and walked into the bathroom with her nightgown. Coming back to the bedroom, she let out a loud sigh, making sure he heard when she saw him under the covers in the bed. I told you to sleep on the sofa, she said, raising her voice. He grins up at her. I'm not sleeping on any sofa when there's a comfortable bed here. Besides, I pay for the suite, so just come to bed. There's plenty of room for both of us, he said, pulling the covers down on her side. Shaking her head at him, she goes over to the bed. You better have some underwear on, and if you try anything, I'll knee you in your nutsack. she said as she climbed in, pulling the covers over her. Grabbing some of the pillows, she starts putting them between her and Austin. "What are you doing?" he asked, with a smile on his face. "Putting these between us so that you don't try anything." "Do you really think that a few pillows could stop me from getting to you?" he asked, chuckling as he turned around, putting his back to her. "Just stay on your side of the bed," she snapped. Laying on her back, she pushed the covers down as the room felt hot to her, or maybe it was because she was laying next to him. "If you didn't wear these cyanide gowns to bed, I wouldn't be tempted." He turned back around to face her. "You smell so good and I can see your nipples through your gown," he said when he saw the covers were down around her waist as she laid on her back. Stop looking at me and go to sleep," she said, pulling the covers back over her. "Damn, why did he have to look so hot?" she said to herself, rolling over onto her side so that she wouldn't have to look at him. She knew he was being nice just to get between her legs. Well, that wasn't going to happen ever again, no matter how horny she was getting. She woke up early, just as Austin was coming from the bathroom wearing a towel around his waist. It was obvious that he just had a shower since his hair was wet and his skin damp. The towel did nothing to hide what was under it, and she knew all too well what that was. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said. Dropping his towel, he started dressing in front of her. He pretended not to notice that she was watching him. He could see that her face had turned a light shade of red as she chewed on her bottom lip. Her breathing became louder and her breasts began to heave. It delighted him to know that she was aroused. He was thinking, maybe it would be the perfect time to make a move on her, but thought better of it. There would be plenty of time for that later. "Morning," she answered, clearing her throat and turning her head away from him. "I'm starving. Can you order room service?" "I already did. Should be here soon so you have time to shower if you want to," he said, buttoning up his shirt. "Yeah, I'll do that," she said. Getting up, she walked past him. After relieving herself from her actual needs in the shower, and cursing Austin for getting her hot, she cleaned up. Going into the bedroom, she put on a white cotton dress. She heard someone knocking at the door and knew the food had arrived. They sat her down to eat and he saw that she was still wearing the dolphin necklace. Even though she still hadn't forgiven him, she still wore it. This gave him hope. "After we're done eating, I thought we would head over to my friend's home. It's a beautiful place. You'll love it. Tell me about these friends of yours. What are they like?" "Sydney and Erica Rice are a lovely couple. I met him when I was in law school. He was one of my professors. He really helped me a lot. We became friends. I think of him as an uncle. Erica is a sweet lady, caring and does not judge anyone. You'll like them. They moved here about 7 years ago." "They sound older than you." "Yes, they are. I've rented us a car, so if you're done we should head over there. They're expecting us." He helped her with her jacket, after putting one on himself. They headed out. "Do they live far from here?" she asked, doing up her seatbelt. "They have a nice place out in the country. It's about an hour's drive from the city. Whenever I would go to visit, I would stay the night, and go jogging through the woods, and go skinny dipping when I got to the river." "Weren't you afraid that someone would catch you?" "No, they have no neighbors, so I was safe." An hour later, he pointed to the house up ahead. "We're here." She looks over the dashboard at the grand house before them. It was huge with an outdoor pool. "This place is so beautiful. I can't wait to see the inside of it." Parking the car, he goes around to her side and opens the door for her. "You love the inside." Erica decorated it herself, after Sydney had it built for her on their 25th anniversary. "You'll never meet a man more loving and devoted to his wife. They are deeply in love even after all these years." Sounds like Mr. Reuter and his wife. It's nice to know that some marriages are based on love, and not from some deal. She glanced at Austin before they reached the front door. "I guess not everyone can be so lucky." Austin looked at her, but he didn't get the chance to answer as the front door was opened by an elderly gentleman. "Mr. Cook, so nice to see you again. Mr. and Mrs. Rice are waiting for you in the den. Please follow me." "Thank you, Frederick. This is my wife, Blair," he said, introducing them to each other. Blair stayed one step behind Austin when they entered a large room. It was exquisite with its crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The furniture was a mixture of antique and modern, which would seem odd, but it actually worked well together. The paintings on the walls were from some famous artists, and they looked vaguely familiar. She saw the couple who was sitting on the sofa stand up. The man was tall, slender and bald on top. What hair he had was a silver gray. The woman, who she guessed was his wife, was shorter than him. She was also slender and had short dark hair. They stood up to greet Austin. They both hugged him. Standing back, the woman takes his face in her hands. My poor Austin, you look drained. I see a sadness in your eyes and can tell something is weighing on your mind. Austin kisses the woman's cheek. Erica, you read too much into people's eyes. I assure you I am fine, and I would like for you both to meet my beautiful bride, Blair. Erica turns her attention to Blair. Going over, she takes her in her arms, giving her a hug. I'm so happy to meet you, my dear. Austin was correct. You are very beautiful. Come, sit down and I'll have some beverages brought in. After getting to know each other over tea and tiny little finger cakes, Erica took Blair around, giving her a tour of the place, going from room to room and floor to floor. I can't help but admire the paintings, Erica. I've seen many of her works before. She's brilliant. Why, thank you, dear. Blair turned to look at her. What? Oh, you don't know. I guess Austin never told you. I am the one who painted them. These ones my husband wouldn't let me sell. No, yes, Stone painted them. Stone is my maiden name. I use it for my work. Blair's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, I didn't know. It really is a pleasure meeting you. I am your biggest fan. I've been to many gallery openings just to get a look at your paintings. I bought one, the one where the woman is on a beach watching a sunset. It's so beautiful. The colors you used captured the water and sky. And the woman, so beautiful. I just can't tell you how much I love it. That's actually me. Sydney snapped that photo of me many years ago, when I was a young woman, and I decided to make a painting of it. I'm so glad you are enjoying it. Now, we have left the men for far too long. We should get back to them. The hours flew by and Austin said they ought to be leaving. Oh no, please stay the night. We haven't seen you in so long, and I am having a great time with Blair. Austin took her hand and kissed it. You are very sweet, but we did not bring a change of clothes or anything to wear to bed. Sydney can lend you some pajamas, and I have many new nightgowns that Blair can wear. Ones I haven't worn yet. I'll have both of your clothes washed and pressed tonight, and they will be clean by morning. Oh please, Austin, make an old woman happy. You are far from being old. He looks at Blair. It's up to you, darling. Would you like to spend the night or go back to our honeymoon suite? I'd love to stay, she answered, smiling over at Erica. Erica clapped her hands together. That's wonderful. I'll have the kitchen prepare special dinner, and later, we'll take a walk around the grounds. After a lovely meal and a long walk outside, they came back in. Sydney turned on the radio and taking his wife's hand, he started dancing with her in the hallway as the other two looked on. It's so sweet how much in love they are. You can see it in the way they look at each other. It kind of gives one hope that love is possible after all, she said, looking at Austin. A pain of sadness went through her, making her heart feel heavy. Come on, you two, get over here and show us what you got, Erica shouted out to them. Chapter 29. Austin looked at Blair. They will keep bugging us until we do what they want, he said, holding out his hand to her. Blair looks over at Erica, who was motioning to her to dance with Austin. Slipping off her heels, she took his hand, letting him pull her into his arms. The heat from his hand around her waist burned through the material of her dress and onto her skin. The next song that played was a Latin song. It sent shivers throughout her entire body, the way his hand moved down her and back up again, her body slamming into his when he pulled her into him. Then when he dipped her backwards, his lips caressed her neck briefly before letting her up. When the music stopped, there was silence in the room, their hearts beating rapidly as they stared into each other's eyes briefly. It was as though time had stood still for those brief few seconds. You two dance beautifully together, Erica said, breaking up the heat that was building between them. Let's go have a nightcap before bed. That night when she put on the nightgown that Erica gave her, she had to smile. It was a satin gown that fitted her perfectly. She was surprised that the older woman still wore ones like this, and that she and her husband still had a great sex life. But now she had to get into bed with a man that with one look or touch from him could turn her into a quivering pile of mush. The way his lips touched her neck ever so softly earlier had the fire in her core rising. She had to be strong if she were to avoid having sex with him. Austin was standing looking at himself in the floor-length mirror. He wasn't used to wearing pajamas and he thought he looked ridiculous. His head turned when he heard Blair enter the bedroom and she started laughing. Okay, what's so funny? He asked, cocking his head to the side as he looked her up and down. The nightgown she had on fit her body like a glove. showing off her curves, and the front was low, giving him an eyeful of her amazing breasts. She tried not to laugh, so she covered her mouth. But since he asked, "Those pajama bottoms don't quite fit you. They're a little tight." Of course, they would be too small for him. Sydney was tall but also thin, whereas Austin was more muscular. His legs strong and thick, she thought to herself. Just thinking of his legs got her aroused. She could feel the moisture between her legs as her pussycat started to throb. Growling, he pulled them down, taking them off and not caring that he had nothing on under them. She bit her tongue and had to turn away from him, as their clothes and undergarments were being washed. He was naked under the pajama bottoms. Getting into bed, she turned her back to him. Sleeping tonight was not going to come easy for her. "Now this is better," he said as he climbed into bed next to her. Laying on his back, he turned his head to look at her. "Wow, that nightgown you're wearing, man, you look so sexy in it. You know what would look even sheer on you?" "What?" she asked, keeping her back to him. "Me. I would look good on top of you." He moved onto his side and moved closer to her, running his fingers down her arm. "Let's say we start over and make our situation more enjoyable." She got shivers when his fingers moved over her, feeling like a feather as they lightly touched her, and she felt how hard a snake was when he moved up against her. He was making it difficult for her to resist what she wouldn't give to feel it inside her, but she had to stop him before she gave into her animal lust. "Move your pecker before I cut it off," she snapped, feeling actually frustrated. "Damn him for being so fucking hot with a huge cock," she said silently to herself. He quickly removed his hand and backed away. Turning his back to her, he laughed. "I know you wouldn't do that. You like the pleasure it gives you, and I know you will be begging for it again. I just hope you don't wait too long. Cold showers really are not my thing." Austin woke up to the sun shining through the window, landing right in his eyes. Shielding his eyes, he looked over and didn't see Blair. His gut told him that she deliberately opened the drapes just to get under his skin, and it was working. Jumping out of bed and seeing his clothes laying on the chair, he hurried and took a quick shower. Going downstairs, he was told the others were in the dining room, so that's where he went. There they were, all three of them, talking and laughing as they drank coffee and ate breakfast. It amazed him how quickly they took to one another. They sounded like old friends. "Austin, my boy, come and join us," Sydney said when he spotted him, and standing up he waved him over. As soon as he was seated, food was served to him and coffee was placed in front of him. "Sorry I'm late, but my precious wife forgot to wake me up," he said, glancing over at Blair and seeing the devilish look on her face. "Oh, sweetheart, you looked so adorable and peacefully asleep. I didn't have the heart to wake you," she said, smirking. "Erica and I are going to go into the city and do some shopping and grab a bite to eat." "Are you now?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "What will I be doing while you are gone?" Sydney was the one to speak for the ladies. "You and I can do some golfing while the ladies are out shopping. It will give us a chance to catch up without the women around. You know when women are around, we men can't get a word in edgewise," he says, chuckling at his own joke. Blair leans towards him. "Erica will drop me off at our hotel, so that way you won't have to wait for me. I will need your credit card." "Sweetheart," she said, holding out her hand. She could see him starting to sweat, knowing he regretted saying it was his treat, and boy was she going to make him pay. Clearing his throat and feeling all their eyes on him, he slowly takes out his wallet. Opening it, he takes out one of his cards and hands it to her, which she snatched right out of his hand. He tried to give her a sign with his eyes, one meaning she better use it wisely, but all he got back was a wink and a wicked smile from her. "Thanks, babe," she said. Getting up, she planted a kiss on his cheek. "You're the best husband ever. I'll see you later at the hotel." After the women left, the men got the golf clubs ready and took the short drive to the nearest golf course, meeting up with some of the other golfers. Later they went inside the club and had some drinks, and since he was driving, he only had one, then switched to water and coffee. The men were done golfing and Sydney was getting tired, so Austin drove him home, staying to have one drink with him before going back to the hotel. They Saturday out by the pool and had a long talk. "Are things all right between you and Blair?" Sydney asked. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "It just seems like there was some tension between the two of you. Erica noticed it last night and she's worried about you. When you married Betty, we knew that was a mistake. You weren't in love with her. I suspect that's why she left you. We split up because I found out she was cheating on me." "Yes, but a woman only cheats if there's a huge problem in the marriage. A woman also senses when a man isn't really into her, or suspects that her husband has another woman on his mind. I take it Blair was that woman. Austin finished his drink and stood up. I really need to get back to the hotel in case she's there. Thanks for your hospitality. You're welcome. I'll walk with you to your vehicle. It really is none of my business if you and Blair are having problems. Talk to her. Get it sorted out. You don't want to lose her. Not now that you've finally got her back in your life. It is so obvious that you both love each other so much. Austin leaned against the car. I'm not so sure that she loves me, he said, running his hand through his hair. Sydney placed his hands on Austin's shoulders. Mark my words, son. She loves you, Erica, and I can see it in the way she looks at you. Tell her how much you love her. What if she doesn't feel the same way about me? You and Erica might think she does, but you really don't know for sure. The only way to know, Austin, is to tell her how you feel and come right out and ask her if she loves you. Talk to her. I will. Thank you. I don't know how you do it, but you always see the truth even when it's hidden. I hope you and Blair will come to see us before you go back home. We will, I promise. Saying goodbye, he gets into his car and heads back to the hotel. He was going to take Sydney's advice and tell Blair how he felt about her, how he has always felt about her. Back at the hotel, he grabbed a beer from the mini fridge and goes into the other room and sits down. She wasn't back yet, so he called down to the desk and told them to send up a bottle of their best champagne. He was going to order dinner but wasn't sure when she'd be back. He didn't have long to wait. An hour later she walked in, followed by a man who was carrying a bunch of packages. You can just put them there, she said, pointing to the floor. Thanks for your help. Here's a little something for your troubles, she said, handing him some money. The young man shook his head, refusing to take the money. No, it was no trouble. It was my pleasure to help such a beautiful lady. Taking her hand, he kissed the back of it. Had a wonderful vacation and I hope to see you again. Austin was standing back, watching them. To him, they seemed a little too bouncy and it was making him mad, wondering who he was and where she met him. The bigger question in his mind was how long were they with each other. What really got his dander up was when he kissed her hand and stared into her eyes. He cleared his throat loudly, causing them to turn their heads in his direction. Who is this? He asked, moving closer as he stared the man down. Austin, this is Len Taffner. He was kind enough to help me with my bags. He glared at Len. Well, she's here now so you can get lost. Austin, don't be rude. He was kind enough to help me. Invite him in for a drink. The two men looked at each other before Austin spoke. Would you like something? He asked, suspecting the man would refuse. Len could see from Austin's face, with his lips pressed tightly together and the red creeping up his neck, that he didn't want him to say yes. No, I really must be on my way. It was a pleasure to meet both of you. Goodbye. When he was gone and she closed the door, she turned to Austin in anger. He knew then that there was going to be a fight, and it didn't help his mood when he saw the pile of packages laying on the floor. Chapter 30. What the hell is your problem? She asked, turning around to stare at him, her eyes flashing with anger. What is my problem? I'm sitting here waiting for you, and you show up with some gigolo smiling and giggling like a schoolgirl. You should have been back a long time ago. Where were you, and were you with that man after you left Erica? You're acting like a jealous fool. I can't talk to you when you're like this. I'm going to take my things into the bedroom, she said, and started picking up the packages. What the hell all did you buy? He asked. Grabbing the bag from her, he starts looking in them. He was shocked to find a leather jacket, leather knee-high boots. There were also tops, skirts, dresses, and SI bras and panties. How much did this come to? He knew the quality, and these were brand names, very expensive. She stood watching him as he went through all of the bags with her arms crossed. Taking his card from her purse, she walks right up to him, and with a smirk on her face, she hands him the card, just a little over 6,000 American dollars. His eyes grew wide and his face turned red. 6,000 fucking dollars. Are you out of your mind? You already have enough clothes to open up a fucking store. You are going to pay me back every cent of that money. Oh, no, I'm not, she said, placing her hands on her hips. You were the one who said I could shop and that it was your treat. I don't know what the big deal is. Those shares I gave you are worth a lot of money, more than makes up for what I spend on your card. He grabbed her wrist, yanking her towards him. You're a spoiled brat. And you're a pompous bum. You need a good spanking, he said, pulling her closer. Oh really? And you need a good kick in the balls. That's it. I'm going to put you over my knee and spank you. Just try it, jackass, and I'll scratch your eyes out, she hissed back at him. God, you're so fucking beautiful when you're angry, he said. Grabbing her face, he backed her up against the wall and his mouth came down hard on hers. When she tried to push him away, he pinned her hands above her head on the wall. He pressed his hard shaft against her, his mouth going to her neck. Oh God, she moaned when she felt his lips moving over her neck and his hardness pushing into her. His one hand held hers while the other hand fondled her breasts. His lips were wet and hot on her skin. His hand burned through the material of her dress. Her core throbbed, her panties getting wet. When he released her hands, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Grabbing his hair, she jerked his head up so that she could kiss his lips. Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, he stopped to look at her, before picking her up and carrying her to the bedroom. Setting her down on her feet, they tore at each other's clothes, ripping them in their haste to free themselves of the clothing that was keeping them from feeling the other one's naked flesh. With his hands on her shoulders, he pushed her down onto the bed, getting in and on top of her. Gripping the nape of his neck, drew him down for a kiss. His shaft reared hot and hard against her when he laid on top of her. His kiss was brutal, forceful as he ravished her mouth like a madman. The heat between them was like a raging inferno. The last few days of going without sex had built up to a point where neither one could stop, nor wanted to. He placed his hand between her legs, rubbing her pussy cat before putting a finger inside her. Then too, as he continues to manually stimulate her until she convulsed with her orgasm. He felt her hand wrap around his throbbing erection, her hand moving up and down his shaft, adding just enough pressure to give him pleasure. Knowing she was bringing him to the brink, he moved her hand and placed his snake inside her. She cried out when the blunt tip of him thrust inside her. He rode her hard, pounding into her until she begged for him to let her come. His butt cheeks clenching, his breathing ragged, he let out a loud moan. When with more hard thrusts he came, feeling her body spasm when she too came, along with him. On top of her, he kisses her passionately. After fulfilling his lust for her lips, he looks down at her, gently stroking her cheek with the back of his fingers. I love you, he said in what was barely a whisper. Her hands moving along his back suddenly stopped moving as she looked at him with wide eyes. You what? I said I love you. A tear trickled down her face. Austin, I love you too. A burst of happiness shot through his heart as he wiped her tear away. I was hoping you'd say that. I have been in love with you for some time now, and I was going to tell you a while back, but you were being ambon, so I decided not to say anything. So what does this mean for us in our marriage? He rolled off and onto his back, pulling her into his arms. I'd like for us to stay married. I know we could make it work. I know I've been a jerk, but I swear I'll make you happy. I love you. I've always loved you. Her head rested on his chest, her fingers circling his chest. I do want to stay married, and I promise that I'll be a good wife to you. This can be a new beginning for us, and the money I spent using your card, I did it because I was mad at you and wanted to make you angry. I'm going to pay it all back. He stroked her cheek. I don't want you to pay it back. Consider it a wedding gift. There is something you could do that would please me very much. Sitting up, she gives him a smile. All right, here goes, she said. Lifting the sheet up, she went to go down on him until he stopped her. Not that, though I would enjoy that too. I would love for you to take my last name, Cook. Laying on top of him, she smiled down at him. You know what? I would also like to have your name and would love for people to call me Mrs. Cook. I'll start the paperwork when we get home. His arms tightened around her. We have a few days left, so let's make this our honeymoon. I'll show you the sights and we'll do whatever you want to do. Blair, I love you so much and I want you to know you will be the only one for me. I will never betray you. I know you won't. I trust you and you know you can trust me too, right? He looked into her big brown eyes and knew the truth. Yes, I know. He flipped her over onto her back and got on top. Now Mrs. Cook, I'm going to have my wicked way with you. Give me everything you got, she said just before his mouth came down on hers. The next morning she was brushing her teeth after showering, wearing only a towel when Austin came up behind her, putting his arms around her waist, his lips going to her neck. Don't you dare leave a mark on my neck, she said, giggling. Why not? It will match the rest of your body. She laughed, giving him a swat. No one will see them, but they will on my neck. When he continued kissing and started to suck, she let out a squeal. I swear if you give me a hickey, I'll go shopping. And not only will I buy some scarves, I'll also get some clothes. Stopping what he was doing to her, he gave her a smile. You would, wouldn't you? He asked, smiling at her. You better believe it. Now get dressed. I'm starving and was hoping you'd take me to that new place around the corner. All right, I'll change, he said, laughing. He ripped the towel from her body and walking away flung it over his shoulder, leaving her standing there naked. After taking her for something to eat, they went sightseeing. Later, they stopped at an art museum. They topped off the day with a romantic candlelit dinner at the restaurant by the water. Why is it you never married? He asked, curious about her past relationships. I never met anyone I wanted to spend my life with. What about Patrick? Just mentioning his name made him angry. He did ask me once after I found out he was cheating on me, but to be honest, even if he hadn't cheated on me, I still wouldn't have married him. I was only fooling myself when I thought I loved him. It's a good thing too, because you and I wouldn't be married now. I love you. Have there been many men in your life? No, just Patrick. I never had time for relationships. Always too busy making a name for myself. That was one of his reasons for betraying me. He said I never had time for him. Why all the questions? I'm just curious about what you've been up to over the years. What do you like to do when you're not working? I'm always working, but I do like skiing. It's been over 3 years since I've been to Switzerland with my parents. It's beautiful there. Maybe someday you and I can go. You do know how to ski, don't you? Nope, he answered. I'll teach you. All right, we'll go someday. Austin, I was thinking that since we were going to stay together, it would be silly to keep my apartment. I'm going to put it up for sale. That's a good idea, and I have a friend in real estate who will get you the best deal. Now, if you're done eating, I want to take you back to the hotel. There are some mountains I want to climb and explore. Knowing what he was talking about, she got excited. Getting up, she takes his hand. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. They no sooner got inside their hotel room when they tore off each other's clothes, barely making it to the bed. Their hands and lips explored each other, both full of lust as they made love for hours on end. He knew he had never stopped loving her. She knew she would never love anyone but him. Later he held her in his arms, his thumb caressing her shoulder. Tomorrow we'll go to the ballet, and then dancing at this place I heard about. Would you like that? It sounds heavenly, especially the dancing part. Why's that? He asked, kissing the top of her head. Because I'll get to be in your arms and feel your body against mine. Isn't that what we're doing now? Yes, but it's different. Will you be fully clothed? Oh, I get you, but I have to tell you I like it better when we're naked. Blair, there is something I need to tell you. He knew if this was going to be a new beginning for them, he had to tell her about his plan of revenge and the shares he was buying up. He prayed that she would forgive him and not leave him. I'm listening, she said as she climbed on top of him. Her lips went to his neck and she started kissing. Her pussycat was rubbing against his snake that was growing hard. Oh God, he moaned when he felt her taking him in her hand. The pressure was just enough to make him forget about the talk when she placed him inside her. Straddling him, she started riding him. His hands went to fondle her breasts. She rode him until he came, moaning out her name. Without losing contact, he flipped her over onto her back and still hard he pounded into her until they both came together, their orgasm draining them of all their energy as he collapsed on top of her. Chapter 31. Austin was the first one to wake up. He turned his head to look at Blair. A smile crossed his face and his heart leaped with joy. Since they confessed their love for each other, he knew that he would do whatever it took to make sure she stayed his wife. He then decided not to tell her about the shares. He couldn't risk losing her. Her eyes fluttered open and she smiled when she saw him staring at her. I love you, she said, putting her arms around him when he climbed on top of her. Her eyes closed when he started kissing her with passion. His lips felt like heaven against hers and she felt the fire in her core rising. She loved the feel of his hands as they moved over her body. She craved it like an alcoholic does Beyoncé. Without it, she felt as though she couldn't survive. Her nipples grew hard. Her pussycat throbbed, needing him to satisfy her. There was nothing like the feel of his snake as he entered her, moving slowly up and down, then moving faster. The muscles in his arms and back hardened as he pumped faster inside her, bringing them both to an amazing orgasm. I love you, he said, looking at her face that was flushed and damp. Come to my office later and we'll have lunch together. She traced his back down to his bum with her fingertips. Last time I went there you brushed me off. Rolling over onto his side, he looks at her. Shame and guilt filled his being. He could still see the hurt look on her face from that day. and it killed him to think how much he had hurt her. I am really sorry about that. You'll never know how much. I promise this time will be different. She smiled at him. Okay, I'll give you another chance. She reached over, giving him a kiss. We're going to be late for work. It'll save us some time if we shower together. That's what you think, he said. Getting out of bed, he pulled her out and into the bathroom. At Blair's office, walking into her office, smiling and saying hello to everyone, she felt like she was floating on cloud 9. She stopped in front of Rachel's desk. This time she brought the coffee. Rachel looked up, raising an eyebrow. What's up with you? Nothing. Can't I bring my friend and assistant a coffee? She asked, walking into her office followed by Rachel. You look different. Happy. I gather your trip went well with Austin, so go on. Spill the beans and tell me what's put that smile on your face, she said, sitting down, crossing her legs and taking a sip of her drink as she kept her eyes on Blair. All right, I'll tell you. Austin told me he loves me and I told him I love him. We decided to give our marriage a chance, and I'm going to take his last name as mine. Well, aren't you going to say something? Rachel stared at her for a minute before speaking, wanting to say the right thing. I am very happy for you if that's what you want. Are you sure Austin is being sincere? I'm sure. Rachel stood up and went around the desk and gave her a big hug. Then I'm thrilled for you. For both of you. Now, wipe that "I just got laid this morning" look off your face. You have a board meeting to go to. She loved being the boss. Her employees respected her, even the ones who were once rude to her. It was her mission to make everyone who worked for her to feel like they were a great asset to her and the business. She even gave them all a raise. When the meeting was over, she asked Rachel to clear her schedule for the rest of the day. So will you be back later? No, I'm having lunch with Austin, and then I'm going to the hospital. Have you told Austin about it? No. You should tell him. He is your husband. I want to keep it my secret. You won't say anything to him, will you? No, but you should. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. She walks out and gets into the elevator. She was looking forward to seeing him. Earlier at Austin's office, he sat behind his desk, thinking he should have a picture of Blair on his desk, so that he could look at her whenever he wanted to. Now that they have declared their love, he felt like a different man. He was no longer bitter. He was now a man more deeply in love with her than he was years ago. He had everything a man could want: a great job, respect, and a woman that truly loved him. Welcome back, boss. He looked up when he saw Harry enter. Morning. How was the trip? It was great. We had an amazing time. I told her I love her. The best part is that she told me she loves me too. We're going to stay married. Harry dropped down into the chair. She's really in love with you. Why do you say it like that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it came out. I'm surprised you told her that you love her. So what happens now with your plan to destroy her? I'm over it. I no longer want to hurt her. I want our marriage to work. She's always been the one I loved. Austin, what about all the shares to her company that you bought? Right now you could push her out and take control of it. I'd never remove her. It's her company and it always will be. He got up and started pacing, running his hand through his hair nervously. If she ever found out he had bought up all of the shares, she would hate him and he'd lose her for sure. He had to think quickly, had to do something before she found out. So what are you going to do? Austin stopped pacing. Sell the shares, except the ones she gave me. Go back to the people you bought them from and see if they would like to buy them back. Oh, Austin, I doubt they'll do that. Not after all the money you paid for them. Talk to them, see how much they would be willing to pay for them. They won't pay what you did. I don't care, just sell them. Austin, you could lose a whole lot of money. I would rather lose all of my money than to lose Blair. Wow, you really are in love. Leave it to me. I'll see what I can do. Austin was busy, his head bent over the desk looking at some files, when he heard a soft knock on the door. His face lit up when he saw Blair walking with a bag. He knew it was food by the smell. Getting up, he takes the bag from her hand and puts it on the desk. Pulling her into his arms, he kissed her with the passion of a man deeply in love. When he finally let her up for air, she laughed, wiping the lipstick from his mouth with her thumb. I thought you invited me here for lunch. I did, but I'd like to start with dessert first. Letting her go, he walks over to the door and locks it, giving her a sly smile. He starts removing his tie as he walks toward her. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You want SX now and here. The thought of having SX in his office was kind of exciting. A small gasp escaped her lips when he pulled her roughly into his arms, and his lips came crashing down on hers. His kiss was hot, demanding, and his hand went to the buttons on her blouse and undid them, spreading her top open, his hand cupping her breast as his thumb caressed the nipple through the material of her blouse. He had her moaning into his mouth. She arched her neck when he removed his mouth from hers and began kissing her neck. She felt the heat from his hand as it moved down her and under her skirt. Her panties were being wedged down. His hand cupped her pussycat and she pushed against his hand when he started rubbing. She felt his hand tugging on her hair, lifting her face up as his mouth came back down on hers. Her breathing was heavy, her core throbbing, and she let out a squeal when he pushed up her skirt and over her hips. Turning her around, he bent her over his desk and she felt his hard shaft enter her. His snake was hard, throbbing, and when he used his fingers to stroke inside her, feeling how wet she was, he couldn't wait to be inside her. Bending her over his desk, he pulled his pants down and entered her. Her walls closed around his snake. Putting his hands on her hips, he started thrusting fast inside her. He loved the soft moan as she was making, her hands clutching the edge of the desk. She kept saying God over and over between moans. He heard her breathing heavy, her body quivering as she came and rested her head on the desk. He kept pounding away, wanting her to come again with him. It wasn't long before he felt himself coming, and she cried out that she was so close and told him to go faster. His heart was beating like a drum being played in a band. His knees felt weak when he gave one final deep thrust. Their orgasm leaving them exhausted and satisfied. Pulling out, he pulled her up. Turning her around, he kissed her with so much passion. This was the best sex he'd had. Well, since this morning anyway. He was glad he had locked the door, otherwise whoever might have walked in would have caught him with his pants down around his ankles and her with her skirt up over her hips, her bum sticking out. He cupped her face in his hands. I've always wondered what it would be like to bend a woman over my desk and fouquet her. I have to say it was amazing. He watched as she licked her lips, still breathing heavily, her breasts heaving. Yes, it was great, she said, looking at him with love. I love you so much and I would love round, but we should clean up before someone comes knocking. After cleaning up in his bathroom, he unlocked the door and they sat her down to eat. So you've never had sex in here with anyone before? She asked him. He shook his head. No, you are the first. How about you? Have you ever had sex in your office? No way, she said, giggling. Not even with Patrick. Just saying that man's name left a bitter taste in his mouth. You really want to talk about Patrick now? I'm curious. She takes a bite of her sandwich and swallowed it before answering. Patrick was not what you would call spontaneous. He was more of a one position in the bed only kind of guy. To be honest, our sex life was kind of boring and rare. He couldn't satisfy you, could he? Her face turned red. She didn't feel comfortable talking to Austin about her previous sex life. No, but I don't want to talk about him or any of our past lovers. I will say that you more than satisfy me. You know how to please a woman, and I can't imagine any man better than you in bed. I only hope that I satisfy you too. Her words stroked his ego, making it even bigger. Dropping his sandwich, he gets up and goes over to her, pulling her to her feet. You are the most beautiful, and desirable woman that I have ever known. You more than satisfy me. You turn me on just by looking at you. I could make love to you all day and night. Cupping the back of her head, he kissed her. It was long and passionate. They only pulled apart when they heard someone clearing their throat, turning towards the person. Sorry to interrupt, boss, but your next client is here. Should I tell him to wait until you're finished with what you're doing? Smiling, she picks up a napkin and wipes her lipstick off his mouth. No, it's okay. I'm just leaving. I'll see you at home, he said, kissing her goodbye. Chapter 32. When he arrived home after work, he found Blair making dinner. Why are you cooking when we have someone to do it? He asked. Going over, gave her a kiss. His heart would pump faster. A warm feeling would go through his body whenever he looked at her. I told her I would make dinner and that she could go home early, with full pay. I like cooking for you. I have heard that a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Brushing her hair over, he placed his lips on her neck. That's what a woman came up with. But if you ask a man, he'll tell you the way to his heart is with amazing, hot sex. Laughing, she shrugged him off. You would say that. Now go take off your suit and put something casual on. Dinner is almost ready. She glanced over her shoulder to watch as he walked away. She had never been this happy in her whole life. She had someone who loved her unconditionally and someone she loved with all of her heart. After dinner, They snuggled up on the couch under a blanket watching TV. The news came on and Ryan Platt's face was plastered all over the screen. He was sentenced to life for the beating and rape of over 10 women. After his arrest, several more women came forward. A few of them knew he was their attacker, but he had threatened them and their families if they were to report him, so they never told the police that it was him that beat and raped them. But now that it was out in the open, they felt it would be safe. With all the pieces of evidence against him, the time factor and the other information that was brought forward, he was finally stopped and put away. She snuggled close to him as they listened to the news. "I still feel ill when I think of what he tried to do to me." "I know, me too," he said, holding her tighter and kissing the top of her head. He shook his head when he thought back to when Ryan was arrested and he went to see him and the man had the nerve to ask him to defend him in court, or recommend a good lawyer. He had to be held back by good guards. When he jumped up and went for Ryan's throat, he would gladly have gone to prison for killing him. After what he had done to Blair and the other women, his conscience would forever haunt him knowing that he had gotten the man off on the rape charges. But Ryan was so convincing, and had him believing he was innocent. Now he had to wonder how many other guilty men he had helped to escape justice. It made him question his ability to tell the innocent from the guilty. He made a vow to himself that he would from now on dig deeper before taking on a case. "Let's go to bed. I need you," she said, looking up at him. Suddenly she needed to feel Austin's touch, to feel his naked body against hers. That night it was as if he knew how she was feeling, so instead of the rough and tumble acts, he took his time with her. His kisses were soft and tender. He touched and kissed her all over, letting her know how much he loved and cherished her. Her eyes glistened when she looked into his, knowing then that he was always meant to be hers, and she, his. "I love you so much, Austin," she said, her fingers gently caressing his cheek. Hearing her say those words, he felt as if he had died and gone to heaven. For years he had dreamed of hearing her say that to him. His marriage to Betty was a lie, one that hurt her so much that it drove her to cheat. He didn't blame her though. She had known from the beginning about Blair and how he felt, but she still pressured him into marriage. At night when she laid in his arms after sex, it was Blair he was thinking of. In his mind, it was her he was making love to, and he was sure Betty knew, but she never let on. The next day, he decided to surprise Blair by showing up at her office, bringing lunch with him. Only when he got there, Rachel told him she had taken the afternoon off. He thought it was weird that she never mentioned she was going anywhere, so he drove home, expecting to find her there, but the housekeeper said that Blair hadn't come home yet. Now he was confused as to where she might be, so he tried calling her but got no answer. Feeling frustrated, he goes back to his office, leaving her a message on her voicemail to call him back. She never did. He arrived home moments before she did later that day. "How was your day?" he asked, removing his tie and jacket. "Oh, it was all right. Same old thing." "How was your day?" she asked. "Interesting. I won another case this morning, so I thought I'd surprise you by popping in to see you. I even brought lunch so we could eat together, but Rachel said you took the afternoon off. Where were you and why didn't you answer my calls?" He couldn't help noticing how she suddenly became nervous. "I'm sorry. I had my phone turned off and forgot to turn it back on." Now he knew something was up. She never turned her phone off and still hadn't answered his question. "So where were you?" he asked, becoming suspicious when she wouldn't look at him when she answered. "I went shopping." "If you went shopping, where are your bags?" I didn't find anything I liked." "Since when do you go shopping and not return with tons of packages?" Now he knew something was wrong. She was the queen of shopping. She whirled around to face him, her eyes flashing with anger. "What the hell is with the third degree? So I took the afternoon off. Big deal. I don't like being questioned and I don't like your tone." Storming out the room in a fit of anger, she left him confused and pissed off. Fear and doubt started to cloud his mind and he wondered if she was with another man. Was she cheating on him? Going upstairs, he changes into sweats and goes to his home gym, where he started to punch the bag that hung from the ceiling. His fists kept hitting it hard and fast, as he tried to drive the image of her with another man out of his head. 20 minutes later, he had to stop. Not having worn boxing gloves, his hands were sore, his knuckles raw and red. He sat her down, grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat that was dripping down his face and neck. He had to remain calm. He really couldn't see her cheating on him, but if she wasn't, then why wouldn't she tell him where she was, and why did she get so mad when he asked her? He had so many more questions, but figured he'd give her the benefit of the doubt and just wait to see what happens next. That night when they climbed into bed, things were still a little strained between them. Laying next to her, he got to thinking that maybe he had overreacted. He was, after all, drilling her like he would one on the witness stand. She hadn't given him many signs that she was cheating, so he had to stop being so insecure and thinking the worst. He rolled over, his finger going under her chin. He turned her head towards him. I'm sorry. I never should have acted the way I did. Austin, I love you and I'm your wife but not your property. I shouldn't have to explain my every move. You're right and I'm sorry. He then climbed on top of her, his hand going under her nightgown and between her legs. Soon he had her moaning his name. Their fight was long forgotten as they enjoyed each other's bodies. The next few weeks flew by and nothing out of the ordinary happened, making him believe he had blown the incident with Blair out of proportion. A month later she once again disappeared. She wasn't at work or home and not answering her phone. Again that feeling she was cheating on him welled up inside him. Only this time he was going to find out what she was up to. Marching into her office, he leaned over Rachel's desk, resting the palms of his hands on the desk, his eyes seething with rage. Where is she? And don't give me any bullshit that you don't know. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she pushed her body back further into her chair. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know damn well what is going on, now tell me. He barked. Who's the guy she's cheating on me with? Austin, Blair's not cheating on you. If you want to know what's going on, you're going to have to ask her yourself. I also suggest you watch how you talk to her. You know what she can be like if you go all caveman on her. Yes, he knew. She would shut down and he'd never find out. He would talk to her in a calm voice and come right out and ask her. But first, he would go for a long walk to calm down before going home. As he walked the streets, he thought about all the time he wasted in hatching a plan to hurt her when he should have been working on getting the only woman he ever loved to love him back. Passing a restaurant, he glanced inside and his heart felt as though it had stopped beating. A dark-haired brunette, her back to him, was leaning over the table, kissing a man. He thought it was Blair. She had the same hairstyle and wore the same kind of clothes. He stormed inside, marching right up to the table. What the fuck are you doing? He growled loudly, making all heads turn in his direction. When the woman turned to face him, he jolted backwards. She looked so much like Blair from the back, but this woman was not his Blair. I'm so sorry. I thought you were someone else, he said and walked quickly out of the restaurant, feeling like a complete fool. He goes home and of course, she wasn't there, so he poured himself a shot of whiskey as he waited for her to show up. He finally heard the door opening and the clicking of her heels. As she walked towards the living room, he stood up and turned to look at her. She looked pale and tired. Hi, sweetheart, she says cheerfully. Would you like to pour me a glass of wine? Going over to the bar without saying anything, he gets her the drink and hands it to her. Where have you been? Don't tell me work. I know you haven't been there all afternoon. He took a deep breath, not wanting to lose his temper. Blair, for the past 3 months, you have been disappearing without telling me where you have been going. I want to know if you're having an affair. You think I'm having an affair? She asked, looking shocked. I love you. You are the only man in my life. He put his hands in his pockets, not wanting her to see how his hands were curled into fists. I want you to know I'm going to fight for you. I will not lose you. Just tell me the truth, please. Taking a sip of her wine, she looks at him over the rim. He looked both sad and angry. Rachel was right. She should tell him what she has been hiding from him. From everyone. There is someone I've been seeing. Austin turned his back to her. He didn't want her to see the rage in his eyes. Are you in love with him? When she giggled, he turned angrily around to face her. I'm glad you find this funny. Would you like to meet him? She asked, turning serious after seeing the dark look on his face. He thought about it, thinking it would be good to face the man who she was cheating on him with. It would also feel good to use the man's face as a punching bag. Yes, take me to him now. All right, she said, putting her glass down. Seeing you've had a few to drink, I'll drive. Grabbing her purse and keys, she walks away, followed by Austin. Chapter 33. Here's what you all been waiting for. The answers to your questions. See you all on Monday. Going to chill till then. Enjoy. Austin looks over at her. He was confused when she pulled into the parking lot of the hospital. The hospital. Why are we here? Turning off the engine, she looks back at him. You wanted to meet the guy I've been seeing, so let's go in and I'll introduce you to him. By the way, his name is Mickey. So he's a doctor, he said, scoffing. You'll see, come on. He walked beside her as they entered the hospital and over to the front desk. The nurse smiled when she saw her. Blair, you're back so soon. Yes, my husband wants to meet Mickey. Would it be all right if we went in to visit for a while? Why yes, he'll be thrilled to see you. Go on in. What's going on, Blair? Going down the hall, she stopped at one of the rooms. I want you to meet Mickey and to prove to you that I'm not cheating on you. When she opened the door and they stepped in, he saw a young boy in the hospital bed. He was busy playing a video game. He looked from the boy to Blair. I don't understand. Before she could answer him, the little boy looked up and seeing her, he laid the game down. His little face lit up. Blair, you're back. She goes over and gives him a hug. I had to come back. I missed my best guy. I see you're playing the new game I bought you. Are you having fun with it? Oh yes, it's the best. He looks over at Austin. Who is he? Mickey. I want you to meet my husband. Austin, Blair told me all about you. He walked over. Getting close, he reached out his hand to shake Mickey's. It's a real pleasure to meet you, young man. Mom and Dad should be back soon. They went to get something to eat. Can you stay for a while? He asked, looking at Austin. There was something about seeing such a small child in the hospital that tugged on his heartstrings. He was still wondering what was wrong with him and what he had to do with Blair, but he felt relieved to find out she wasn't having an affair. He sat her on the edge of the bed and smiled warmly at the child. I think we can stay for a while. How about giving me a try at your game? Mickey looked at Blair and back at Austin. Okay, but I'm not sure you'll be able to play it. It's complicated. Blair sat her down and watched as they played. Every now and then Mickey would roll his eyes at Austin and shake his head. The way he was with the little boy, so gentle, and the way he was kidding around with him got her thinking he'd make a great father someday. She listened as they talked in between playing. Blair is so pretty. I'm going to marry her someday. Austin laughed. You can't marry her. She's already married to me. The little boy looked at him, again rolling his eye. Yes, but you're getting old, and soon I'll be old enough to marry her. Both Austin and Blair laughed. He had so many questions to ask her, but knew it would have to wait until they were alone. They all looked up when a young couple walked in. Mickey smiled at them. Mom, Dad, looks who's here. Blair introduced them to Austin. An hour went by and the men went out to get coffee and a treat for Mickey. The father told him what was wrong with his son, eyes filled with tears when he told how they almost lost him. The men stood back, drinking their coffee, and watched as the women and Mickey played the game. We owe everything to your wife. If it wasn't for her, Mickey wouldn't be here today. Austin turned to look at him, confused. Blair, what did she do? The father looked back at him. She hasn't told you? Austin shook his head. When Blair found out about Mickey, she came to see him and he took to her right away. My wife and I are poor. We live from paycheck to paycheck. We couldn't afford the proper care or medicines he needed. Your wife has paid for all of his medical bills, had a specialist brought in to treat him, got him into this room. She comes to visit him once or twice a month and each time treats him to games and other things to keep him busy. It helps to take away some of the pain. Austin listened as the man explained what his son had. He also found out that Blair had the same rare blood type as Mickey. She had been donating her blood twice a month, so there's hope for Mickey. Is he going to live? Yes, thanks to that special lady you're married to. He couldn't hate himself any more than he did. He had her all wrong. He thought she was cheating on him, but instead was doing the most selfless thing a person could do. He was so proud of her, and at the same time confused as to why she wouldn't tell him. Why was she keeping it from him? It was getting late, so Austin and Bear said their goodbyes, left. He waited until they got to her car, before taking her arm and turning her around to face him. Why haven't you told me about this? What you did for that little boy and his parents is so kind and generous of you. It was a good thing, not something you had to hide. The first time when I thought you were cheating, and we had a fight, you could have told me. I didn't want anyone to know. Why not? Because my father is a billionaire and a retired senator. I'm also well known, and if the press got a hold of it, they would have made a circus out of the whole thing. I didn't do it to get publicity or get praised. I did it to give a child a chance to live, to grow up and have a family someday. The last thing that the family needed was cameras and the media, splashing their faces and problems all over the news. It was a private matter and had nothing to do with me. I'm your husband. You could have told me. I know, I should have and probably would have, if you weren't such an bum last time. He moved closer, cupping her face in his hands. You are the most incredible woman I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. I was so wrong and I apologize for misjudging you. I love you with all of my heart. My heart belongs to you. It always did. He then lowered his mouth to kiss her. When they came up for air, she ran her fingers along his cheek. I love you too. And you've got to learn to trust me. I'm not Betty. I'll never doubt you again. Are you hungry? I'm starving. Let's go to your favorite Italian restaurant, he said, giving her another kiss. The kiss was meant to be short and sweet, but it turned more passionate. She found herself pressed up against the car. His hard snake was pressing into her. Letting out a moan, she placed her hands on his chest to stop him. Maybe we could just go home and order takeout. Besides, people are starting to stare at us. Her tongue swiped across her bottom lip. She wanted him so bad right now and hoped she could wait until they got home. Still, with his arms around her, his body pressed tightly against hers, he looked around and saw some people giving them dirty looks. Maybe you're right, but to be honest, I'm so hard right now, and not sure if I can wait the 20 minutes until we get home. She traced his lips with her fingers. Well, it is dark out, and if you promise to drive carefully, I might be able to take care of you. His eyes widened. Was she really suggesting what he thought she was? He opened the door for her to get in, and once they drove away, he felt her hand going to his zipper, slowly pulling it down and taking him out. He couldn't believe that she was actually going to give him a blowjob as he drove. But there she was with her head in his lap and his snake in her mouth. Her mouth was so moist and warm. When she wrapped it around his throbbing erection, he drove slowly, keeping his eyes on the road. His breathing became heavy. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead when he released inside her. He came so quickly, it surprised him but left him with a smile on his face. This was a first for him and he really enjoyed it. She grabbed a tissue from her purse, wiped her mouth and then his snake. She put it back inside his pants and did up his fly. There, how was that? He smiled, glancing at her. It was great. You're one amazing woman. You never cease to surprise me. Just remember that when we get home it's your turn to take care of me. And I'm not talking about a quickie. Oh, I will make you squeal and squirm for hours. Be prepared for a long and bumpy ride, he said, smirking. The moment they walked in the front door, he pinned her up against the wall, his hand going up her dress to feel her pussycat, which was wet for him. His left hand held hers above her head, his mouth sucking on her neck as he fingered her, stroking her into a climax. Her knees were weak, and as she was about to collapse, he picked her up and carried her upstairs. He slowly removed her clothes, piece by piece, until she was totally naked on the bed. Tearing off his shirt and pants, he positioned himself at the end of the bed. On his knees, grabbing a hold of her ankles, he pulled her down. Spreading her legs, his head went down on her. His mouth, lips and tongue kissed, sucked, bringing her to a climax, her orgasm coming hard and fast. He moved up. Taking a breast, he wrapped his mouth around it. He sucked on the nipple, making her moan. He then did the same to the other one. He then with a wild hunger claimed her lips with his mouth, his hand caressing her body. Embedding himself between her legs, he entered her. She was warm and tight around his snake. He was slow and rhythmic as he moved up and down inside her. He heard her breath stuttering when she took a deep breath. Her core throbbed, her brain in a fog, as she felt the velvety hard length of him hitting her G-spot, and she screamed out from the pleasure she was experiencing. Austin, oh Austin, she moaned at his name. I'm so close, go faster. What do you want me to do to you, baby? He grunted through ragged breath. Fuck me hard. He rode her fast and hard just like she wanted. He let out a loud moan that came from deep down in his throat when they came together. Laying on top of her, kissing her, he felt so alive. He never thought that making love to someone could feel so amazing, so fulfilling. What he had felt for her in high school was puppy love. Now he was deeply in love with her. She caressed his back. A single tear slid down her cheek. I love you so much and can't believe you're mine. He rubbed his nose against her. His heart was filled with warmth. I was yours the second I saw you all those years ago, and I will be until the day I die. I promise you from now on I'll never hurt you. You really do love me, don't you? She asked, loving him even more than she already did. I not only love you, but you also own me, heart and soul. So no more hurting me or getting jealous, or trying to control me, right? Right. I know you are your own person and I respect you. Besides, if I hurt you in any way your father will kill me. For an older guy, he has one hell of a right hook. She smiled up at him. I'm starving and you promised me takeout. He looks at the clock and sees how late it was. He couldn't believe they had been at it for over 4 hours. The only thing open this late is the pizza place. That sounds good to me. You order it while I'll clean up. Oh, and order chicken wings, crazy bread and a salad. Whatever you want, he said, watching her as she walked to the bathroom, butt naked, getting out of bed. He throws on a pair of sweatpants and phones in the order to be delivered. He then heads downstairs to get some water. He was in dire need of fluids. Chapter 34. The next morning. I love waking up every morning to find you laying next to me, he said when they woke up and he climbed on top of her. I also like it when you sleep in the nude. Makes it so much easier for me to do this, he said. Pushing her legs apart, he entered her slowly with his snake that had gotten hard. Austin, she moaned when she felt him moving inside her. She kissed him back, her hands moving over his shoulders, loving the feel of how hard they felt as she caressed them. She never thought she could be this happy or fulfilled. When his lips went to her neck, she sucked in a deep breath when she felt him sucking hard, and she let out a loud moan. Her core tingled. He had her coming in minutes, not once but twice before he got his own release. After they showered and got dressed for work, she looked at her neck in the mirror and saw the hickey he had left on her. Austin, look what you did to me, she said, coming into the bathroom where he was combing his hair, and she pointed to her neck. Turning and placing his hand on her neck, he smiled when he ran his thumb over the mark. This is a good one. Austin, I can't be seen with a hickey on my neck. What will people think? They will know you belong to me. You didn't seem to mind when I was giving it to you. You just don't understand, she snapped and walked away. Knowing she was a little upset with him, he walked up behind her, putting his arms around her waist, leaning over to kiss her cheek. I do understand. I'm sorry. It's just that you seem to be enjoying it, and I guess I got carried away. I couldn't help it. You were squirming and moaning. You got me so hot. Her hand goes up and to the back of his head. She closed her eyes. It did feel good. I guess I can wear a scarf for a few days. He turned her around. So you're not mad at me anymore? No, but next time don't leave a hickey where people can see it. She shook her head when she saw a devilish grin appear on his face. Knowing just what he was thinking, she put her arms around his neck. I'm so happy. Promise me we'll always feel this way. Taking her face gently in his hands, he looked deeply into her eyes with love. I will make sure you are always loved and taken care of. You are my life, my true love. He lowered his mouth onto hers, giving her a passionate kiss. The next 4 weeks went without any problems. Their love grew stronger. They were both so deeply in love and thought nothing could go wrong. Austin was in the process of having the shares he couldn't sell, and the one she had given him put into her name. Once that was done, he would come clean and tell her everything about his revenge and pray she would forgive him. He knew he couldn't keep it from her much longer. Little did they know that their world was about to come crashing down, leaving them both heartbroken and shattered. On Friday, Blair was wrapping things up for the night. She was looking forward to the weekend. She and Austin had plans to go away for the weekend to the country. He had booked them into a quaint little bed and breakfast for a weekend of love and relaxation. They both had been working a lot the last few weeks and didn't have much alone time. They needed this time to be together. She was talking to Rachel when Patrick showed up, walking right into her office without knocking. What the hell are you doing here? Rachel snapped when she saw him. It seemed like whenever he showed up it was just to cause trouble. I'm here to see you, Blair, he said, looking at her and ignoring Rachel, as he walked over to her but stopped when he saw the angry look in her eyes. Well, you saw me, so now you can leave. I need to talk to you, alone. We have nothing to talk about, so leave, she said, pointing to the door. It's about Austin. There's something you should know. Whatever you want to tell me about my husband, I don't want to hear it. You want to hear this. I'm not leaving until you hear me out and look at what I've got to show you. It will prove what a lying dirtbag he is. What the hell are you talking about? She snapped, whirling around to face him. It would be better if we discuss this alone. Whatever you have to say, you can say it in front of Rachel. All right, if that's the way you want it. Your so-called husband has been going behind your back and buying up all of the available shares to your company. Why do you think he's doing that, Blair? He can end up pushing you out and taking control of your company. Right now he owns more than you do. I believe it has been his plan all along to destroy you. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I did try to warn you about him. Rachel looked from Patrick to Blair. Her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and thought it was just Patrick trying to cause trouble. Blair felt as if her world was crashing down. Her heart ached and she fought to hold back her tears. I don't believe you. You're lying. Austin would never do anything like that. I have proof, he said, moving closer to her. What proof? She asked as a cold chill ran through her, making her shiver. She was scared at the so-called proof he had. He reached into his pocket and took out some papers, handing them to her. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize any of these names. What is this? She asked, recognizing some of the names as she skimmed down the list. Those are all the names of the people who had shares in your company. He had his assistant Harry buy them for him. He paid a very high price for them, almost double what they had paid. Her voice cracked when she spoke. How did you get a hold of this? She asked, her eyes blazing with fury. She had never been this angry in her whole life. A friend of mine, Ross, told me when we were having lunch a couple of weeks ago. Austin bought his 2 shares. When I heard that, I did some checking and found out he attained all but a few shares. I'm so sorry, but I knew I had to tell you for your own good. She glared at him. My own good? You're a liar. You did it for yourself, thinking I'd be so grateful that I would fall back into your arms. Guess what, pal? I can't stand the sight of you. Get out and never come back. You make me sick. He put his hands on her shoulders, gripping on tight. I did it for you because I love you and I want to be here for you. She shrugged him off her. Leave or I'll have Rachel call security. She looked over at Rachel. Call security and have Patrick removed from the building. I'll go, but if you need me, call me anytime. I'll be here in a flash. Giving Rachel an evil look, he walked out in a huff. He was pissed at Blair. He was so sure she'd be grateful for him coming to her with the truth, but instead, she dismissed him as though he were dirt under her shoes. When Patrick left, she felt lightheaded and needed to sit down. She hung her head as she rolled the pieces of paper up into a ball, sniffling. I can't believe he did this. I trusted him. He told me he loved me and would never hurt me. How could he betray me like this? She asked, looking up at Rachel. Blair, I'm so sorry. She didn't know what to say to her best friend. In the time she had been married to Austin, she was like a new woman, always smiling and happy. You know, Rachel, my whole life I tried to avoid love. I didn't want to get hurt. Then Austin came into my life and changed everything. I opened my heart to him. He became my whole world. I would have given up this company for him. I would have given my life to save him, and he does this to me. Rachel put her arm over Blair's shoulder when she started crying. You should talk to him. Maybe he has a good explanation for what he did. I was never on his side before, but I believe he does love you. She looked up at Rachel. If he loved me, he would never have done this. She gets up, uncrumpling the paper and going into the bathroom. She fixes her makeup. Rachel followed her. What are you going to do? I'm going to his office and confront him about this. Please finish up here for me, she said. Grabbing her purse, she stormed out. At Austin's office, Harry was handing Austin papers to sign before they went home for the night. So you and Blair are going to the country for the weekend? He loosened his tie and smiled. Yup, she's been working hard and I want to pamper her all weekend. Before I go, have you started the paperwork on signing all those shares into Blair's name? I want to be able to hand them to her when I tell her the truth as to what I did. She might never forgive you. He knew women like Blair, strong, determined, and takes no shit from anyone, and whoever crossed them lived to regret it. He had the feeling she wouldn't forgive him, and if she did, it would not be for a long time, if ever. She'll be mad at first, but when she sees how sincere I am, when she gets the shares, she'll forgive me. I hope. Don't get me wrong. I know I'll have to grovel and fight to get her to forgive me. It might not be easy, but I'm not going to lose her ever again. If you give me more time, I might be able to sell the rest of the shares, and then she'll never have to know, Harry said, sitting down across from Austin. That way you won't risk anything. Your marriage will be safe and you can live happily ever after. He shakes his head. No, I want to come clean and tell her. We're starting our life together, and it has to be with complete honesty. I love her. She makes me happy. Sitting down behind his desk, he opens a drawer and takes out a bottle of scotch into glasses, pouring them both as shot hands one to Harry. I can see she makes you happy. You were never this happy when you were married to Betty. You were more uptight, always in a bad mood. That marriage was a big mistake. I never should have married her. It was doomed right from the beginning. I do regret hurting her to the point where she had to cheat on me. But thinking back, I don't blame her. I deserved it. Why is that? You never did tell me what happened. Never mind that now, Harry. It's ancient history. They were enjoying one last drink before leaving when the door opened with a bang, making them both jump when it hit the wall. His heart flipped when he saw her. She had on a black skirt, with a silk top, and her hair was done up on top of her head. She looked glamorous, but then he noticed her face. There was a fury in her eyes he had never seen in her before. He got to his feet and moved around the desk. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. Before he could say another word, she rushed over to him and he felt the sting from the palm of her hand when she slapped him hard against his face, and his head was jerked over to the side. He was taken by surprise and saw stars behind his eyes. Chapter 35. Moments earlier. Reaching his office, she barged right in, the door hitting the wall, but all she could see in her feat of anger was Austin sitting behind his desk with a glass of alcohol in his hand. He got up and she went over. Raising her hand, slapped him as hard as she could. The slap made a loud sound when it hit his face. "You fucking bastard," she yelled. Getting his bearing, he straightened up, rubbing his face. "Blair, what the hell was that for?" Harry's eyes grew wide and he got to his feet, knowing there was big trouble ahead, and figured he should hightail it out of there. "I'll just leave the two of you alone." She turned angrily to him and pointed to the chair he recently occupied. "You sit your bum down. You're part of this," she screamed at him. He sat her down. He had never seen a woman this mad before, and he didn't dare move or breathe. "Part of what, Blair?" Austin asked, looking confused as hell. A cold chill ran down his spine. His worst fear was coming true, but there was no way she could have found out about the shares. "For the love of God, what are you so mad about?" She threw the paper with the names on it in his face. "This is what I'm talking about, you bastard. You bought up all the shares to my company." This was the moment he feared more than anything in his life, her finding out before he could tell her. His hands shook. He began to sweat as he looked at the document in his hand. "Where did you get this?" he asked, looking at her with regret. His heart was breaking. "Never mind where I got it. What I want to know is, why would you do this to me? I thought you loved me. I trusted you, and all this time you were scheming against me, to destroy me and everything I worked for." "Please, you have to listen to me. Let me explain." "You don't have to explain. It's all clear now. You were just playing with me, using me until you could get your hands on all of the shares." "Why, Austin, why do you hate me?" "I don't hate you," he said, lowering his head. All he wanted this minute was to go hide somewhere, to escape from telling her about his plan. The hurt look in her eyes was strong enough to kill a man. It was killing him, and he had to find the right words to say or he would lose her. He could see in her eyes how much pain she was in, and it was ripping him apart. "Then why did you do it? Tell me. I really want to know what was going through that thick skull of yours." At this point, Harry knew this was no place for him, so while she was screaming at Austin, he quietly sneaked out, shutting the door behind him. He felt bad for the two of them. She looked gutted and Austin looked as though he was facing a life sentence. And maybe he was. Judging by the way she looked, there was going to be no forgiving him, which made him sad, knowing that two people who were deeply in love were about to come to the end of their marriage. "It all started when you connected with me about our high school reunion. It brought back memories of how you treated me back then. So when you made the deal with me, it got me thinking about how I could get back at you for the way you treated me back then." "The way I treated you? What the hell are you talking about?" "Price, Blair, don't you remember? You treated me like dirt. You had me running errands for you, gave me hope that we could be together. I did everything for you, carried your books, helped you cheat on your exams. How many times did we make plans to go somewhere and you never showed up? I loved you and you used that fact to make me follow you around like a dog." She looked at him in shock. "I never knew you felt that way about me. How could you not know? But you rejected me, made me feel like a loser who you made fun of with your girlfriends." "I never made fun of you. I always defended you. I thought we were just friends and you did all those things because you were a nice guy. You never once told me how you felt about me, for crying out loud. That was years ago and you've been holding a grudge all these years. You were popular. I was a nerd. What people don't understand is in high school, the way people treat you defines how you turn out when you get into the real world. Some become criminals, others successful. I chose to become successful to rub it in everyone's faces. I had always hoped to meet you again and make you pay. You made it so easy for me." A tear slid down her face. "So all of this is for revenge. You set out deliberately to destroy me. If I hurt you or made you feel bad, I'm sorry. But for crying out loud, we were kids. I was a kid, but I grew up and moved on. Blair, I'm so sorry. I really do love you and I wish I could turn back the clock, but I can't. Once I got to know the real you, I did what I could to stop this ridiculous revenge of mine." Then why weren't you honest with me and tell me? I was afraid of losing you. I thought I could fix things without you finding out. I tried selling back the shares to the people I bought them from at a very low price, losing money in the process, but I didn't care about the money. Tell me, Austin, what was your plan once you got your hands on all of the shares? I didn't really think that far. I guess I thought I could hold it over your head, be your boss in a sense, but I never planned on having you removed from the company. I fell in love with the real you. My heart had always belonged to you. I'm asking you now to forgive me. Give me another chance. It's too late. I can never forgive you. I vowed never to give my heart to a man, but you broke through my barrier and I fell deeply in love with you. But you betrayed me in the worst way possible. My God, I gave you my heart and you ripped it out of my chest and stomped on it, breaking it into a million pieces. I won't lose my company. I will fight you with everything I have to keep it and you away from it. Blair, I don't want it, any part of it. All I want is you. She looked at him, feeling exhausted. Her heart was breaking as tears streamed down her face. You'll never have me. I want a divorce. Don't ever call me, text me or come around me. I never want to see you or hear your voice ever again. Goodbye, Austin, she said and walked to the door. Her hand on the knob, she stopped when he called out. Blair, please don't do this. We love each other. Give me another chance to make it up to you. I'm right now in the process of having all the shares put into your name. I was going to confess everything once it was done. I love you with all of my heart. I always have. She looked at him. Tell me something, and be honest. When you didn't show up for the biggest event of my life, and all those times you had me running around after, was it part of your revenge to hurt me? He lowered his head, too ashamed to look her in the eyes. Yes, but I regret it, more than you'll ever know. She walked over to him. Standing in front of him, she looked into his eyes, her tears still falling. I have never trusted or loved anyone until you came along. I loved you so much. I trusted you and gave you my heart. No man had ever made me feel the things you did, in and out of bed, but you broke my heart and trust. I can never forgive you. I want that divorce. I'll have my lawyer draw up the papers. She takes off her rings. Taking his hand, she placed them into his palm. You said once you wanted these back. Like I already said. Don't call me. Don't text or come near me. I never want to see you again. Goodbye, Austin. She turned and walked out. Her heart felt as though it had stopped beating and she felt her life was ending. Now she was nothing but a shell of a human being. Her dreams and hopes were dashed in just over 2 hours. She was able to hold back more tears until she got into her car. She broke down and the sobs racked her body. She knew there was no going back to the home she shared with Austin, so she decided to go to her apartment, as it still hadn't been sold. Pulling into the parking lot, she goes inside and opens the door to her apartment. She opened up some windows to get rid of the stale air. Not having any food or drinks at the apartment, she placed an order at a place that delivered groceries, just giving them a small list, and she also put a couple of bottles of wine on the list. She then arranged for her personal belongings to be picked up and brought to her place. Then she sat her down and had a good cry, feeling hurt and betrayed. He just stared as she walked out the door. He couldn't move, couldn't talk. It was as if he had ceased to exist, and was looking down from up above at what was going on. She was gone. He had lost the only woman he ever loved. He knew that she would never come back to him. A piece of him died at that moment. Sitting down, he cradled his head in his hands. He couldn't breathe. His eyes filled with tears as he clung to the ring she had placed in his hand. He looked up when he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Harry standing there. I've lost her, Harry. She told me she was divorcing me. I was such a fool. I should have listened to you when you told me to stop buying the shares. Austin, just give her a few days to calm down and try talking to her. The girl loves you and I'm sure she'll think things through and forgive you. He had the rings in his hand. I know she won't. Blair is the type not to forgive that easily. I hurt her really bad. You know, she gave me a hard time about buying these rings. Said they were too expensive for a marriage that was ending in a few months. Well, they did cost you a bundle. I think deep down in my heart I was hoping we'd stay together. Spending time with her, I got to know her. She's a really good person. I found out things about her that she was keeping a secret. You have no idea the good she's done and the people she has helped. I'm afraid I blew it big time with her. It's over. Oh, come on, Austin. I know you. You're not one to give up this easy. When he arrived home, he noticed a small truck leaving his driveway. Going inside, he was met by the housekeeper. Helen, what was that truck doing here? They were here picking up Mrs. Cook's belongings. She called to let me know they were coming and said she wouldn't be back. I'm so sorry, sir. I will miss her, but I'm sure you will be able to patch things up. All couples fight, sir, and I'm sure she'll be back before you know it. Thanks, Helen. You can go home now. See you on Monday. Not in the mood to eat, he wrapped the food up and placed it in the fridge. Grabbing a beer, he goes into the living room. He felt drained, so leaning back, he closed his eyes. Her leaving him had left a hole in his heart, and he had no idea how to fix things between them. Chapter 36. She was curled up under a blanket on the sofa when there was a loud knock at the door. Not wanting to get up, she ignored it. That was until she heard Rachel yelling, "Blair, open up. I know you're in there. I'm not going away until you let me in." Wiping her eyes and sighing, she pushes the blanket off and makes her way to the door and opens it. "Rachel, I'm not in the mood for company." "Well, I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what happened between you and Austin." "I brought wine," she said, holding up the bottle for her to see. She followed Blair over to the sofa and set the bottle down. "I'll go grab us a couple of glasses." "Shall I?" Going into the kitchen, she grabs the glasses and goes back into the other room. She pours Blair and herself some of the wine. Blair told Rachel everything, how Austin was out for revenge, buying up all the shares, and what he planned on doing, how he deliberately set out to hurt her every chance he had, like the time he stood her up on her big night. "I know he was a bastard with all he did to you, but he must love you if he was trying to sell back the shares." Her breath stuttered when she spoke. Her nose was red and her face blotchy from crying. "He set out to hurt me by buying those shares. He could have had me removed from the company. He did all of that because he felt I didn't treat him right when we were kids. Austin betrayed me. He hurt me so bad and he broke my heart. I can never forgive him." "So what are you going to do?" "I left him for good and I told him I want a divorce." "Blair, you love him. Don't be so hasty. Give it some time before you make a decision that will affect the rest of your life. Everything he did was way over the line. No, it's over between us." Rachel ordered Chinese takeout for the two of them. She wanted to make sure Blair ate something before she left her alone. After eating and making sure she would be all right on her own, Rachel left to go home, saying she would check on her tomorrow. Finally, she was alone, so she takes a long relaxing bath. Getting out, wraps the towel around her. She looks in the mirror at the necklace around her neck, the dolphin one Austin had given her. A tear ran down her face as she unfastens it. Taking it off, she holds it in her hand. Looking at it, all her dreams of a life with him were dashed. Entering the bedroom, she places the necklace in her jewelry box and closes the lid. Maybe if she didn't see it, she might be able to get him off her mind. Blair threw herself into her work, putting in more hours at the office even after everyone had gone home for the night. It was the only way to stop thinking about Austin. He wasn't making it easy on her with his constant calling, texting, and sending flowers with a card attached saying how sorry he was. She refused to take his calls and deleted his text. He was also banned from coming to her office. For 2 weeks, she was able to avoid him, but one day Harry came to see her. "It's nice to see you. How is Fran?" "She's doing great and has asked about you. She told me to say hi to you and would like you to give her a call when you have time. She said something about having lunch." "I'll call her. But why are you here?" "If Austin sent you to try and talk me into talking to him, you've both wasted your time and mine." "He did send me, but only to give you this," he said, handing her a folder. She looked at what was inside. Her face paled and she looked over at Harry. "These are all the shares he bought, even the ones I gave him." "Yes, there were some that we managed to sell back that's not there. He wanted you to have them. They're all in your name. Blair, the guy really loves you and he's really in a bad way. He regrets what he tried to do." "Why would he give me these after being served with divorce papers?" "Because he doesn't want them and he loves you." She sits down, feeling dizzy. If Austin had told me the truth at the beginning instead of me finding out from someone else, we might have been able to sort things out. If only he hadn't tried to hide it. That shows me what his character is all about. How would I ever be able to trust him to not keep things from me? He knows his mistake and I know him. He'll never betray you again. Won't you give him another chance?" She shakes her head. "I'm sorry. No, tell him for me that I'm grateful for the shares, and to please sign the divorce papers soon." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "I'll tell him." He's still looking over the papers. Says he might make some changes. He knew Austin was stalling for time, hoping to change her mind about divorcing him. She sighed loudly. Whatever. Just have him contact my lawyer with the changes. When he left the office, Rachel came in. So now Austin's sending Harry to do his dirty work. So what is he pulling now? Austin has signed over his shares to me. Rachel's eyes widened when she read over the papers. Holy shit, well that's something. To give them all to you, he must really love you. I would have thought after being served divorce papers he would have kept them. You know, to hold it over your head. Yeah, well I don't have to worry about that. Put these in the safe, will you, and get me the reports on the latest sales. All right, but it's almost 6. Why don't you go home and rest? Is it that late? I'll just stay for a while. I'll put these away and get you the report. Then I'm heading home. I have a date tonight. Unless you want me to hang around. I don't like that you stay here alone late at night. I'm not alone. The cleaning staff will be in soon. I'll be fine. You go on home and get ready for Steven. Later, when she was leaving the office and walking to the elevator, she saw a shadow on the steps above her. Who's there? She shouted out, thinking it might be one of the cleaners, but she got no answer. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up and she started running. Reaching the elevator, she opened the door and stepped in just as the figure came toward her. It was dark in the hallway, so she couldn't see who it was. Just as she got in and the doors started to close, she let out a scream when a hand got between the closing doors and he walked in. What the hell, Patrick? You scared the shit out of me. Why didn't you answer when I called out? Her heart was racing like a jackrabbit running from its enemy. I didn't mean to scare you, sweetheart. What are you doing here so late? She asked, trying to slow her heartbeat down. I went to your place to see how you were doing, and since you weren't there, I figured you'd be working late. I've been worried about you. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. He moved in, trapping her in the corner, putting his hands on the wall. You act like you're tough, but I know right now you're alone and scared. I've heard you and Austin broke up. Let me take you out for something to eat. Maybe we can sort things out between us. I told you I never wanted to see you again. What makes you think I'd go out with you? Because you're lonely and need someone. Let me be that someone, he said. Then leaning over, he tried to kiss her. She pushed him away just as the door opened and walked out. Stay away from me. She hated the sight of him and was wondering how long he had been watching her. If you come near me again, I'll get a restraining order against you. That night she tossed and turned. No matter which way she lay, she just couldn't get comfortable or fall asleep. Her stomach felt upset, so she gets up and makes herself some tea. It was just before midnight. She takes her cup out onto the balcony and sits down, staring out at all the lights, and could hear the cars as they drove by. One thing Patrick was right about was she was lonely. She missed Austin and her heart ached whenever she thought about him. The next morning, she was totally drained, but dragged herself out of bed to get ready for work. She felt ill. When she arrived at work, after stopping at the drugstore, Rachel showed up with her coffee. She took one sip and shook her head. Could you get me some tea instead? I'm not feeling very good and the smell of coffee is upsetting my stomach. You two look like hell. I didn't get any sleep last night. All right, I'll be right back with your tea, she said and left. When she returned 15 later, she apologized for taking so long, but she had to answer a couple of phone calls. She noticed how much paler Blair was. Her eyes were glazed over as if she had been crying. What's wrong? She asked, setting the tea down. Blair stared at her, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with tears. I'm pregnant. Are you sure? She asked, her eyes wide with shock. I stopped at the drugstore before coming into work and bought a test. I just took it and it's positive. Leaning over the desk, she buried her head in her arms. Oh my God, what am I going to do now? Rachel went over, putting her arms around Blair. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep it? She looked up, shocked that Rachel would say such a thing. Of course I want to keep it. It's my baby. And Austin's. I'm just in shock right now. I was on the friggin' pill, for crying out loud. What are my parents going to say when they find out I'm getting a divorce, and now pregnant? You haven't told them about you and Austin? No, they're on an African safari and are hard to get a hold of. I figured I'd wait until they returned home. She took a drink of her tea, hoping it would settle her stomach. Are you going to tell Austin? Rubbing her temple, she gets up and goes over to the window and looks out. I have to. He has a right to know he's going to be a father. Divorcing him, I was hoping I'd never have to see him again, so that I could start getting over him. But now we're having a baby together, and we'll be connected for the next 18 years or so. I just hope he doesn't think this means we'll be getting back together. First, I need to see a doctor and confirm that I'm pregnant. The guy I'm dating is a doctor. I bet if I call him, he could get you in right away. Let me call him, she said, going over to the desk, picked up the phone. Blair waited and listened as Rachel talked to her latest boyfriend. After some lovey-dovey talk, she thanked him and hung up. All right, you can go to the hospital and see a Dr. Carol Hurst at 10:45. Do you want me to come with you? No, you stay here and take care of things. If I am pregnant, I'll go to Austin's office and tell him. I might as well get it all over with today. There's nothing important going on here today, so I'll probably go right home afterwards. You being pregnant, it's a good thing, right? Yes, I'm happy about it. It's just the timing is all wrong. But knowing I have a baby inside me does give me a warm feeling inside. I'd better get going, and afterwards, I'll visit Nikki before seeing Austin. After being examined, it was confirmed she was indeed 3 weeks pregnant. She was given a prescription for some prenatal pills. She made another appointment and then went to see her little friend, after stopping at the gift shop to buy him some comic books and treats. Blair, you're here, Mickey said excitedly. Where's Austin? He had to work, but he sends his love and asked me to get you your favorite books. I hear you'll be able to go home soon. He turned quiet. His little face looked so sad. Does this mean I won't get to see you anymore? His voice shook and he was close to tears. She gives him a big hug. Oh no, honey. I'll come and visit you at your home. Hey, you're my favorite guy. I couldn't stay away from you. She was happy to see that it cheered him up. I have to go now, but I'll see you soon. After leaving Mickey, she headed to Austin's office. She was nervous about telling him, not really sure how he would take the news. Chapter 37. The palms of her hands started to sweat the moment she walked into the building where his office was located. Going to the 3rd floor, she steps off the elevator and over to where his secretary Grace, who was busy typing. Hi Grace, is Austin busy? Mrs. Cook, no, you can go right in. He looked up from his desk when she walked in, surprised yet happy to see her. Blair, he said, getting to his feet. Why are you here? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see you. If it's about the divorce papers, I haven't had time to look them over. You've had them for over a week. I know, but I've been busy. Just seeing her standing before him, wearing a tight black skirt and knee-high boots, brought up all the feelings he felt about her. From desire to love and missing her. He ached to take her in his arms, to feel her lips on his and to touch her in the way that had her moaning his name. Well, that's not what I'm here for. There's something I need to tell you, but I don't want you thinking we're getting back together. I still want a divorce. Her head started to spin and she wobbled, grabbing onto the back of the chair. Blair, what's wrong? He asked, rushing to her side. She held up her hand to stop him from touching her. I'm okay. I just need to sit for a minute, she said, moving around the chair she sat her down. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee or water? Water, please. He went and poured her a cold glass of water and hands it to her. He watches as she drinks it all in one gulp. He could tell she was nervous, but she also looked pale and tired. What is it you need to tell me? Is it your health? Are you ill? No, I'm not ill. I'm pregnant with your baby. What? He asked, his eyes moving down to look at her stomach. We're having a baby. A smile spread across his face and a warm feeling coursed through his body. Oh my God, that's great. We're having a baby. This changes everything. She looked at him with terrified eyes. No, it changes nothing between us. He went and kneeled before her, placing his hands on her lap. You're having my baby. I love you and I know you love me too. Our child needs two parents. I only told you about the baby because you have a right to know you're going to be a father and to be a part of its life. Also, he or she has a right to know its father, but this changes nothing. I still want a divorce. He got up, feeling his anger rising. So am I supposed to be a part-time dad, seeing him every other weekend or just on holidays? No, we'll work something out, she said, feeling very drained and wanting to go home and lay down. You can see the baby whenever you want. I won't deny you, but we have to set up ground rules. Once the baby is born, you can visit, and when he or she is old enough, you can have overnight visits. We're going to have to learn to co-parent. I'm not giving you a divorce, not now. I'm a strong believer in having a child grow up with two parents living under the same roof. With your career, you're going to need help. You can't do it alone. She stood up, regretting having come here to tell him. I will fight you on the divorce. I didn't have to tell you. I could have kept quiet. Don't you think I would have eventually found out? I know you would, but by then I'd have my freedom. Austin, please sign the papers and let me move on. His eyes watered up. Don't you love me? She looked back at him, swallowing the lump that seemed to be lodged in her throat. I'll always love you, but I'll never be able to trust you again, and that's not a marriage. I'm sorry, but you need to let me go. When she stood up, she became dizzy and had to sit down. That's it. I'm taking you to the hospital. No, I just need to go home and lay down. I've been working a lot of hours, not knowing I was pregnant. I'm just worn out and need to get some rest. Then I'm giving you a ride home. I don't need you to do anything for me. I can take care of myself. You're pregnant and weak. I'm driving you home whether you like it or not. I'll drive your car and later take a cab back here to get mine. When he saw she was about to protest, he tried to talk some sense into her. What if you were to have another dizzy spell while driving and get into an accident? Do you really want to risk our baby's life? She thought about it and knew he was right, and due to lack of sleep and food, she agreed to let him take her home. Okay, you're right. I shouldn't drive. I need to get some food in me and go to bed. Placing his hand on the small of her back, he walked out with her and getting to her car took the keys from her, waiting for her to be seated before getting into the driver's side. Leaning back in the seat, she closed her eyes. His scent drifted over, giving her goosebumps. She knew that being this close to him was dangerous and thought it was a mistake to let him drive her home. She still loved him, and it would be so easy for her to fall back into his arms. When they got to her apartment, he insisted that he go up with her to make sure she made it all right. He waited until she opened her door and stepped inside. You go get into bed and I'll make you something to eat. I can make myself some food so you can leave now. I'm not going anywhere until I see you eaten. Don't fight me on this. It's my baby you're carrying and I want to make sure you eat and get some sleep. Then I'll go. She knew how stubborn Austin could be, and there was no point in arguing with him. So giving up, she heads to the bedroom. I'm changing and going to bed. Let yourself out whenever you want. I'll make you something to eat first. Whatever, she said, walking away. He goes into the kitchen and roots around the fridge and cupboards. He noticed she didn't have much in the way of food. Opening a can of soup, put it into a pot and places it on the stove. He then makes a ham and cheese sandwich. He then pours her a glass of milk and a glass of water. Setting it on the tray, he carries to her bedroom. The door was open, so he walked in. She was in bed and her eyes were closed. He stood watching her. His heart felt heavy, wishing that they could work things out. Now that she was having his baby, he knew he wasn't going to give up on him. He would find a way to win her back. She opened her eyes and saw him standing there, tray in hand. Are you going to give that to me or just stand there watching me sleep? It's kind of creepy. The corner of his mouth lifted up into a sly smile. He got busted. I wasn't sure whether to wake you or just let you sleep for a while. But now that you're awake, you can eat this delicious meal I made for you, he said, putting the tray over her lap when she sat her day up. Delicious meal? She asked, raising her eyebrow, and couldn't help but smile. Okay, maybe not delicious, but it's something. You really don't have much here in the way of food, so I did the best I could. Thank you. I do appreciate it, she said, taking a bite of her sandwich. We do have to talk about this pregnancy. I want to be a part of every step, from the doctor's appointments, the scan when you have them, and mostly the birth. There's no reason for you to go with me to the appointments. I want to. I have a right to be there. Look, you don't have to be there, but what say you come with me when we do the scans, and when the baby comes, you can take me to the hospital and be there for the birth. I really am being generous. I could refuse to let you be there for any of it. Really, the doctor appointments are just checkups and don't need to involve both of us. He thought about it. He wasn't going to argue with her, not when she was feeling poorly. Okay, I can live with that. But when you get further along, like your last couple of months, I want to take you to the appointments. She yawned and her eyes felt heavy. She handed him the empty tray, keeping the water on her nightstand. I really need to get some sleep. Please show yourself out. When he took the tray and started walking away, she called out to him. Thank you for bringing me home and making me something to eat. You're welcome, he said as he walked out. He did up the dishes, and looking in the fridge, he decided to go to the store and stock up on food for her. If he couldn't be with her, he would make sure she had plenty of healthy food for her to eat. When he went to tell her what he was going to do, she was fast asleep, so he slipped quietly out, grabbing her keys on the way. At the store, he filled the cart with meat, potatoes, vegetables, and lots of fresh fruit. Knowing that women liked sweets when pregnant, he also put a couple of tubs of her favorite ice cream, chocolate chip into the cart, paying for everything. He loaded his trunk up and headed back to her apartment, where he had the doorman help him carry the groceries up. He went and checked on her. She was still asleep. Going over to the bed, he pulled the blanket over her, leaned down and kissed her forehead. Waking up, she could smell food cooking. It smelled good and it made her stomach growl. Climbing out of bed, she puts on a robe and goes out to see who was in the kitchen. She thought maybe Rachel had come over, but was shocked to see Austin. He looked over at her while he stirred the sauce he was making for the spaghetti. "I hope you don't mind, but I figured you'd be hungry when you woke up. What are you still doing here, and where did all this food come from?" she asked, going into the fridge to get a glass of milk. "I noticed you didn't have any food, so I went to the store. Now that you're pregnant, you have to make sure to eat properly. Sit down. It's ready." "You're staying?" she asked when he dished out 2 plates and set them down. "I thought since I made it and I'm hungry I would stay and eat with you. Or would you rather I leave right now?" Well, there was no way she could make him leave after he went to the trouble of getting all the food and even cooking for her. "It's all right. You can stay for dinner, but this is a one-time deal. I didn't know you could cook." "I can. I just don't have much time to do so, and I have cooked for you before." "Yes, but it was always something simple, like eggs and toast, and you burnt the toast," she said, letting a giggle escape her lips. "It's nice seeing you smile," he said, taking a bite of his food. "Blair, I want you to think about us getting back together. I know what I did was terrible, but I do love you and I'm so sorry. I wish you would consider dropping the divorce proceeding. We belong together and I promise you won't regret it. You've made promises to me before and you broke them. I won't this time." She shakes her head. "I can't. I just can't risk getting hurt again. If you're done eating, maybe you should leave." Wiping his mouth, he set the napkin down. "I'll go after I do the dishes." "No, I want you to go now. My housekeeper would do them tomorrow." She gets up and walks him to the door. "I do want to thank you for today, the ride home and the food." He touched the side of her face with the palm of his hand. "If there's anything you need, just call me and I'll be here. I will be in touch with you in a few days to see how you're doing. I really do love you and I miss you." She shut the door when he walked out. She could still feel the heat from his hand when he touched her face. Her feeling of great loss hit her like a ton of bricks. She still loved him and wondered if she could live without him. Chapter 38. She knew as soon as she walked into her office the next morning that Rachel would be in shortly, wanting to know how it went with Austin. No sooner did she have her coat off when she showed up, tea in hand. "What took you so long?" she asked, smirking and sitting down behind her desk. "Ha, ha, very funny. I brought you tea instead of your usual coffee," she said, handing it to her. "So how did it go with Austin?" "It went pretty much the way I figured it would. He was happy about the baby. The problem was he got it into his head that we would get back together. I had to assure him that wasn't the case and I only told him because he had a right to know he was going to be a father." "You sure you don't want to give him another chance?" "I know you. You are missing that man like crazy. He's so hot, girl, and if you wait too long, some other bitch is going to come along and try to get her hooks into him." "Since when are you on his side?" Blair asked grumpily. "It's not that I'm on his side, but when he gave you all the shares back, I started seeing him differently. He could have kept them. It only shows how much he loves you. He did point that out yesterday when he drove me home." "Wait a minute. He took you home?" "It was no big deal. I got dizzy from lack of food and sleep. He insisted on driving me home. He made me get into bed and he stayed and made me something to eat. And later, while I was asleep, he went out and bought groceries and made dinner. It was really thoughtful of him." "I forgot to tell you. Patrick called and left a message for you to give him a call. What is it with that guy?" Blair then told her about the night he somehow got into the building and scared the shit out of her. "That reminds me. See about upping our security around here, so that it doesn't happen again." "I'm on it, Blair," she said, getting up left the office. 4 days later, Austin showed up at her office with some lunch for her. His heart melted when he saw her. She had that special glow about her. She looked up when he entered. "Austin, you're here. I told you I would be checking up on you to see how you're doing. You look much better than the last time I saw you and I also brought you something to eat. I know how much you like cheeseburgers." "Wait, are you able to eat them? What with you being pregnant?" She had to laugh. "Yes, it's all right. Thank you, but you didn't have to do that, but I am getting hungry," she said, reaching for the bag. Inside were 2 burgers and 2 orders of onion rings along with a milkshake. You expect me to eat all of this myself? No, I was hoping we could both share them. Austin, don't do this. Do what? You know, thinking we'll be spending time together by bringing lunch. Hey, we both have to eat. Now hand mine over, he said, reaching for his. We're going to be parents together, so there's no reason we can't get together once in a while. I still want a divorce. I know you do, but I've not gone through the papers yet. I see you no longer wear the necklace I bought you. I thought you loved it. I did. I mean I still do, but never mind. It reminds you of me and it makes you sad. That just shows you that you're still in love with me. Let's stop this nonsense and come home with me. It's where you belong. Tossing the empty bag into the wastebasket, she wipes her mouth. Thank you for lunch, but I have a meeting to get to in 10 minutes. She gets up and goes around her desk, walking him to the door. Her back was against the wall, waiting for him to leave when he leaned in and placed his lips on hers. It was just a brush of his lips, barely a kiss, but it left her breathless. Oh, he was smart, not really kissing her but getting her a taste of what could be. His scent along with the cologne he wore was intoxicating, and she used every bit of strength she had not to throw her arms around him and kiss him back. Bye Blair, I'll see you soon. As he was walking out, he heard her telling him to sign the papers, which he had no intentions of doing. Over the next 2 weeks, he had sent her flowers, came by to see how she was doing and to make sure she wasn't overdoing it, told her he was just thinking of the baby, wanting to make sure they were both all right. Rachel gave her a skeptical look when one day she saw Austin leaving her office. I see you are no longer throwing away his flowers. Could there be a future for you two after all? No, there's no future for us as a couple. We have to learn to get along for the sake of the baby. That's all there is to it. Rachel had a glint in her eyes. Her head bobbed slowly up and down. If you say so, but I still see the sparks between the 2 of you. Why, I bet right now your panties are wet just from us talking about him. If I weren't your friend as well as your boss, I'd fire you for that remark, she said, crumpling up a piece of paper. She threw it at her. On the day of her doctor's appointment, Austin showed up. She was not pleased. What are you doing here? It's just a checkup. I told you I was coming to some of the appointments. She glared at him. I told you that I would let you come when we do the scan. I really don't understand why you can't stay away from me. Don't argue with me. Oh, we're up, he said, and standing up he follows her into the office. He sat her there, while the doctor took her blood pressure, and had her lie down so he could check her stomach. Okay, I have good news and bad news. Thinking something was wrong with the baby, she looked at Austin, then back at the doctor. Is my baby all right? The baby is fine, but you have high blood pressure. You have to avoid stress and get plenty of rest. I want to see you back here in a week so that I can check your blood pressure. I understand you own your own company, and that can be a lot of mental stress, as well as physically draining. I highly suggest you cut down on your hours. Maybe get more help at work to take some of the pressure off you. Leaving the doctor's, he took her to an early dinner. He didn't give her a choice. Over their meal, he started in on her about working less. I have a company to run, but I will slow down and give my employees more of the work to do. Will that make you happy? She said sarcastically. It does. And I'll be checking with Rachel to make sure you are. Now would you like some dessert? She patted her stomach. No, I'm full. Besides, I have been eating so much lately that I don't know if this is me getting fat or a small baby bump. His eyes lit up when he looked down at her stomach. Do you mind if I touch it? I guess so, she said, and moved over when he went and sat her down next to her. She watched his face when he placed his hand over her stomach. His face was so close, almost touching hers. She closed her eyes briefly as she took in his scent, the smell of his hair, and the way his hand felt on her stomach. Oh, this is definitely a baby bump, he said, his hand still on her. He looked into her eyes. Just think, we made this tiny human being that is growing inside you. He stared into her eyes, then he looked down at her lips, and just as he was about to move in for a kiss, the waiter came by with the bill. She knew he was about to kiss her, and was relieved when they got interrupted. He then drove her home and walked her to her door. He wanted to come in, but she refused him, saying she was tired and wanted to go to bed. She left him there, knowing she was hurting him, but she had to think of her own well-being. She was sure he would hurt her again if she let him be a part of her life again. That was a pain she wasn't willing to go through. A week later, Austin showed up at her work, saying he wanted to show her something. She hesitated before agreeing to go with him. As they drove, she noticed they were headed in the direction of his home. Are we going to your home? I still think of it as our home, and yes, I want you to see what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks in my spare time. I think you'll like it. She wondered what he was up to, but he refused to answer any more of her questions. Once there, he took her inside. Taking her hand, he started walking up the stairs, but she stopped him. I don't know what you think is going on between us, but I'm not going to bed with you. He let out a chuckle. If I wanted to take you to bed, I'd pick you up and carry you to my bed. It's not that. Come on. When he got upstairs, he stopped at the door across from his bedroom and opened the door. He then motioned with his hand for her to go in. She looked around the room. There was a crib, a changing table, and drawers among other things needed for a baby's nursery. Then her eyes teared up when she saw the wallpaper. It had dolphins. This furniture, it's all that I picked out for the nursery at my place. I know. I saw the magazine and where you checked off what you were going to buy. I figured since you liked it I would get the same, but I added the dolphins. Maybe it was her hormones that made her jump to conclusions, or maybe it was the fear of what he was up to. What the hell are you up to? Do you think I'm moving back with you? Or are you planning on taking my baby from me? I won't let you take my baby, she screamed. Pushing him out of the way, she ran out of the room in tears. He was taken by complete surprise by her outburst and followed her down the stairs, where he grabbed her arm and swung her around to face him. Blair, calm down, will you? Remember your blood pressure? What is this nonsense you're talking about? I'm not stupid. You want to take my baby from me? Where did you get an idea like that? Why else would you buy all this baby furniture and decorate up a baby's room, if you weren't planning on taking it from me? Oh, sweetheart, I would never take a child from its mother. I just thought that once the baby is old enough and you let me have him for overnight visits or for a few days at a time, I should have a room made up. I had no clue what furniture to buy, so when I saw what you had checked off, I figured I'd get the same stuff. He wiped her tears away with his fingers. He never meant to upset her. So you aren't planning on fighting for custody? No, I don't want us going to court and putting our child through anything like that. I know between us we can handle things on our own. I love you and I want you back. There's no way I would do anything to push you further away. We aren't getting back together, she said, sniffling. You keep saying that, but I'm never going to give up on us. Now would you like something to eat or drink? I think Helen made out some meatloaf. A wave of relief washed over her when he said he had no plans of taking away their baby. She was also mentally drained. No, I would like to go home, please. I'll take you, he said. His heart was breaking, wondering if she would ever forgive him and come home to stay. That night, as she got ready for bed, she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. Something didn't feel right, so she picked up her phone and called Austin. Chapter 39. When he got the call from Blair, who was sobbing saying something was wrong with the baby, he drove like a madman getting to her. Arriving at her place, he found the door unlocked, so he walked in, calling out her name. He ran to her bedroom and heard sobbing coming from the bathroom. He found her wrapped in a sheet on the floor by the toilet. Her tear-stained face looked up at him. I'm bleeding, she said, moving the sheet over to show him the blood on her nightgown. He goes over and gets on his knees. I'm taking you to the hospital. He scooped her up into his arms with the sheet still wrapped around her. He could have called for an ambulance, but since they were close to the hospital, he thought it would be quicker if he took her rather than waiting. His heart was pounding in his chest. He had no idea what was happening. And when she put her arms around his neck, she started crying into his neck. He felt her tears wetting his skin and knew she was scared to death. It's going to be all right, sweetheart. Please believe me. He wasn't sure who he was trying to convince, her or himself. It didn't take him long to reach the hospital, and once there he got out of his car, leaving it running and the door open. He goes around her side and lifts her gently out, her arms going around his neck. It tore at his heartstrings to hear her sobbing as she mumbled how she didn't want to lose their baby. Inside, he started yelling for someone to help them. A nurse rushed over, calling for a stretcher. What do we have here? My wife. She's about 3 months pregnant and there's something wrong with the baby. Help her, please, he cried out, his voice cracking. As they laid her down, she grabbed his hand. Austin, I'm scared. I know, baby, he said. Leaning over her, he stroked her forehead. You both are going to be all right. He tried to go into the other room with them but was forced to stay behind. Sarah, you have to wait here. I promise the moment you can go and I'll come to get you. He loosens his tie and started pacing back and forth. Then he thought he had better call Rachel and let her know what was going on. Hanging up, he sat her down, putting his head in his hands. He had never been this scared in his whole life. He blamed himself for what was happening. It was because of him that she was going through this. And with him sending her flowers, calling and doing everything he could to get her back, it was stressing her out. If anything happens to her or the baby, he would never forgive himself. He looked up 20 minutes later when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Austin, where's Blair and what's going on?" Rachel sat as she sat next to him. His eyes were full of tears when he looked at her and tried to explain. "She called me, crying and saying she was bleeding, so I rushed over and brought her here. I'm scared, Rachel. I think she might be losing the baby." "You don't know that," she said, looking worried. "But she's been in there for so long and no one will tell me anything. I'm going mad with worry. I should be with her. This is all my fault. I should have stayed away, and she wouldn't have been so stressed out." "Don't blame yourself. If anyone is to be blamed, it's that damn Patrick." His head turned sharply to look at her. "Why do you say that?" Knowing she should have kept quiet, especially after seeing the fury in Austin's eyes. "Oh, it's nothing." "Don't tell me it's nothing. You wouldn't have mentioned his name if it was nothing. I want to know what he's done." "All right, but keep calm. Blair needs you to be here for her. Patrick was the one who told her about you and the shares. He has also been calling, texting and wanting to get back with her. He even scared the hell out of her when he sneaked into the building one night when she was working late." "I'll kill him," he barked, grinding his teeth. "You don't have to." She set him straight, and he has been banned from the building. I doubt any of us will be hearing from him anytime soon. Just then the nurse came out from the back room and he stood up, trying to see from her facial expression if it was good news or bad news. "You can go in and see your wife now, sir." "How are she and the baby?" he asked, swallowing a lump in his throat. "The doctor will be in shortly to talk to both of you. I'm afraid she can only have one visitor at the moment," she said, looking at Rachel, who was also following them. Rachel grabbed Austin's arm. "Tell her I'm here." "I will," he answered, and then he followed the nurse. Her head turned towards the door when it opened and saw Austin walk in, and tears rolled down her face. "Austin," she cried out, her arms reaching for him. He rushes over, taking her in his arms, stroking her hair. Her tiny body was trembling, her tears wetting his shirt. Neither one spoke. Fear gripped them as they waited for the doctor, not knowing if they had lost the baby or not. The minutes just seemed to go so slow. He had to stop looking at the clock on the wall. He closed his eyes and prayed for their baby to be all right. They both looked up when the doctor finally entered the room, carrying her chart. "I can see how worried you both are, so I'll let you know right off the baby is fine. There are no worries there." Blair and Austin looked at each other, relief showing on their faces. He touched her cheek tenderly. "Thank God," he said to her, his arms still around her. "Now, the problem, Mrs. Cook, is that your blood pressure is dangerously high. We're going to keep you overnight until it goes down. I'm also putting you on bed rest for 10 days. In that time, I want to see you back here for another checkup." 10 days in bed. I can't take that much time away from work. I understand how stressful your job can be, but you got lucky this time with the baby being all right. Stress and high blood pressure can affect the baby later on. My first priority is the safety of the unborn child. I can keep you here in the hospital for 10 days, unless you agree to stay in bed once I release you. I'll make sure she does, doctor, even if I have to tie her to the bed and lock the door. Will there be someone there to take care of her? Yes, my housekeeper will watch her through the day, while I'm at work, and then I'll be there at night. Okay, that's good. I'll be back in the morning to check on you before discharging you. Get a good night's sleep. Blair felt better knowing that she hadn't lost the baby, but was not pleased about the way the men were talking about her, as if she wasn't in the room. What is this about Helen watching me and then you? Do you think I'm staying at your place? You heard the doctor. You need to rest for a few days. At my place, you will be taken care of, so please don't fight me on this. For our baby's sake, you can go back to yours after that. You also have to cut back on the hours you work. Hire someone else to take over some of your duties and help Rachel. You're right, I will stay in one of your guest bedrooms, but after that, I go back to my place. I just don't want you getting your hopes up that we'll get back together. What's important right now is our baby, he said, but in the back of his mind, he was still hoping to win her back. He took her hand when she lay back in the bed. I'm also worried about you. Just because we are apart right now doesn't mean I'll stop caring. Rachel walked in and over to Blair. Thank God you and the baby are all right. You gave us both a scare, she said, motioning to Austin. "What did the doctor say?" Blair told her everything, even the part about cutting down her hours. "Well, you 10 days in bed, I got to see that, but hey, don't worry about the company. I will make sure things run smoothly until you get back. Now, you can stay with me. We'll just have to hire a nurse through the day." "That won't be necessary," Austin piped up before any more could be said. "Blair will be staying with me while she's getting better." "You," Rachel said, looking at him. She was shocked to hear this bit of news. "It makes sense. My housekeeper will be there all day. When I'm at work, then at night I'll be there." She looked back at Blair, asking if she had agreed to this. "All right, if you're sure, I guess I'd better go. Before the nurse comes back to tell me visiting hours are over, I'll call you soon to see how you're doing." She leaned over Blair and kissed her cheek. "Get some sleep now. I'll walk you out," he said, following behind her. When they got outside the door, he pulled her over to the side. "I need for you to see to it that she starts taking things a lot easier when she does go back to work. Her job is fast-paced and can be stressful, so that means her blood pressure can go back up, endangering the baby and herself. I'd like for you to talk her into hiring someone to help both of you, that way taking away some of the pressure off of her." "I totally agree with you. With Blair away, I'll need extra help. I mean, I can do it myself, but it would be better to have an extra pair of hands, especially when she comes back to work. Leave it with me, Austin. I'll take care of it." "Thank you, and I think it would be best if she doesn't know we had this conversation. You know how she can be." "Oh, I know. You still think you can get her back, don't you?" "I don't think I know." "Well, good luck. See you later." He waited until she walked away before going back into the room. He walked over to the bed. Her eyes were closed, so he pulled a chair up and took her hand in his. He was glad to see that she had fallen asleep. After the scare that she had, she needed a good rest. "You're still here." He looked up at her, brushing away a strand of hair that fell over her eye. "Yes, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm never going to leave you or our baby," he said, placing his hand over her stomach. "You should go home and get some sleep yourself." "I can sleep right here." She put her hand over the top of his. "I was so scared when I saw the blood and thought I was losing the baby. I'm so glad you're here with me." "Me too," he answered. "Promise me that when you're back on your feet that you will take things easy. I know how important your work is to you, but the baby has to come first." "I promise. Will you get me some water?" He goes over to the jug of water that was on the end table and pours some into one of the plastic cups and hands it to her. When she was done and thanked him, he took it from her. "Now close your eyes and get some sleep. I'll be right here when you wake up." She laid down and closed her eyes. It was a comfort to her knowing he was there, so she was able to fall asleep. Taking off his jacket, he swore under his breath about how hot they kept hospital rooms. He stretched out his long legs and leaned back in the chair. Throughout the night, he kept getting woken up by all the noise coming from outside the room, people talking and walking around. He did manage to get a couple of hours of sleep, but would be glad when he was home in his own bed. He took out his phone and left a text for Harry, telling him what had happened and that he wouldn't be in tomorrow, and to clear his schedule. Chapter 40. He woke up with a start when one of the nurses came into the room, going over to check Blair's vital signs and blood pressure. She was one of those cranky nurses, who obviously was not a morning person. There was no friendly chatter or questions as to how Blair was feeling as she went about checking her. When she was done and walked out, he went and sat on the bed next to her. "Wow, that's one cold nurse." Blair rolled her eyes. "Maybe she needs a good fouquet," she said, then covering her mouth she giggled. He liked this humorous side of her, and was glad to see she had some color in her cheeks. "I hope you aren't expecting me to do the job." "No, she would faint if she saw how big you are." "I'm sorry, that wasn't very ladylike of me." She blushed at the mention of his manhood. She let out a sigh of relief when the doctor walked in, saving her the embarrassment of trying to explain her statement. "Well, Mrs. Cook, I've gone over your chart, and although your blood pressure is still high, it has gone down some, so I will let you go home, as long as you follow the conditions I laid out last night." "I will," she answered, anxious to be leaving the hospital. Austin brought the car around to the entrance and went back inside to get her. He helped her into the car and then got in behind the wheel. A big part of him was thrilled that she was coming home, which gives him 10 days to win the love of his life back. He pulled into his driveway, and when they got out of the car, he picked her up into his arms. "Austin, I can walk." "Hey, I'm following the doctor's orders. You are to take it easy. I'll put you down when we get to our room. You mean my room, she said, wondering if he was expecting her to sleep in the bed that they once shared. He let out a chuckle. Yes, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. He carried her up to the spare bedroom and laid her down. Would you like me to help you into your nightgown? Nice try, but I'm sure I can handle it myself. Okay, just trying to help, he said, handing her the nightgown. Helen will be up soon with something for you to eat. I have to run an errand, but I'll be back soon. Don't you have to work today? No, I'm taking it off. If you need anything, just ask Helen. I'll see you soon. He left her and went downstairs, had a talk with his housekeeper. He wanted her to be aware of Blair's situation, and that she was to stay in bed. He then went to visit a certain man by the name of Patrick. He parked his car outside of the hotel, and waited for Patrick to come out. An hour later, he saw him leaving the building with S.I. Blonde. He got out of his car and walked over to them. He saw the fear creep into the jerk's eyes when he recognized him. Austin, what are you doing here? He was sure Austin found out that he was the one who told Blair about the shares. I'm here to tell you to stay away from my wife. She's not interested in you. The blonde looked at Patrick. What is he talking about? Are you fooling around on me? No, baby. This man is crazy. Why don't you tell your girlfriend that you've been trying to get back with Blair? He looked at the blonde. Has he not told you my wife is an ex-girlfriend of his and he's been stalking her, going to her place of business, sending her flowers and calling her? You bastard, she said, turning to Patrick, and after slapping him she walked away. As no one was around and the girl was gone, he grabbed Patrick by the collar and pushed him up against the wall. I'm only going to tell you this one last time. Stay away from my wife or you will regret it. I can make your life a living hell. Letting go of him, he punched him as hard as he could in the stomach. He leaned in and whispered into Patrick's ear, "Piss me off again and I'll be your worst nightmare." He walked away, feeling good about punching the jerk. He only wished he could have beaten the shit out of him. Blair had just gotten settled into bed when Helen knocked and walked in carrying a tray of food. "Hello, Mrs. Cook. I made you something to eat," she said, putting the tray over Blair's lap. She looked down at the salad, sandwich and bowl of fruit. "Thank you, but I'm sorry to be putting you to all this extra work." "Not at all, dear. I'm happy to do it. I'm also happy to know that you and Mr. Cook are having a baby. It's good to have you back home. You do know it's only until I get better. Then I'll be going back to my home." Helen gave her a warm smile. "All I know is that today, for the first time in weeks, your husband looks happy. For weeks he has been napping around, barely eating and drinking more than usual." "Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that. It's not my place." "It's all right. I won't say anything. I'll leave you to eat and I'll be up later to get the tray." Being hungry, she ate everything that was on the tray, then set it on the table by her bed. She laid back down and rubbed her stomach. She thanked God for sparing her baby. For her baby's sake, she was going to forget about work and concentrate on getting better. She was so tired, her body ached, and soon she drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, she found Austin asleep in the chair next to the bed. She watched him as he slept. Though he was a strong, handsome man, he looked like a little boy when he was asleep. She imagined that if they had a son, he would look just like his father. The smell of fresh roses in the room had her turning her head to the table beside her. There was a crystal vase with red roses, and she smiled. He was always giving her flowers. "I know flowers can't make up for everything I put you through, but I know how much you love red roses, and I thought they would cheer you up." Looking over at him, she smiled. "They're lovely, thank you." He gets up and goes over and sits on the bed next to her. "Blair, I know how much I hurt you, how I betrayed you, and if I could go back and change things, I would. All I can do now is try and gain your trust back. I know you still want a divorce, but give it some time, and when the baby comes, and you still want the divorce, I'll give it to you. Do you promise?" she asked. "You have made promises before and never kept them." "I will from now on. Just think about it." She laid back down. "I will on one condition." "Anything," he said, feeling relieved. "Get me some chocolate chip ice cream and I'll consider it." He smiled. "I'll go to the store and get some now. I'll get gallons of it. You get some more rest and I'll be back soon." She smirked when he left. As tired as he was, he still went to get her the ice cream. It was actually kind of sweet, the way he was willing to do anything for her. Maybe it was time to have some fun with him, see how far she could push him. She laid back down, smiling as she closed her eyes. A little over an hour later, She heard the door opening and it was Austin with a bowl of ice cream. Sitting up, she took the bowl and thanked him. I'm really tired, but I can't sleep without my favorite nightgown. I don't recall you having a favorite nightgown, he said, frowning. Well, I do, and since I've become pregnant, I get a better sleep when I'm in it. Where is this nightgown? At my place. Would you go there and get it for me? He looked at his watch. It's almost 8 o'clock at night and I'm tired too. All right, never mind. I'll just stay awake all night, she said, taking a spoonful of the ice cream and eating it. He rubbed the back of his head and turned to look at her. All right, which one is it and where can I find it? It's the short pink one with a matching robe. While you're there, could you grab some of my lotions, creams and shampoo? Hand me a piece of paper, and I'll write down everything I need. He hands her the paper and pen, watching as she made out a long list. Do you really need all this? He asked when he saw she also had items that she would never use while staying in bed. He raised his eyebrow. A smile crossed his face. Now he knew she was playing with him, but he wouldn't let on. He was hoping that if he did whatever she wanted, she would realize he would do anything to make her happy. Thank you, she said when he walked out. After getting everything on her list, he decided to go to the store and stock up on snack food and pickles. He had a feeling she would be asking for it, thinking there was none in the house. Yes, he was on to her game. By the time he got home, he was exhausted, and going to her room he found her fast asleep. Taking out the nightgown, she asked Phil left it on the bed and headed to his own room. He thought about waking her up but decided against it. He had to appease her, make sure she didn't get upset. He went right to sleep, not even bothering to take off his pants. That's how tired he was. The sun was just starting to rise when he opened his eyes. Taking a quick shower, he dressed for work and went to check on Blair. She was just waking up. Morning, she said, sitting up. I guess you're on your way to work. Yes, Helen is here and she'll be making you breakfast. He went on Saturday next to her. How are you feeling today? Okay, I guess. He cupped her chin in his hand. Something is bothering you. Tell me what it is and I'll fix it. I just don't know how I'm going to lay here every day for 10 days. I'll go stir crazy with nothing to do. He smiled. This I can fix. I'll make a call and have a TV brought in and hooked up to all the channels. That way you'll have something to watch and I'll pick you up some books and magazines. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Well, I need to get to the office, so I'll see you tonight. He leaned over the bed and kissed her forehead. He would rather have kissed her on the lips, but he didn't want to push his luck. After Helen had brought up her breakfast and she ate it, she went back to sleep. She hadn't realized how long she was asleep until the housekeeper brought her some lunch. She was not alone. A man carrying a TV followed behind her. Helen stayed with her while the man hooked everything up. Blair was thrilled to have something to watch, and once the man left, she started flipping through the channels. Later she did call Rachel, and when she started asking about work she was cut off. I'm sorry, Blair. I gave Austin my word. I wouldn't talk business with you until you are better and back to work. I'm sorry, but it's for your own good. I will tell you that everything is running smoothly, and if a problem pops up that I can't handle, I will let you know. Back at Austin's office, he was putting some files into his briefcase when Harry walked in. So you heading home? Yup. It's been a long day, Austin answered. I want to get home and see how Blair is doing. I'm so happy that she and the baby are all right. I remember when my wife lost our first baby. It was devastating. Something you never get over. So how are things going with her being back home? Any chance of you two patching things up? I'm working on it. Last night she was playing games with me. Had me running out to run errands. I didn't really mind. I'll do anything to prove to her how much I love her. And if going along with her little games will get her to see that, then I'm all for it. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Harry. You should have seen her when she thought she was losing the baby. It would have broken your heart to see that look in her eyes. I need to make sure that she takes it easy, and if keeping her at my place is what I need to do, then so be it. Chapter 41. After 7 days she was feeling so much better and was starting to get bored. She tried keeping busy with reading, watching TV, but she wanted to get back to work. Whenever she called Rachel, the darn woman refused to talk business. If it wasn't for Helen checking in on her and staying for a chat, she would have gone out of her mind. As for Austin, when he was home he would keep her company but was always on his computer doing work. She had long ago stopped playing with him, getting him to go out for a variety of things. The last was for a box of chocolates. He did everything she asked of him without complaining. which made it no fun, so she stopped. Sitting at the small table in Blair's room, he was working on the laptop when a pillow hit him in the side of the head. He looked over at her. Her arms were crossed and her lips pouty. "What was that for?" he asked. He may have been working, but he was still keeping her company. "It's not fair that you get to work and I can't. It's been a week now, and when the doctor was here he said my blood pressure had gone down to where it's supposed to be, so why won't you let me have my laptop? He also said complete bed rest for 10 days. You still have 3 days left." He couldn't help feeling sorry for her. He knew she was born to work, and that not being able to do any work was hard on her. "I'll tell you what, I'll let you have it for 1 hour a day. You can check out how your business is doing and answer a few emails. An hour, that's nothing. Make it 3 hours. Nope, I'll make a deal with you. I'll meet you halfway and let you work on it for 1.5 hours. That's my final offer." "I'll take it," she said, sitting up and smiling. "All right, I'll go get it," he said. Getting up, he left the room and returned 10 minutes and handed it to her. "I will be timing you." "I'm not a child," she said snarkily. She was like a kid when she started the laptop up and started punching the keys, putting a pillow on her lap and the computer on top. He looked up from his computer to watch her. She had this look on her face, happy and relaxed. When her time was up, she cursed him when he took it away from her. "It's time for you to rest. I'm going to take a shower and then I'll heat up our supper." She laid down and closed her eyes. It felt good knowing what was going on in her office. Rachel hesitated at first before answering her questions. It was only when Austin called her and explained the deal with Blair that she answered them. That night, after they ate their dinner in her room, he put a movie on and lay on the bed next to her. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked, giving him a dirty look. "Come on, babe, give me a break. It's more comfortable here than on that chair. Are you afraid you might not be able to keep your hands off me? Don't flatter yourself. You aren't that irresistible. Stay for all I care. Just start the movie already," she said, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes at him. He had put on one of those sappy movies that women seem to like. He would have preferred an action one, but he wanted to make her happy. He must have downsized off because when he opened his eyes, he heard her sniffling. Sitting up, he looked at her and saw her tears falling. "What's wrong? Is it the baby?" "No, it's not the baby, and I'm not crying." He glanced at the TV and realized it was the movie making her cry. "If you're not crying, then what is this?" he asked, wiping her tears away with his hand. She stared into his eyes. The feel of his fingers on her face sent that old feeling of desire creeping up. It had been so long since she felt his touch and felt his body. Her hands moved to his chest. She heard his breathing coming faster when she undid the buttons on his shirt to feel the skin. Her hands moving over his chest and lower. She didn't even try to stop him when he lowered his head and kissed her. It was tender at first, but then the kiss deepened, his lips pressing against hers as his tongue forced its way into her mouth and she let out a moan. Her moans must have encouraged him. He climbed on top. She felt the force of his lips as they crushed hers, wrapping her arms around him. She opened her legs when his hand moved down and began rubbing on her pussycat. He thought he had died and gone to heaven when she kissed him back. He had gone so long without the taste of her lips. He felt how wet she was when he put his fingers inside her. He dared not say a word in case the spell got broken and she made him stop. Removing his fingers from her and taking the chance, he stopped kissing her. He tore off his shirt, tossing it to the floor, then slipped her nightgown over her head. She was naked, and he lowered his body onto hers and his lips went to hers. His hand moved down her body. His heart was racing and he felt her breasts heaving against his chest. Then he was shocked when she put her hands on his chest and moved her head to break the kiss and told him to stop. "Austin, stop." He looked down at her. It felt as though someone was crushing his heart in their hand. "Blair, why?" "I just can't," she cried out sadly. He got off her and Saturday on the edge of the bed. His heart was broken. "I won't force you. If you want me to stop, I will." "I'm so sorry, Austin." He looked back at her and he stood up. "I love you and I want you so bad. I know you love me and you want me, but because of your damn pride, you won't allow us to be together. I made mistakes, really bad ones, but loving you is not one of them. I can't go on this way any longer. So if you still want the divorce, I'll sign the papers." He got up and left the room, his shirt still lying on the floor. He just got to his door when he heard her say his name. He turned around and saw her wrapped in the sheet. When she dropped the sheet and walked up to him, and no words were needed to be said. They both knew what they wanted. His arms went around her, and when she wrapped her legs around his waist, He carried her inside his bedroom. He laid her down and removed his pants and briefs. Getting into bed, he climbed on top of her, their lips joining together. Because of her scare, he held back. He was gentle when he made love to her, but he still thought it was amazing. Afterwards, she lay in his arms, her head resting on his chest. Blair, what does this mean? She looked up at him. You really hurt me, broke my trust, but I love you and I have missed you so much. If you still want me, then I would like to try again to make our marriage work. He rolled her over onto her back, towering over her. If I still want you? Damn woman, how can you ask me that? Sweetheart, I want you more than you'll ever know. And you've just made me the happiest man alive. Wait right here, he said. Jumping out of the bed, he walks over to his dresser and takes something out. She covered herself up with the sheet and cracked a joke. If you're looking for a condom, you're a little late, she said, rubbing her stomach. Ha, ha, you're funny, he said and opened his hand which held her wedding rings. He takes her hand and slips them on her finger. Blair, will you marry me? She giggled as she admired the rings. She had missed seeing them on her hand. We're already married, silly. He turned serious. I know we're married, but I want us to get married again. This time let's do it right. You have always wanted a big wedding, a church wedding with flowers, cake and all the trimmings, and to have your father walk you down the aisle in a long white dress. Her eyes teared up. I told you that back when we were in high school and you remembered. I remember everything you ever said to me. I want to give you the wedding of your dreams. What do you say? Will you marry me again? Throwing her arms around him, she started to sob. Yes, yes, I'll marry you again. He put his arms around her as he lowered back down onto the bed and made love to her again. This time he put all of his love and passion into it. He would make sure that this time he wouldn't do anything to hurt her again. She snuggled up into his arms when they were done. So I am forgiven then? He asked, his fingers moving up and down her back. Yes, but don't screw up again or I'll tell my father and you will be sleeping with the fishes, she said, then giggled softly. There is one more confession I have to tell you. Moving away from him, she pulled the sheet up, covering her breasts. Oh my God, what the hell are you keeping from me now? Just when I think we can move forward, you throw something else at me. She started sniffling. He grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving. Please, just hear me out. When she pulled away from him, she stayed in bed, looking at him. Well, what is it now? A long time ago, you asked me why Betty would cheat on me, and I told you I didn't want to talk about it. The truth is she cheated because of me. Because of you. That doesn't make any sense, she said, wondering why he would say that. I didn't want to marry her in the first place, but she kept nagging until I gave in. She knew all about you, how I felt about you, but she thought I would learn to love her. I didn't treat her right. I worked late every night, and I didn't pay much attention to her. I feel terrible about it, but I couldn't help myself. It was you I wanted to be with. It had always been you. We rarely made love, and one time during sex I called out your name. Blair covered her mouth and gasped. Oh, that's terrible. She must have been devastated. She was, but she told me to forget about it. She was crushed but never said anything more about it. That is until another time. I called out your name again during sex. I guess that was the last straw for her. I didn't blame her though, but then she started cheating on me with some of my friends and clients. I might not have minded if she was discreet about it, but she made a point of letting people find out. She wanted to rub my nose in it, to embarrass me. That poor woman. I can't imagine how she must have felt. No wonder she cheated. I can't help but feel sorry for her. It was cruel of you. You never should have married her. I know, I regret hurting her, but I don't regret loving you all these years. I hate myself so much for having hurt you, and I swear you'll not regret giving me another chance. I love you, and our baby that's growing inside you. Staying married to me won't be easy. I'll not take any shit from you. I know, that's what I love about you. You're strong, independent, stubborn, spoiled, but most of all you're warm and loving. She moved closer to him, smiling up at him. I hope you know this wedding is going to be very expensive. I also have to go shopping for maternity wear and a wedding dress. Wait, are we getting married before or after the baby is born? I don't want to wait. Let's do it as soon as possible. We'll call your parents and have them come back to help with the wedding plans. I think we can put something together in, let's say, 2 months. She looked down at her stomach. That works for me. I won't be too big by then, so I'll still be able to get a nice dress. He laid her back down. I love you. Mrs. Cook. I love you to Mr. Cook. Now make love to me. Chapter 42. Waking up the next morning, he checked to make sure she was still in bed with him, hoping it wasn't all a dream. But no, she was there, so he moved over and hovering above her, he placed his lips on hers, instantly waking her. She rested her hands above her head, moving her leg out from under the covers as he ran his hand up and down her. Austin, she said when he got between her legs and entered her, sealing her to the core. Oh yes, yes, that feels so good, she moaned softly. Austin put all of his love and passion for her into their lovemaking. His heart that had been recently broken was now healed. He had her back in his life, and this time, he wouldn't screw it up. She was his queen and he was her slave. He rolled off and laying on his side rubbed her stomach. We'll need to bring all of my things back here, she said, resting her head on his chest. I'll do it today, and I think we better push on selling your apartment. It seems like we've been going back and forth with your things. I don't want you moving everything again if you get mad at me, he said, chuckling. I'll need all my clothes. Since I'll be going back to work in 2 more days, I'll have to call my parents and tell them about the wedding, and about the baby. There's so much to do in the next couple of months. Hey, I don't want you stressing about this. We'll call your parents and have them come home, and they can help out with arranging everything. You just tell us what you want and we'll take care of it. All you have to do is pick out the dress. I hope you know my father will insist on inviting all of his friends, so there will be a lot of people there. Yes, I know, but that's all right. Now, I need to get ready for work, and after I'll stop by the apartment and bring all your things home. After showering and getting dressed, he gave her a long, passionate kiss before leaving. She then gets up and decides to shower. Putting on a pair of pants and a top, she goes downstairs and finds Helen making breakfast. Are you supposed to be out of bed? She asked as she buttered the toast. I'm all better now, and I will be going to work in a couple of days. I want to thank you for all you've done for me the past week. It was my pleasure, and I'm so happy the baby is all right. I'll make sure that my husband gives you a huge bonus, and there's something else I'd like to tell you. What's that? She asked, setting the food on the table in front of Blair. I'm moving back in for good, and Austin and I are getting married again. This time we're having a big wedding. I just knew the two of you would find your way back to each other. I'm so happy for you. May I give you a hug? Blair stood up when Helen came over, giving her a loving hug. She spent the day by the pool, taking in the sun as she read over some reports that Rachel had brought over to her earlier that day. When she heard footsteps, she looked up and saw Austin coming toward her, wearing his bathing trunks. Hey beautiful, coming in for a swim? He asked, leaning over, gave her a kiss. I thought you were going to pick up my things. I did. I've put them in our room, he said, taking her hand, pulled her up. Now, do you want me to throw you in, or will you come on your own? As he was standing on the edge of the pool, she let out a laugh. You first, she said, giving him a push as he landed in the water. She then went over to the steps and walked down them. Seeing the look in his eyes, she knew he was up to something. Remember, I'm pregnant, she said, using her condition to stop him from whatever he had in mind. He swam over to her. Grabbing her, he pulled her into his arms. You play dirty. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm a bad girl. You ought to punish me, she said, moving her lips along his neck. Oh God, I love when you do that. I will punish you. Let's get you upstairs and out of these wet things, so that I can get you wetter. He scooped her up into his arms and out of the pool. He headed inside, going upstairs to their bedroom. Later they showered and got dressed. She goes over to her jewelry box and opens it. Finding what she was looking for, she walked over to him, the dolphin necklace in her hand. Will you do this up for me? She asked, turning around. He was thrilled that she still loved it, and after doing up the clasp, he kissed her neck. I love you. You are the only thing that keeps me breathing. She turned to face him. I go back to work in a couple of days, and I don't have anything to wear. Sweetheart, the closets are full of clothes, some still with the price tags on them. I know that's silly, but they are starting to get a little tight on me. I need to get some maternity clothes, so will you take me shopping? What now? Yes, now. I'm feeling so much better, and I promise, if I get tired we can come home. I could go alone if you don't want to go with me. She knew, by the way, he was being overly protective of her and the baby, that he would take her. All right, I'll take you, but we won't be running all over the place. One store only? Okay, I know just the store that carries everything I'll need, she said, thrilled to be going shopping even if it was for maternity wear. He drove her to the shop and sat her in the chair as she tried on outfits, each one she modelled for him. 2 hours later, he decided she had enough for one night. They left the store with so many packages filled with dresses, pants, tops, panties and bras that one of the sales clerks had to help carry them to his car. They then stopped and had a late dinner at one of their favorite places. When her phone rang, she answered it and he knew she was talking to her mother. They only talked for a few moments until she hung up. "Is everything all right?" he asked her. "They're coming home next week to help with the wedding plans. Mom says Dad has a lot of questions for you. Be prepared for a lecture. He's wondering why we are getting married again, and why we waited so long to tell them about the baby." "Wait, you didn't tell them when you found out?" "No, I was waiting for the right time and couldn't find one. So when I texted them this morning about us getting married again, I mentioned I was pregnant. You're not angry with me, are you?" "No, I just know how your father can be. He might punch me again." She giggled. "I won't let him hurt you." 2 days later, needless to say, Blair was happy to get back to work and behind her desk again. Everyone was thrilled to have her there, and Rachel was over the moon to hear that she and Austin had made up. She let out a squeal when Blair said they were getting married again, and wanted her to be the maid of honor. As promised, Blair did cut down on her hours and liked who Rachel had hired to help assist them. It was also time for her scan and Austin was picking her up. They had decided to find out the sex of the baby. He kept insisting it was a boy. She thought it was a girl. They waited patiently for the doctor to come in, and when he did, she held Austin's hand. "We decided to find out if it's a boy or girl," she said as the doctor started. The female doctor smiled and looked at them both. "First, the baby is healthy, no problems whatsoever, and I'm happy to tell you it's a boy." She had to smile when Austin did an air bump and yelled out, "I knew it was a boy." Blair shook her head at him. "All right, you win. It's a boy." He stroked her cheek. "I love you, Mrs. Cook." The next few days flew by. Both were so happy about having a boy and were trying to figure out a name for him. But first, they had to get over the visit with her parents, especially her father, who didn't like Austin from the very beginning. The in-laws' visit. When a knock came, Austin took her hand. "I'll just stand behind you when we open the door in case your father takes another swing at me," he said jokingly. "Coward," she laughed and opened the door. Austin stood back and watched as they hugged and kissed. It was easy to see how much they loved Blair. He welcomed them and led them into the living room where he poured them all a drink. Marcus put his hands on her shoulders. "Let me have a good look at you, sweetheart. My, you look so beautiful and motherhood suits you. You're positively glowing. So tell me, how are you feeling?" "I feel great, Daddy, and we found out we're having a boy." "A boy? That's wonderful. But why didn't you tell us you were pregnant before this?" "I don't know. I guess I was waiting to make sure everything was all right with the baby, and I was also worried about what you might say." He looked at his wife and back at her. "What baby?" "I was afraid you might think it was too soon for us to have a baby, being we haven't been married very long, and I have just recently become the owner of a company." He cupped her face in his hands. "Don't be silly. Any time is a good time to have a baby, and I know you. I know you can do it all. You're strong. Your mother and I are so happy that we are going to be grandparents, and now we have someone else to love and spoil. Now, I would like to have a private word with your husband." She looked at Austin, who looked a tad nervous. "I could take Mother up to see the nursery, but Father, be nice to him." When the women left, Austin turned to the older man. "Sarah, before you begin, I want you to know I love your daughter. I have ever since high school, and I'll do everything in my power to make sure she's safe and happy. I know you weren't pleased when we got married without telling you, and not letting you know about the baby, but I swear I thought she had told you." "Are you done?" Marcus barked. Austin swallowed hard. "Yes, Sarah. I want to know why you two are getting married again. Is it because you're not married? Legally, that is." "Oh God, no. We are married. It's just that it was quick. We never stopped to think of our family and friends, and how it would affect them not being there to witness it. I also remember how she used to talk about how she wanted a big wedding and to have you, her father, walk her down the aisle. I asked her to marry me again because I want to make her happy, to give her the wedding of her dreams. So I guess you're going to expect her to give up the company and stay home to take care of the child." "No, she worked hard to get where she is and she loves owning her own company. So I would never expect her to give it up. Blair is the strongest woman I've ever known. She would kick me where the sun doesn't shine if I suggested such a thing." Marcus laughed, his hardened expression softening. Yes, you're right about that. I can see how much you both love each other. Just don't ever hurt her or you'll have me to answer to. Blair's mother and I want to pay for the wedding. I have no problem paying for it myself, he answered, feeling a little insulted. I know you have no problem paying for it. I do remember you from way back. You have done very well for yourself. A poor young man putting himself through school, building a career and becoming a wealthy and successful lawyer. I'm her father and protocol dictates that the bride's parents pay for the wedding. Let me do this for my daughter. Austin poured them another drink. He explained to Marcus about the scare they had with the baby, feeling he had a right to know. All right, sir. To save her any stress, I'll agree. She will want to arrange the wedding, but with you and your wife's help, we can take a lot of the pressure off her. I will not allow her to be under any stress. He was shocked to hear what Blair went through, and it hurt that he wasn't here for her, but he agreed not to let on he knew. They stopped talking when the women came back, and after talking for a while they left to go home, promising to be in touch soon to start with the wedding preparations. Chapter 43. Over the next few weeks, he made sure Blair took it easy and wasn't under any pressure. She made out a list of what she wanted as far as the church, flowers, menu, and music. The bridesmaids and ushers were picked. It was decided that her parents would have the dinner and reception at their mansion in the country. Everything was being taken care of. All Blair had to do was pick out her wedding dress. Even little Mickey was going to be the ring bearer. She had gone shopping with her mom and Rachel to pick out her wedding dress. It wasn't anything really fancy, but she liked it and it fit perfectly over her baby bump. The bridesmaids had their dresses picked out, and Blair even bought Mickey a suit to wear for his duty as the ring bearer. Austin had his tux bought and sitting in the closet. The closer it got to the big day, the more nervous he became. It was going to be a new beginning for them, though they were already married. He still couldn't wait until they said their vows in front of family and friends. He wrote his own vows and poured his heart into them. All the money and success in the world couldn't hold a candle to having the only woman he would ever love and grow old with. The night before the wedding, she was leaving to stay with her parents, one of the traditions she insisted on doing. He wasn't happy about it, but it was what she wanted. As her father's driver was waiting outside to drive her to the mansion, he pulled her into his arms. I don't know why we have to be apart tonight. We are married. She put her arms around him. I want to do things right this time around, and it is for only one night. I love you, Austin. I love you too. Oh, I got you something, he said. Letting go of her, he goes over and takes a small package out of the drawer. A wedding gift for my beautiful wife and bride. She ripped open the package with a childlike quality. Oh my God, it's so beautiful, she said, taking out the diamond tennis bracelet. I love it and I'll wear it tomorrow. Before you go, I want you to know how much you mean to me. Whenever I look at you, I see my whole life ahead of me. I just can't put into words how much you mean to me and how I feel knowing you are carrying my child. Austin, you don't have to say anything. I feel exactly the same way about you. Now give me a kiss, before my father sends out a rescue party to drag me back to his place. He pulled her close, cupping the back of her head. He kissed her hard. All his love and passion for her went into the kiss. He hated watching her walk away and getting into the limo, but he knew that after tomorrow they would never spend another night apart. That night as she lay in bed, her phone rang. She smiled when she saw it was Austin. Hi, I miss you, she said, wishing she was with him. Hey beautiful. I couldn't sleep without hearing your voice. How are you and our son doing? We're good, but he's kicking me right now. I think he's missing the sound of your voice. I'm missing you next to me. I don't like this being apart. I'm coming over there right now with the ladder and we'll sneak into your room. She laughed. Don't do that. Daddy will send the dogs after you and I want you in one piece for tomorrow, Austin. I want you to know how much I love you and you are the best thing to ever happen to me. Same here, baby. You're my world. I better let you get some sleep. I love you. Night, sweetheart. Waking up, Blair couldn't wait until she walked down the aisle to the man she loved. Going downstairs, she finds her parents having breakfast and went to join them. She was too excited to eat, but she knew she had to for the baby's sake. Morning, darling, her mother said when she saw Blair walk in. Now you had a big breakfast. Everyone will be arriving soon, and as a treat, I've had my friend coming to do your hair and makeup. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that, and I want to thank you and Dad for arranging all of this for me. It's looking beautiful outside. I love the flowers and how the tables are arranged. Well, how often does my daughter get married? Marcus said, then laughed when he realized she was already married. We have another surprise for you in Austin, but that's a secret until later when he's here." When she was done eating, she took a long warm bath. She was curious as to what the surprise was that her parents had for her in Austin. After taking a short nap, she woke up when everyone started arriving. All the bridesmaids were here. People were running around getting the meal prepared and the outside decorated. Her hair and makeup were done, and her mother and Rachel helped her put her dress on. Her mother choked up and started shedding tears. "Oh baby, you look so beautiful," she said, wiping away her tears. Just then Marcus walked in. He stopped to stare at Blair. "My God, you're so beautiful." He looked at the others and asked them to leave, saying he wanted to have a talk with her alone. "Oh Daddy, I hope this isn't a talk about the birds and bees." He laughed. Taking her hand, he took her over and had her sit down. He sat her across from her, still holding her hand. "I don't believe I need to have that talk with you. You seem to have it figured out already." "Yep," she answered, touching her stomach. He became very serious as he looked into her eyes. It did his heart a world of good to see her looking so happy. As much as he didn't really care for Austin, he also knew he was the reason for her being this happy. "I don't think I've ever told you how proud I am of you." "I am. You are smart, strong, and to be the owner of one of the world's top cosmetics companies at such a young age is amazing. Your mother and my biggest regret are that we were never there for you." "That's not true, Daddy." "Sweetheart, we left you alone too much when you were growing up. We were busy with our careers and all those trips we took, leaving you with nannies. We were selfish. I'm so sorry, baby. We thought buying you expensive gifts would make up for it, but we were wrong. What we should have given you is our time and attention." "It's okay, Daddy." He wiped a tear away before going on. "No, it's not all right. I just hope you won't make the same mistakes we made. Your husband and child should always come first. They can't be replaced or time turned back. We can't hold you or tell you how much they love you." She got up and hugged him. "I know Daddy and Austin and our baby will always take first place in my life." He kissed her cheek. "Let's get you to the church before that man of yours comes looking for us." Austin was standing at the front of the church. Everyone was seated and the music was beginning. He looked nervously over at Harry, who was his best man, and pointed to his watch. It was 2 minutes past the time when it was to begin. Just as he was starting to sweat, the wedding march started, and his eyes lit up when he saw Blair walking toward him. He couldn't get over how stunning she looked in her dress. She was a vision of beauty, and his heart started beating rapidly inside his chest. When she and her father reached the front, he took her hand. "You're so beautiful," he said with tears in his eyes. They read their vows to each other. His was long and filled with so much love and emotion. It had the guests in tears, as was hers. Little Mickey walked up with the rings on the pillow, and they picked them up, giving the child a big smile. Once they were pronounced man and wife. Again he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He didn't want to stop, but the minister tapped him on the shoulder. With his arm around her waist, they walked out of the church and were greeted by well-wishers, and then pictures were taken before heading back to the mansion for dinner and reception. All through dinner he kept leaning into her ear, whispering, telling her what he was going to do to her when he got her alone. When the cake came out, she was in tears. It was one that Austin had secretly made for her, covered in her favorite flowers, red roses. After more pictures were taken, it was time for the music to start. They started it off as man and wife, followed by the other. Then it was time for father and daughter to have their dance. He held her, telling her if Austin ever hurt her, she was to tell him and he'd do something about it, making her smile. Near the end of the evening, her father and mother walked up to them as they were kissing while they danced. "It's time for your surprise," Marcus said, breaking up the kiss. "We know you weren't planning on going on a honeymoon, but your mother and I have booked you into the honeymoon suite for a week stay in Hawaii." She looked at Austin and smiled. "Did you know about this?" He shook his head. "No, I didn't." "Well, time to get a move on it. I've got a private plane waiting to take you there now, so say your goodbyes to everyone." "But we have nothing packed," she said, frowning. Her mother smiled and hugged her. "It's all been taken care of. We had Helen pack all that you'll need," she said, pointing over at Austin's housekeeper, who waved and gave them a huge smile. "Thank you, Mommy and Daddy." Austin kissed her mother's cheek and then shook her father's hand. "Thank you, sir. You have just made Blair very happy." Still, with his grip on Austin's hand, he pulled him in closer. "Make sure she stays happy or you will have to deal with me." After saying goodbye to the guests and changing their clothes, they boarded the small plane. She snuggled up to him and, feeling tired, she went to sleep in his arms. He looked down at her as she slept, placing his hand on her stomach and felt a movement. His eyes lit up. It did every time he felt the baby move. When they arrived at their hotel suite, he carried her over the threshold, gently laying her down on the bed. He slowly removed her clothes, kissing every inch of her until she begged him to stop teasing her. He gets out of bed and looks down at her naked body as he removed his own clothes. "You are so beautiful," he said, still looking at her. "Even with this baby bump?" she asked, even though she knew what he would say. "You're even more beautiful with it. Nothing as sheer than a woman carrying her husband's child," he said as he got in and on top of her. He then showed her just how much he loved her. They did do some sightseeing while they were there, but he didn't want her overdoing it, so they spent most of the time in bed, or on the beach, just relaxing. "Are you happy, baby?" he asked, pulling her into his arms. "Austin, no one can be as happy as I am right now. I know we are going to have a wonderful marriage, as long as we are always honest with each other. No more secrets. I'll never do anything to lose you again. No more secrets. Now, you have a choice to make. We can either go for a swim or stay here and I'll pleasure you until you beg me to stop. You will lay there on the bed and let me do everything. All you have to do is enjoy it and moan my name." Let's see, a swim or the full Austin treatment? I think I'll go for the full body treatment, she said and squealed when he picked her up and lowered her onto the bed. Chapter 44. Epilogue. Blair was now in her 9th month. She had long ago stopped putting in long hours, now down to a couple of hours a day. She did most of her work from home, leaving Rachel and Richie, the man they hired to help out, to take care of the company in her absence. It was Richie's idea to have a daycare right in the same office building. Blair was thrilled with it. This way, after the baby was born and she came back to work, her son would still be with her all day. She wouldn't have to leave him at home with a nanny. Austin was thrilled with the daycare. He knew how much it bothered her thinking about leaving their son when she returned to work. Friday night they had to go to a party that his office was holding, a retirement party for one of the lawyers. She picked a dress that was slimming, even in her condition, sitting on the bed with her shoes in her hand, pouting. She just sat her day there, until Austin came to see what was taking her so long. Going over, he sits next to her. Seeing she was upset, he put his arm around her. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" "I'm so fat," she whimpered. "No, you're not. You're pregnant." "Yes, I am. I'm so fat I can't even put my shoes on. Why would you want to be seen with me looking like this, with all those slim and beautiful women that are going to be there tonight? You might start thinking about being with them. The skinny bitches." Taking the shoes from her, he got on his knees and put them on her feet. "I will be so proud to walk in there with you, to show everyone that the most beautiful woman in the world is having my baby. As far as those other women go, I only have eyes for you. And for the record, lady, you are not fat." She gave him a weak smile. "You're just saying that." He got up, pulling her to her feet. "I promised you I would always be honest with you, so believe me when I tell you that you look beautiful. If you're not up to going out tonight, we don't have to. We can stay home and watch a movie." "No, I want to go. I'm sorry. I'm just being emotional." When they arrived at the party, he walked in with his arm around her waist, with her emotions being like a roller coaster lately. He didn't want her getting upset by thinking he wasn't paying attention to her. He also had to be careful around other women, had to make sure he didn't look at any for too long in case she thought he was interested in them. As a rule, she wasn't the jealous type, but in her condition she now was. He went and got them a drink, a scotch for him and juice for her. They mingled with the others until the music started and he took her over to the dance area, pulling her into his arms. "Have I told you that you're the sexiest woman here?" "Yes, but tell me again," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. "I love you, Austin. I'm so sorry for being such a bitch lately." He lifted her chin up. "You're not being a bitch. Don't ever say that. You're pregnant and I admire how a woman can carry a tiny human being inside her for 9 months. There's no way we men are brave or strong enough to do that. Even if we were capable of bearing a child, we would be like babies ourselves." After the speeches were made and food served, she goes over to Austin, who was talking with one of the other lawyers and his wife. She taps him on the shoulder. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" "Sure, baby," he says, taking her arm moved away from the couple. "Austin, I'm really tired and I want to go home. If you want to stay a little longer, I can take a cab home." If he had said yes to that, he would have paid for it when he got home. Not that he would have stayed without her. "No, sweetheart, if you're tired, we'll go." He touches her cheek and it felt hot. "Are you feeling all right? You're a little flush and you feel warm." "I'm just tired." They said their goodbyes and left to go home, but before they got far she said she wanted something sweet to munch on. So he stopped at the store and bought her some chocolates and ice cream. Later that night he was fast asleep when she woke him up. Thinking it was the baby, he jumped out of bed, grabbed his pants starts to put them on. Are you in labor? It's too soon. Oh God, I'll get you to the hospital. I'm not in labor, silly. He looked at the clock and saw it was the middle of the night. Then why did you wake me? I'm horny, she said, looking at him seductively. Dropping his pants, he gets into bed. It's 3:30 in the morning and I'm really tired. He saw how sad she looked, so he put his hands on her shoulders. I don't know if it's a good idea to have sex this late in your pregnancy. I was told it was all right as long as you're careful, and I also heard that having sex can sometimes induce labor. So that's why you want it. I love being pregnant, but I want him to come now. My back and my feet hurt and I just want this over with. She crossed her arms and moving away from him, she gives him a dirty look. I guess you don't find me attractive. I don't turn you on anymore, do I? He pulled her back towards him. I find you more attractive now than ever. It's all I can do to keep my hands off of you whenever we're together. He lowered his head and gave her a passionate kiss. That was all it took for his snake to get hard, and the desire to ever grew, wanting her. He laid her down, hovering over her and being careful not to put all of his weight on her as his hand went between her legs. Oh yes, that feels so good, she moaned when he started rubbing her clit and slowly put a finger inside her. But then she told him to stop and gave him a light shove. He stopped and moved off her, his snake hard and throbbing. He had to admit he was a bit angry. She got him all worked up and then had the nerve to stop him. But when he saw the look on her face, he realized she wasn't just playing with him and that something was wrong. What's wrong? She sat her day up, holding her stomach. She looked at him. I'm having contractions, Austin. The baby's coming. Are you sure? He asked, getting close to her. Yes, I'm sure, she screamed at him before moaning and holding her stomach. We have to go to the hospital now. She laughed as she watched him run around like a chicken with its head cut off. The way he tried to get dressed and then grabbed her bag that she was taking with her. She got out of bed and threw on a dress. After he put her shoes on for her, he helped her down the stairs and into the car. She rolled her eyes at him when he drove way under the speed limit. What are you, 90 years old? Go faster, will you? Sweetheart, I just want to make sure I get you to the hospital safely. Well, unless you want to pull over and deliver the baby on the side of the road, I suggest you step on it a little. He looked at her and started to sweat. Are the contractions that close? Let's just say they're coming hard and fast. This baby's coming now. He started driving faster, but still being careful. They finally made it to the hospital and inside where he signaled for a nurse. He told her his wife was in labor and they took her in right away. 4 hours later their son, weighing 6 pounds even, was born. You did it, our boy is here, he said, kissing her when they put the baby in her arms. I love you so much and you have made my life complete. He was then sent out of the room while they tended to Blair and the baby. He called her parents to let them know the baby had come early and both were doing good. Then he called Rachel. He had to hold the receiver away from his ear when she screamed in excitement. He was finally allowed to go in to see her and his son. His eyes watered up when he walked over and looked in the bed where he lay, asleep. He's amazing, isn't he? She said when she opened her eyes and saw Austin looking down at their baby, his hand touching him. He went and sat her day next to her. Taking her hand, he kissed it. I love you. I love you too, but we need to name him. I like the name we talked about, Leo, Marcus Cook. I think my father will be so happy. I like the names too, he said. Going over, he picked up the baby and looked at him, smiling. My son. He then placed Leo in Blair's arms. Taking out his phone, snapped several pictures. It wasn't long before they had visitors, her parents and Rachel. Harry and his wife also showed up. Everyone brought so many gifts for the baby that it filled one end of the room. It was getting late and Blair was exhausted and was glad when the nurse came in and told everyone that they had to leave because visiting hours were over. 2 months later, Austin was taking a shower before going to bed. It had been a rough couple of months. Not only did Leo keep them up at night, but he had been without sex and he was horny as a son of a bitch. But the last 2 nights the baby had settled down. Now he only woke up once through the night. His eyes were closed as he washed his face, and then he felt a pair of slender arms going around his waist and breasts pressing against his back. I hope you don't mind me joining you. I'm feeling a little dirty, she said, kissing his back. It had been a long time since she had him inside her and now she was more than ready. Rinsing the soap from his face, he turned around and took her into his arms, his snake hard and ready for action. "It's dangerous for you to be in here right now." "Why is that?" she asked, kissing his neck. "Because I have a weapon that's loaded, and I'm not afraid to use it on you," he said. Gripping a handful of her hair, he pulled her head back and his mouth landed on hers, his kiss rough, filled with longing. He pushed her up against the wall as the water flowed over them. He lifted her one leg up and entered her with one hard thrust. They both needed this, wanted it as he pounded into her until they both came together. "I'm not finished with you yet," he said, carrying her into the other room and laying her down on the bed. With Leo still asleep, he took her again, this time taking his time, making her moan and screaming his name over and over again. To sum things up, Blair went back to work. Her hours were cut way back, and with the daycare, she was able to see Leo all day long. There were times when Austin didn't have to work, so he stayed home to watch their son. There were even times he worked from his home office, just so he could be home with him. Austin was true to his word. He made sure she was loved and happy and no more secrets were ever kept. The only thing that bugged him was her love of shopping. She still had to have the latest fashions, but he kept quiet. It was a small price to pay for her happiness. They remained in love, and the passion just grew stronger with every passing year. They went on to have twin girls 2 years later, Mandy and Candy Cook. If you enjoyed this story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.